Good morning! Oh, wow. Sorry I'm a little later than usual. I guess I haven't hit 10 minutes yet, though. I panic typed in the Twitch chat. Ziggy had a poop string, so he needed to be corralled and cleaned really quickly. So I had to do that. That was unlucky. Why are you blaming your poop string on Boar's? I hope I never get a poop string. I don't eat hair. I don't eat hair. What the fuck is a poop string? So because every living creature in this house has long hair except for Ziggy and James Ball, when long hair is ingested by cat, they can't digest it. You know, cats typically throw up hairballs of their own short fur. So when long hair passes through their intestines instead of twisting them up, their poop gets stuck to the long hair, and they can't expel the long hair because it's thin. So the hair is still inside of their butt, but it's also inside of the poop, and so the poop is dangling off of their butthole. Did audio plummet for anyone else? It shouldn't have. I haven't done anything with my microphone. You've never seen that happen before. Ziggy gets poop strings all the time, and I hate it. Your cat has had this happen. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm glad, dude. What a great time to join. Audio's fine. Thank you. Thank you. A Cheems Ball hairy poop. Cheems Ball coughs up hairballs more than Gwavy does because Cheems Ball is the one that grooms Gwavy. With my microphone? What's wrong with my microphone? First time it happened, your cat started running around the house scared of the poop. Oh, that's what they always do. You have to make sure you catch them before they get poop all over your stuff. Unfortunately, we didn't know that Ziggy had a poop string, so he dragged it all over some pillows. So those have to be cleaned now. A bad time to be eating. Thanks, Foxwoman. What do you mean? I make you very resilient so you can eat to anything when you listen to me. Funny story, you had a friend's cat who ate tinsel from the Christmas tree and then had tinsel hanging out of her butt. Needless to say, no more tinsel after that incident. Yeah, hair is fine, but if your cat ingests something like yarn or like sewing string or like a balloon fucking tail, I don't know what to call the string that you tie to a balloon butt. But if it has that hanging out of its butt, you shouldn't pull it out. If it has something long and not hair hanging out of its butt, you need to take it to the vet, because those things are thicker than human hair, and they can actually twine around the intestines of the cat, and if you try to pull that out of their butt, you might get lucky, and it might be fine, but also you might accidentally rip their intestines or pull their intestines out, so don't do that. You know a guy whose cat loved eating rubber bands and it would have those problems. Jesus Christ. Dr. Disrespect. Oh yeah, I heard already. I got he talked about the real truth earlier for about 20 minutes. I'll go over that when it's available. You were cleaning the litter box while I was talking about that? Oh, very relatable. Oh shit, you're quick. Yeah, I woke up and my mods were talking about it, so I was like, hey, if you got a clip of it, I'll fucking talk about it. Yeah, the real truth. Surely the real truth this time, not the one he deleted off of Twitter, you know? Asmon Clip Channel already pushed out a 6-minute video. Man, they're even faster than me. God damn. God damn. You know what I was fastest on though? Let's see if I can bring this up first. All right, let's bring this up first. Let's do some schizophrenia at the beginning. The real truth, you mean he wasn't honest before or the time before that? Yeah, and it's just like, what do you mean the real truth? We already had all of these like fucking Twitch people and journalists circling around being like, oh, we knew about it for so long but we didn't do anything. It's like, well, you're also scumfucks. What do you mean? Never underestimate the power of Asmongold money. Asmon's editor cooking while he's still alive. I know, that's impressive. I need to find Asmon's editor and be like, can you do that for me while I'm still alive? I mean, how much does he pay you? I can't match it, but you know, maybe I could buy you a cheeseburger. I have collabed with the Sarita Smugglana Def a Russian asset. I just think that's fucking hilarious. That's fucking crazy that people were getting paid through like some weird shell company. I'm gonna be interested in reading all of that. Pay him an exposure. What exposure could I give someone that they don't get from Asmongold? Let's be real here. You want the Russian asset money. That's some high figures I read though, you know? Did you get your rubles? Sincerely, your GRU officer. Oh, I did go to the doctor today. He said, you're alive. So that's pretty good. I explained my issue with, you know, my constant coughing and my glue-like phlegm. And he was like, oh, let's take a look inside of you. Let's look under the hood, see what's going wrong. And so he looked in my nose and he looked in my throat and he was like, well, your nose is clear and your throat doesn't even look like raw or agitated or anything. Like you look fine. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, obviously I'm not fine because I have phlegm. And so I was like, okay, maybe, you know, I gave myself GERD, right? Like I got real bad acid reflux. I was vomiting multiple times a day for like a good chunk of time. And like when my anxiety rears its head, I tend to vomit still, even though it doesn't happen as often. Could the phlegm be a result of like acid reflux or some shit? And he was like, no. No, phlegm has nothing to do with acid reflux, actually. And then he was like, well, what color is it? And I'm like, it's just like white or clear. Like if I had an infection, it'd be like yellow or green, wouldn't it? And he's like, yeah, so you have no infection. Since it's white and clear, I would have suggested, you know, post-nasal drip, but your nose is clear. And I was like, sometimes I have the nose cummies. I didn't call it that to the doctor, but I call it that to you because like I'm comfortable with you, chat. I was like, sometimes I have the nose cummies, but I blow it out. And like I suck that shit back and drink it like it's a weird ass drink at a bar. Fluid in the lungs, she's dying. And so he was just like, I don't really know. Maybe we can run some like tests but figure it out later. And I was like, all right, okay. So you're basically broken. Yeah, he has no idea why I have phlegm. Just from a cursory glance, he's like, well, you shouldn't have it. I was like, well, that doesn't help me. And she mutes the nose cummies. And he was like, oh, I see here in your chart, it says you have asthma, and you use the... And he rattled off the kind of inhaler I use that I can't remember the name of. And I was like, yeah, you know, we're in the cold months now, so I probably won't need it as often. My asthma is a heat trigger, not a cold trigger, thankfully. Probably need to see an ENT specialist, ear, nose, throat. Oh, probably. Probably. Didn't Jim start with doctors having no idea what's wrong with him? Is it so over? Please, I don't also want the cancer AIDS. As much as I love Jim. Phlegm is usually dietary. Dairy tends to make you generate more. We were told to avoid it in choir. I will never stop drinking milk. I love milk and it is my birthright to drink it. GPs are limited in what they can do. Yeah, he referred me to some pain clinic thingy. So I'll probably have to go to them in like November because I don't think I'm gonna have time to before then. Your asthma tends to be the opposite, triggered in winter. Yeah, a lot of people I know have the cold trigger asthma. Mine is heat. Mine is really bad in heat. Like when my mom sleeps, she'll sleep with like a hand completely covering her nose and mouth. If I try doing that, I feel like I'm suffocating. Like that time in COVID where I was required to wear masks made me feel like I was dying constantly. I couldn't even have like a full trip into one store without having to suck on my inhaler like 3 times. As a white woman, milk is my birthright. True and real. Cool Ferrari you bought? I don't have a Ferrari yet. Dr. Disrespect 19-minute clip is in my DM. Oh, thank you, Binary Mind. You're the best. Thank you. Did I tell him about my hiccups? No, I don't really need to talk about my hiccups. Those are normal. Those are normal, you know? But, I did mention my back pain, and he was like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm not even trained for this, and I can tell that your shoulders are really tight. That's not normal. And I was like, thank you. He was like, wow, that's really bad. And I was like, oh, yeah, I know. I've been saying that for years and nobody takes me seriously. And he was like, oh, so I see you haven't come here since 2019. You want to explain why? And I was like, yes. My last doctor was a bitch. So he was like, well, I can't prescribe, as he would say, the good stuff. But I can give you some muscle relaxers and refer you to a pain clinic. And I was like, finally someone takes me seriously. Like, I almost cried, man. Low-key, get hormone levels and blood tested. Yeah, definitely need to get some blood tests, because this was the first time. Ooh, my head is swollen. Oh my god. I just put my hands on the back of my head because I had like a small itch, and I got my head's swollen. I got like an egg back there. God damn. God, what did I hit my head on in my sleep? What a bro doctor. Yeah, he was good actually listening to me. Very excited.
By trying to inflate my
Very excited. I was just so fed up with doctors. I was like, yeah, you know, at one point I even self-medicated with Oxy back in like 2020. I'm probably not supposed to tell you that, but like you know. And he was like, oh, how did you do that? And I was like, well, when the pain was really bad, I would take like half a pill. You know, I even though I was self-medicating, I didn't want to go hog wild, right? Like, I know it's an addictive drug. With oxygen, am I right? No. I was like, fuck it, let's just be honest, man. Squimsh the ketchup. Gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Yeah, it's just like, I'm fucking sick of, like, just hiding shit from doctors and them being shit anyways, you know? And he was like, yeah, well, I can't prescribe you that. And I was like, I probably don't have enough money to bribe you either. And he's like, well, I mean, you wouldn't need to bribe me if I could prescribe it. So I was like, all right, I actually like this guy. He seems pretty chill. Just get the blood test. You did yours and got a 756 NGDL of your test and blood neutrality. I don't know what you just said. Good banter. Yeah, he was pretty cool. He's married and also very much older than me, so don't get any weird ideas, chat. Wait, what? He can't prescribe it? Yeah, because he was just a doctor's assistant. I forget what they're called. He was just a doctor's assistant, not like the actual doctor, so he can't prescribe the like class 2 drugs, which is what Oxy is. Homewrecker Kirsche! To like getting weird ideas, Jesus. Did bro pass his blood test? You've had good luck with older guy doctors? Oh my god. Does he have a himbo brother though? I was so confused when he walked in and he fist bumped me instead of shaking my hand. I was like, do I really look that young? That you're gonna fist bump me instead of shaking my hand? My muscle relaxants can help with back pain. Hopefully. I've had some really bad allergic reactions to some muscle relaxers though. Relaxers, not reactors. So I guess when I fill that prescription, we'll find out. We'll find out if I end up in the hospital or end up feeling good. What a fun 50-50. Let's play Russian roulette. Does my body explode or relax? The last muscle relaxer drug that I took, my body expanded. Like, I got hives from fucking head to toe. Like, I was just covered in hives. And I could, like, see it, like, creeping up on my skin. And I was like, what is happening? And then after the hives, my body just inflated. Like, my hands were so swollen. If you take your hand and put it out in front of you, and you, like, push your palm forward so your fingers are as bent backwards as they possibly can be, my hands were stuck like that with, like, the tense feeling in the palm, and they were super inflated for, like, a week. Like, it got better, right? Like, it was deflating the whole time, but I was basically in bed for a week just covered in ice packs. And Tim said some very, very racist jokes towards me during this time, because it wasn't just my hands that were exploded, it was my entire body. I was like, Tim, just throw more ice on me. Don't make fun of me. What's wrong with you? Do you want the Foxy to feel better and not worry about houses or medical bills? Too poor to afford $5. Try Rady Shady, who sponsored the Foxy Lady. True. In all of this doctor talk, we got the Rady Shady sponsor ending tomorrow. You got one more night, because I'm pretty sure it ends in the morning tomorrow. You got one more night to get to level 25. We, you know, we're a little far away from that 500 goal.
Nim.
We're a little ways away from the 500 goal, but I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it if you'd click my special little linku and download the game and play to level 25. Little brand new players. What happens if you don't meet the goal? Beating? Yeah, beatings, actually. I will get whipped for doing poorly. Try tramadol for pain. It's not an opiate, but strong enough to still work. That name sounds familiar to me. I wonder if my mom took that at one point. Comrade Foxy. All of the men I like dick. That's true. That's true. Tramadol is crazy strong. I don't know why that sounds familiar. I know I've never taken it. Anthony, thank you for the 10. You literally broke down in tears when you finally got a doctor that listened to you about your... Oh, dude, I did too. I did too. He just silently handed me the tissue box. He was a 70-year-old grumpy asshole on your last visit. We agreed we never wanted to see each other again. Oh my god. Do not try tramadol. It's an opiate and very, very addictive. Oh, my mom probably did have it then. She loved her opiates, man. That's probably why I'm so careful with my medications, right? Because it's like both when I was self-medicating with Oxy and my actually prescribed drug of, oh god, what's it fucking called? Klonopin. There we go. I'm bad at names. Klonopin is also supposed to be an addictive substance, but like, it doesn't feel that way to me.
Wait a minute, hold on.
You know, I don't know. I get like really paranoid because I don't ever want to get like the same way my mom was.
Here's 30 instead.
Dude, give opiates to the white woman. Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Did anybody just get hit with a single ad? Did ads not get played? I wasn't paying attention because I had to chase my cat with a poop string. Were ads played at the beginning of stream? That's exactly what clozapine wants you to think. Yeah, Ethan Ralph loves that shit. Tramadol or Klonopin? You remember your Vicodin arc when you hurt your leg for the first time? Oh my god. Oh, my mom had Vicodins. I don't know what, like, dosage any of this shit was. Oh, Klonopin? Okay. Klonopin's very habit-forming. Isn't recommended anymore. Well, when I first got prescribed Klonopin, she was like, take one a day and just see how it affects you. And I was like, okay. And then she was like, how do you feel? And I was like, well, it helps. It helps my anxiety, especially if I take it, like, when I feel a panic attack coming on. Yeah, it helps. She was like, okay, I want you to take 4 of those a day. And chat, to put this in perspective, right? Like, it doesn't appear that my anxiety is that bad when I'm on stream here at this current year. But I was taking, at one point in time, I was taking both Klonopin 4 times a day. And I think it was like propranolol or some shit, which is like a multi-drug for different things. But my psychiatrist was like, yeah, we're gonna give you this for anxiety as well, and you're gonna take both of these. I was literally more anxiety than human at one point. If you're bad enough panic attacks, you'll take the Klonopin. Been there, done that. Yeah. You remember when you got your oral surgery, they put you on Percocet? Holy shit, that was a hell of a 2 weeks. Yeah, I got, I don't remember what I got when I got my wisdom teeth out, but they gave me some good shit, too. Your mother was on tramadol when she had severe joint pain. She was given 6 tablets a day. 2 tablets a day got her addicted and gave her withdrawal symptoms when she decided to quit and bear the pain rather than endure the side effects. You took 1 tablet once for an ankle sprain, and it made you wander around in a euphoric haze for about 24 hours. Your worst enemy could have spat in your face and you'd have hugged them. It's powerful stuff. See, maybe I was just built for that, right? Because, like, when I was younger, my mom had Vicodin. I don't remember what dosage they were, but they were, like, the big horse pills that you could cut in half. And when I would get my period, even before I broke my tailbone, I would have, like, bad back pain. Like, I wouldn't get cramping and I wouldn't get mood swings. My back would just, like, seize up and start kicking me, basically. And so my mom would cut her Vicodins in half and give me a half of Vicodin as a teenager. And more often than not, I would just knock me out. Like, I would take it and I'd be like, oh man. And then I would just sleep for like 12 hours. It was like a coma pill. Based mom, to be honest. Yeah. And so like when I don't know what the difference between like Vicodin and Oxycontin. I don't know how to pronounce it. Oxy are. But when I was using Oxy, those are just like tiny little circle pills, and I would cut the tiny little circle pills in half and only take a half a tiny circle. And when I would take that, I was just like, oh my god, I have no pain. I can move all around like a normal human again. I kind of want to go rollerblading. Holy shit, I can clean the house. Holy shit, I can clean everything. Like, I was so excited. I was so fucking excited, dude. Vicodin, hydrocodone is synthetic, and Oxy is derived from opium. Okay, so I guess that's a difference. They're both opiates. I'm sure the Vicodin was a stronger dosage based on the size of the pill, but that's like the only thing I could think of. Milking a lady! Hello! Hello! This is Kirsche's origin story. Have I ever had gabapentin or pregabalin? I have not. I have not. You have to take Percocet when you had your tonsils removed. That shit fucked you up in more ways than one. I still have my tonsils. They may have taken my wisdom teeth, but they won't get my throat labia. All right, those are mine. I'm keeping those. You were prescribed perks, but were given oxycodone instead for your dental work. Weird. Gabapentin could be good for the Foxu. Isn't that a diabetic medic? Well, I mean, I guess fucking... What's that weight loss drug? I guess that's also for diabetes, right? I guess diabetes medication is useful for everything except for diabetes. I don't know anymore. Ozempic, yeah, that thing. Not a pain pill, but Ritalin, Vyvanse, and Adderall are evil drugs. They turned your 7-year-old self into a zombie. I've heard bad things about Adderall. Gabapentin is a nerve pain medication. Oh, maybe I did take that at one point. Because I know, like, my psychologist was trying to... I keep interchanging psychologist and psychiatrist because I'm retarded. But, she tried giving me, like, a whole bunch of different nerve pain medications to just see if anything would help, since I didn't have a doctor that would prescribe me anything. Your doctors refuse to give you pills? You're forever jealous of the fox woman! Wait, why? Why would they refuse? You are on Ozempic, it works for you, and it helped with your IBS. That's weird, because usually a side effect of every single drug is just, like, raging diarrhea. That's great, though. I'm happy for you. You take GABA, Adderall is essentially legal meth. I don't think I need legal meth, actually. Adderall has a horrid dose curve. It drops off a cliff and you crash. Oh, Jesus. You had to take Xannies when you got your wisdom teeth ripped out. I want to say they gave me some of, like, one of the synthetic opiates when I got my wisdom teeth out last year. Cannot for the life of me remember what they gave me. Kirsche doing the not legal meth. No, I don't want to do the not legal meth either. Foxu, please, what do you think insulin injections would do to a non-diabetic? I don't know. I make them lose weight, I guess. Because isn't that what all the celebrities are taking too? Even Oprah was just like, oh yeah, look at me, I got the Ozempic body. A pain management refused because of the addiction crisis, and now the funny leaf is your crutch. The funny leaf do kind of help. I don't know if anyone could tell, but during my collab with Fillion, I was high out of my fucking mind. I was in so much pain because I was 4 weeks with no massage and my period just started. So my back was like, I could not sit in a chair. I was in so much pain. I was dying, and I was like, look, I don't want to cancel a collab, especially a collab that we've already had to reschedule. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it and just hope that I don't act like a fool when I am high. I even asked a couple people, I was like, hello, you've been around me before when I am in this altered state. How do I act? Would it be okay if I got high before a collab? Can I do that? Is that okay? Held yourself together pretty well, thankfully. Thank God. That's why you were moaning when you got tased. Oh my god. Explains why you instantly went to the Dude, okay. The Obomlet is one of my favorite videos on YouTube. I need to show everyone the Obomlet. It is amazing. Fucking Zoomers can't handle 14 minutes of cinema. Usually don't associate that with being high. I was sharp and responsive. I usually am. Hold on. I need to see what one of the people I asked said, because they said something and it made me laugh. Hold on. What were you doing? Yeah. And they were like, I'm honestly shocked that you can keep up with playing your food game while you're high and still able to make competent highbrow jokes. You'll be fine. So I was like, all right, I guess let's fucking go. Let's show the coconut video where he brings out his kitchen katana. True. The super sausage is the beta introduction. It might be more exciting in the beginning, but I think the Obomlet payoff pulls you in, right? It makes you want to watch more. If I was going to pick one that was just like hit after hit after hit, I'd have to go with the Christmas turkey though. There are some new studies and journals that are calling Ozempic a wonder drug. You don't look into the studies, you don't know if there's anything to it. I mean, I don't know how much it really matters because you basically need to be a celebrity to afford it anyways. It's like, I've heard that shit is crazy fucking expensive. No, you're looking for Alana. I'm no Russian asset! Count Dankula dropped a Yakub video. Oh god, I fucking love you. I found an image, a Yakubian image on my PC while I was looking for some shit. And, man, I couldn't show that on stream. Does it make you normal speed? So, when I get high,
I don't want to mod it yet either. I'm gonna
a Yakubian image. It's pretty amazing. You can buy Ozempic in Mexico for like $15 a box. Yeah, but is it real? I don't know if I trust that. Probably gives you some sort of throat or anal cancer as a side effect.
Concoction were tea of a witch cauldron, tea with enough lemon, honey and ginger powder to fuel a space shuttle. Did it work? Not much. But the mucus became a bioluminescent yellow goo.
Ew, that's disgusting! Bantam Sartorius, they give the 25. Bless your grandma, dude. Jesus. I tried taking Mucinex, like the liquid Mucinex, to see if that would help.
I do want to hear how slavery porn is S tier. Let's hear it.
We're not talking about slavery porn right now. But, it tasted like shit, and I don't think I could drink it a second time. Isn't Ozempic under investigation for really bad side effects? Is it? If it is, send me a link. I haven't heard that.
Like I'm a real pet! Munya!
Only a Russian asset would know if they're a Russian asset. So what are you really? Don't look at the Russian spy network in the Discord. Right now. Are we talking about it later?
Like the dirty dog you are! Munya!
Many meds that are super expensive in the US are cheaper in Mexico due to the lack of markups. Oh. Oh. I think my inhaler is like $125 without insurance, if I remember the last time I paid for it. Number one rule of a Russian spy network is we don't talk about the Russian spy network. True and real. Have you heard of the South Park episode that talked about Ozempic? Rich people got Ozempic and poor people got Lizzo. What? Your friends used to robo-trip off Mucinex? Ew, at least use a better tasting drug. What the fuck? You can buy HGH? I don't know what that is. Why do you think all the old people live on the Texas border? They go to Mexico for the cheaper drugs. I just thought they liked the warmer weather. Can you post a link for the Ozempic lawsuit? Sure. You're likely eligible to get prescribed Ozempic. Do you have diabetes? Because I think that's what you need, unless you have enough money to bribe them, right? Look up the South Park Ozempic clips. A long-term side effect of Ozempic, seemingly permanent loss of bowel control. One lady got it and has to wear a diaper for life. What the fuck? I mean, I guess that can happen if you, like, take it when you don't need fucking diabetes medication.
Nim.
South Park dunked on Lizzo and it was hilarious. Oh my god. when you get the real ABDL. I mean, a real person who's into that would probably love my mom at this point, I guess. You don't trust anything out of big pharma anymore, same. So I don't trust, but okay, I don't trust shit out of big pharma. However, if you see people in like the elite class that are typically untouchable taking something, that is probably safe to take. It's probably out of your price range, but it's also probably safe to take. Because they wouldn't take it themselves if it put them in danger, right? The majority of the celebrities that were telling you to take the jab probably didn't get it themselves. And the ones who did, well, you know, they died of mysterious circumstances. It actually reminds you of a medicine that you saw on TV that could cause a ton of stomach issues, like constant diarrhea. Jesus. And there's a special tea to help maintain your weight with your colon? I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't keep up on all the latest, hottest weight loss drug news. Ozempic has some pretty severe side effects. Never trust a drug touted as a wonder drug. It always turns out to be horrible for you. We don't find out until decades later. We love anal leakage. God hates taxes. Thank you for the 6-month member. You love the Findom Foxy. Thank you. A Skeptical Panda, thank you for the 5. Speaking of Yaqub, Kirsche, can you pull up a picture of the Nation of Islam founder Wallace Fard Muhammad and tell us what you noticed? No, I don't think I should do that, actually. Von Cobra, Night Herald, thank you for the 10. ADHD meds work. It's just got lots of people without ADHD get diagnosed wrongly. It's not 25% normal focus. It's less than 3. You're less than 1%. You see, that's why I don't think I have ADHD, despite people wanting to diagnose me in the chat. Because it's like, when I get focused on something, like, I'm fucking in there, dude. My attention is not taken away. I am stuck on this mission in Quine Bob's. And I tried for 2 hours last night to beat it. I was very upset. How did we get to weight loss drugs again? I don't know. I think I mentioned Ozempic at some point. Hyperfocus is a thing? Yeah, I tend to hyperfocus, man. I tend to. Tea for weight loss is just a basic green, slight increase to metabolism and helps curb hunger a little. Yeah. That's a symptom of ADHD. Fuck you, chat! You don't have it. You've been diagnosed by a professional for your mental illnesses. Are you a mental health professional, Skewky? No, Kirsche, that is hyperfocus. It doesn't mean you can't focus. Fuck. What, Quine Bob's mission? Okay, so in Quine Bob's, they put in a version of like the Rob the Warehouse mission where it's not any different from the normal Rob the Warehouse missions, but they put in like 20,000 fucking guards. And so like, I'm pretty sure I've stealthed this literally 1 time, but it is so hard to do. It's not even the security guys, right? They're just the normal guards. They're just the normal guards, but there's like a gajillion of them.
I don't wanna.
A Sparky, thank you for the 5R. As someone who hates taking meds, it's funny to see the chat going speed with medication knowledge. The heck are you guys doing? You have every mental illness. Oh my god, this guy is illness maxing. He's got so many points on social media. Everything a facet of human behavior is a symptom of ADHD. Fun fact, ADD and ADHD and autism are often comorbid. Look, next time I go to the doctor, in November, I'll be like, look, doc, my chat thinks I have autism.
Ooh, Daddy,
how do we figure out if I do?
Semaglutide, Ozempic, equals cheap to make. NN makes Rybelsus, 1 fuckton of it in pill for diabetics, plus a chemical that pokes holes in your stomach so it can get in. You can get a compounding pharmacist to get it out of pill and into needle for cheap.
That sounds like a lot of work. Toast Engineer, thank you for the $25 doodles. Thank you. You just drink and consume 3 screens of different entertainment. Good job. Most mental illnesses are fake. Only... Oh. I think a bird just flew into my back window. Cause something just hit the back window real fucking hard. And I don't think it would have been a person, so that had to have been a bird that just fucking flung itself into the window.
For that. I have a tab about gay, necrophiliac sex.
Is this chat in the room with us right now?
Push for glorified salt water consumption as a weight loss drug. Sometimes, the drugs end up being extremely good. Other times, you might as well listen to tinfoil Uncle Biden for your medical advice.
True. True and real. Spider God, thank you for the $25 doodles. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, yeah, you got a point. You got a point there. But all the celebrities who are taking Ozempic are now trying to be like, well, I didn't take Ozempic. Look at all the exercisings I can do. Help. Can you remember Kirsche on Adderall? She'd either be quiet for a 5-hour stream or she'd talk like an auctioneer the entire time. I don't know, man. Don't change the topic. You're an autistic wizard. Remember it. What the fuck? A JT1698, thank you for the 5. That was you at the window. Can you use the bathroom? No, you cannot use my bathroom. A Synapse, thank you for the 5R. Of course, it was a bird. The government drones are onto you. They want to get in. They want to get into the house. They're trying to find the exhaust for the laundry. Levi Shuddock, thank you for the 3 months. Hypnotic mentioned in stream last night that he's tried contacting me. Some of us pestered him to invite me on stream pretty often.
To a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
I might need, like, his Twitter. If I don't follow him, his DM might have gotten put in the abyss, which is what I like to call the alternate inbox on Twitter. I have hundreds of unread messages in there. So it's very possible that his message just got lost in the abyss. He's in Shibalba now. You like how I'm on the half brain activity every Philly collab? I can't. Wait, what do you mean by that? It's like male celebrities pretending they got bodybuilder level physiques in 4 months with just chicken and rice. True. Road to El Dorado. That movie's fucking great. I love that movie. Remake of The Bird, starring Kirsche Verstal as she tries to find her himbo. The government tries to thwart me at every turn. So that's why you haven't responded to my toe pics. Hold on, wait a minute. Remember seeing an article about bird corpses being used as drone camouflage? I wouldn't doubt it. Used to work with the daughter who invented Ozempic. Ayo, she had a kid 2 years ago. As a gift, the dad paid for the Ozempic weight loss treatment. Wait, if she invented it, why would she need to pay for the treatment? Doesn't she just get that for free? Shell, fucking gorgeous, man. Ziggy with his poop string, unironically. I hate it when cats do that. More like 6 months of protein powder, pre-workout, and Tren Ace? I don't even know what that is. It's not fair you want a shell girlfriend. Yeah, everybody does. You're sure she can just walk into the lab and get some? Yeah, right? Dad invented the company? Oh, okay, that makes sense. You have actual diagnosed ADHD. The part that sucks about ADHD is they combined ADD and ADHD into one thing. ADHD isn't about no focus. It means your focus is extremely selective. If something interests you, you'll hyper-focus and do really well. If something does not interest you and there's no direct consequence for ignoring it, you'll most likely forget or lose focus and ignore it. I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Von Cobra, Night Herald, thank you for the 2 months! Celebrities did the bulimia too. They don't know it's healthy. They just assume they can pay for the downstream health consequences. Oh, I see. Levi, shut up. Thank you for the 5. You said you'd mention something. You can hop on his Discord or catch him on stream tonight. Yeah, if I'm not answering someone's message, it's not because I hate them. It's because their message has literally been eaten by the abyss in my second inbox. If I follow him, it should be in my main inbox, which... there are people in there I haven't responded to as well. Also not because I hate them, but because I have a giant mental block when it comes to responding to people. If you see mucho texto and lose focus reading it, you probably have ADHD too. It depends on if I'm interested in it, unironically. Most insurances will cover Ozempic as a diabetic treatment, but will not cover it as a weight loss med, as that was not the intended effect. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense, right? You and Pippa are a lot alike, but you knew that. That's why we are 2 peas in a trailer park. You're just jealous of not being ADHD and autistic. We're the Ubermensch. Trampoline? The anabolic steroid that turns you into a paranoid, roid-raging, gay. There are valid reports of straight men turning gay from taking it. What the fuck? Is that like how women on certain types of birth control only like non-threatening soy men? You would squish so many apples for this woman. Thank you. I love homemade applesauce. You sat down to read through decades worth of title transfers for a single property for hours? Oh my god, why? That's what happens though with Kirsche's himbo. Stop that! We finally have the answer! Adam, thank you for the 20. They wouldn't let you use the pills after you got your teeth removed since you drive a semi-truck. You just had to eat Tylenol like candy, scream at the top of my lungs, and pound on the steering wheel while driving down the road. You couldn't even take time off work after getting your teeth ripped out? Dude, that fucking sucks. That fucking sucks, man. Some men on steroids start to lactate too. Imagine how embarrassing it is when you're trying to pump iron at the gym and you're screaming like you're fucking ready for the next coming of Christ. And then your nipples just start dripping through your tank top. Like, oh my god, dude. Born to be an American, true. Oh my god. I'm the ass awakening of most of this chat. What does that even mean? What? Oh, you're talking about Shell? Oh, that makes sense. I was like, you don't even see my ass. What do you mean? That's why people claim ADHD is fake. People hear the definition and
Sally,
reduce it to
your boyfriend lets you
hey, I have a short attention span too. I'm so quirky, true. You wanted to pump iron, but all I do is pump breast milk. Oh my god. All natty, full fatty, baby. Dryax, thank you for the 15-month resub. Sorry, bro, your tits get emotional when you lift. Kirsche has an ass. I was a rollerblader for nearly my entire teen and young adult life, so, yeah. That's what Arnold meant when he said he came 24/7. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. You just saw the email from GamerSups. Brown lady speaking! Thank you for mentioning that, because I mentioned it earlier, but I didn't mention it today, and I just typed in Gamergate instead of GamerSups. My brain is all sorts of fucked up today. Let's get rid of the Rady Shady. Download Raid Shadow Legends with my link. We gotta get as many people to level 25 as humanly possible before tomorrow. Before tomorrow. And also before tomorrow, start today, GamerSups. That's a booty. I saw the brown lady. This makes me think of Scotty in Smite. That's a nice cup. That's a nice cup. There's free worldwide shipping until September 13th. So all you guys that usually get fucked by shipping can use code Kirsche for free shipping off of your GamerSups orders from now until the 13th. From now until the 13th. I hate that cup. What the fu- Oh, it's H3H3. That makes a lot of sense. I was like, what the fuck is even that? That's some conquered ass looking thing jump scaring me. Axel Jessen, thank you for the 2. Excess testosterone gives you gynecomastia. Really? I did not know that was how man titty are formed. Thank you for the information. Thank you for the info. I'm gonna stop this from rotating. We're just gonna go to the new and coming soon. We got nice bear. I got my package in today with the day and night stuff. Oh my, it looks so good. It looks so good, dude. It's so nice looking. Highly recommend. Sorry, just ordered H3H3. That's fine. You can order your Concord styled H3H3 man on a cup as long as you use code Kirsche for free shipping until the 13th. After the 13th, Kirsche will go back to being 10% off your order. But right now, reap them motherfucking rewards of free shipping, baby. Hot damn Payday Wednesday, you're gonna go shopping? Thank you. You still want my cup, though. I got another update on the special art, so that should wrap up probably pretty soon here. And then I will hopefully be able to give you guys a date. Hopefully. Use code Kirsche for your gay cup, gay boy. True and real. And if Big Barra Gay is not your speed, we got the Sean VR over here. We got Sean VR. Every time you see H3H3, you hear Michael Jackson. Hee hee. Chat. I never even put 2 and 2 together. All right, okay. I was reading something on Twitter that people were talking about H3H3. I don't even remember what the fuck it was. I think it was like Ethan getting mad at like one of his fucking presenter people, and he's supposed to push a button so it mutes him, but the button didn't work. And someone was just like, "What do you expect from someone who named their channel Hee Hee?" And I was like, "What?" Literally, I used to watch that channel back in the day. Back in the heyday before they started a podcast. Literally, that never crossed my mind. That's all you always pronounced it. Oh, Cheeseball's mad. He is pawing at my foot. I have socks on today since I went outside to a place where I can't wear flippy floppies. So I have a sock on, and he's angry with the sock. You like women's shapes too much to be gay. True. Mixing Game-a-Subs with Sprite is a great idea, especially lean. Isn't that just like real lean? When you mix the cough syrup and the Sprout? Cat wants the bare feet. I know, my feet are in prisons right now. I'm not used to it. I usually only wear socks to bed because I moisturize my feet. So when I wake up in the morning and I take my socks off, they're all baby soft and nice. You'd wear that shirt? What the fuck? You only showing me this now? It's new. You can still, it ships it's 12 to 16 weeks after pre-sale. Go buy it if you want. Smoke them if you got them. The Grizzly merch is done by Meru Nya. I don't know who that is, but the Grizzly merch looks kind of fucking fine, actually. Grizzly merch looks kind of fucking fine. Genuinely makes me think of fucking Smite. You moisturize your toes with your wife's boyfriend's lips. Hold on, wait a minute. And Kirsche's flavor would be ketchup? Absolutely not. All he did was say, don't recommend videos outside of the planned program. They don't have time to watch it because he wants to go home to see his kids. What the fuck are you talking about? Why feet specifically at night, though? Because I'm not using my feet when I'm in bed. My feet are actually up. They're not on the floor. They're not being used. So I can slather my feet in some nice lotion, and then I can put on some fuzzy socks so that the lotion stays on my feet, and then I could sleep. You think the moisturizers are why my skin is peeling? No? What? Holy ass, these Game-a-Sup shirts definitely have a preference. Chat. We had a plan for my Gamer-Subs artwork, and like, you know, everything was fine, and then at one point my guys came to me and they were just like, we gotta make a minor change, because it's actually too lewd. And I was like, wow, I never thought that would come out of a Gamer-Sub rep's mouth. Let's fucking go. So I'll be able to tell more information once I reveal the designs, and I'll be able to tell that story in full. Too lewd, yeah, it's, you know, I know what the people want. How did the Crazy Fox come across the Almighty Lolly's channel? Oh, he hangs out in here, that's how. Oh, that's how. He pops up in chat, and I'm just like, hey, that's that guy. He's got a little check mark by his name, and it's easier to see than everybody else's. Censorship! It's not censorship. It's just a minor change. Actually, nothing is censored, but I can't tell you what changed until I can release the design. Your foot arches are too high and sensuous. What the heck? Will I be able to release the uncensored art once the cup drops? It will. It is entirely uncensored. The change will make sense once I can release the design. You still think that Tangent Juice, a Coconut Brain, are perfect names for a Kirsche Subs flavor? I wanna think of like some sort of weird dementia cocktail, you know? It's 9 p.m. for you already. It was like 8 p.m. 5 minutes ago. What the fuck is going on? True. Which products right now support me the most? The most expensive ones? They're all equal. They all support me equally. I get a nice. I am happy with Gamer-Subs, man. They take care of me. If you had a flavor, you'd name it Ona Hole Jesus. You'd buy a cup with the art of Kirsche screaming at the pinboard. I'd have to get the pinboard art done by a real artist. I appreciate the people who do take time to run AI generations, and I do like seeing the AI art, but when I sell merch, I will only use actual art by actual artists. Hell, Kirsche Pillow asking for a friend. We're working on it. We're working on it. Please make the pinboard art real. And Kirsche's spiral rabbit hole. Oh my god, finally made it to my live stream. Hi from the UK. I'm so sorry about the state of your country. How so fun, Brent Wolfe? Thank you! Brent Wolfe, thank you for the $100 doodles, my guy. Fucking cracked. Fucking cracked out of your mind. Thank you! Thank you! Big hoping I can find a house I like sometime soon. There was, oh my god, there was a house that went on sale in my hometown, and I was like, oh, it's only a humble $1 million. And then I looked at it and I was like, wow, this don't look so great, actually. Like, you're getting like apartment quality for $1 million. What the fuck? I guess that's the price you pay when you live, you know, around water, and it's a very homogenous demographic. Mollington said something cryptic about the situation in the UK yesterday. Oh no. I don't know exactly what's going on in the UK. I do have a UK tab today, but I don't think it's about any riots or anything. You're just looking at houses in South Dakota. I found a few good homes, but meh locations. If I wanted to live in like Michigan, I could get a really nice Victorian house for like $250,000, $300,000, which is, you know, more affordable than where I want to live. But I don't want to live near Detroit. The priests are fleeing for safety. Yeah, weren't there a whole bunch of fucking church burnings over the weekend? Well, it was my weekend. It was you guys' midday week. I feel like I saw a whole bunch of fucking churches that were lit on fire. And the problem is living in Michigan, true. Have you considered the Baldo bunker? I would not buy that house. No, thank you. Live in Cornland. There is always New York. And a school shooting. Yeah, the school shooting was in Georgia. Catholic churches in France. Was it in France? I thought there was one in England, but maybe they just knocked over the crosses. Churches just do that. This is what happens when like radicals move in, right? They want to destroy your history and replace it with their own. So it doesn't surprise me that churches keep spontaneously combusting through no fault of anyone at all. But, you know, maybe you should stop that from happening. Michigan is beautiful. You don't have to be near Detroit. My god, if the native people were smart, they would fight back. Radicals, you're close, well, I gotta be careful, alright? I don't want to get banned. West Virginia has some nice affordable homes. West Virginia has no property. Well, then I'd have to also live in West Virginia. I don't think I have a southern enough accent or fuck enough of my family members to live in West Virginia. This is what the old I'll burst into flames if I go into a church thing kind of started from. Clayton Smoking, thank you for the member, thank you. The Hypnopants, thank the 2 Canadians. The only corn land is Iowa. Not true. Ohio is also filled with corn. It may or may not be radioactive, but it's still filled with corn. You're from New Jersey, live in West Virginia. That makes a lot of sense, considering how much incest is in New Jersey. You live in West Virginia, and you don't have a southern accent. You used code Kirsche. Hell yeah, you're fucking nuts. Thank you, thank you. Radioactive corn, it pops itself. Yeah, Akron, Ohio, had some sort of, like, plant explosion or some shit the other day. And they're like, yeah, we just evacuated everyone for, you know, like 50 miles, no big deal. West Virginia seceded from Virginia when Virginia seceded from the Union, right? I have no idea. Chemical fire? Yeah, it was like a huge chemical fire, and they were like, police are bracing for an explosion, and I was like, oh, well, I hope Nim doesn't live anywhere near there. You know, I need tech support. He can't die yet. Hey, yo, new shirt, new whole drop. There's a couple, and a shirt, and a mouse pad. A mouse pad's pretty nice. You know, she's laying against a fluffy bear. I don't know if you would want to do it next to a bear. It might get mad. Let's be real. You thought Nim lived in my basement. I might kidnap him and turn him into even better slave labor once I move.
Nim.
This is a public service announcement. Issue and chat are super mega duper cute and wonderful less than 3.
Bailey, you are super duper mega cute and wonderful. Less than 3. Thank you for the 25, Bailey. Thank you. Atlick, thank you for the 2 Canadians. What about Kentucky? Almighty Lollies, they're pretty good for real. I have 2 Victorians pulled up that are in like Tennessee or some shit. And it's like, if I decide to ever give up on living in New England, I'll probably just buy one of those. Because they've been on market for like over a year, both of them. And both of them are under 700,000 and they're like 6,000 and 9,000 square feet respectively. They both have pools. They both have like over 3 acres of land. They both have all of their original woodworking on the inside. So, you know, you want to move to South Carolina has fucking cheap ass property. Sounds base. Yeah, I could have Strimmer House. New England is best England. New England is best England. You are correct.
I don't wanna.
You could run a streamer house / compound there. I mean, when I do get my house, I will be like, hello, streamer friends. Now you can come visit me. You just want to get out of Ireland. Oh no.
If you buy a fox and you put the fox in your house,
Put me in the house.
it's gonna do fox things.
I do the fox thing.
Thank you for the 10. The Last Russian. The title is false. It's not false. I've not been paid $1 million by Russians. As someone who lives in the Metro Detroit area, you can tell me this. Most of the suburbs in Wayne County are very nice. Wholesome, high trust, moral places to live and worlds apart from the middle of Detroit. And the state is generally speaking beautiful with a wholesome Midwesterners. Your governor is a literal demon though, and the state is unfortunately becoming more blue. The only part of Michigan I really know anything about besides Detroit is I think it's Plymouth. I know it was the town that had a same town in Massachusetts, and I was like, oh shit, what up? I think oh yeah, Flint was in Michigan too. I forgot about that. Dearborn was also in oh yeah, I forgot about those places. I forgot about those. No, I think it's Plymouth. It's like a suburb of Detroit. Looks very quaint. Whitmer is literally Hitler, true. I forgot about well, I mean, apparently everyone does, let's be real. Have they sorted out the water trouble in Flint? I have no idea. The issue with that is the looming issue of the worst parts of Detroit in range of a short drive, though. True and real. You just passed your army selection. Glad to catch the stream. Oh, congratulations, dude. Congratulations. Nerdy text account, thank you for $4.99. You would like to buy 1 Kirsche. How much does she cost? I don't know. I never thought about that. Is Whitmer the one who faked their kidnapping? Yes, that was the one where the feds faked the kidnapping. Anthony, thank you for the 5. When you get the house, just need to put Nim in the basement, and then you have 24-hour support. But if the basement isn't finished, Nim will have to figure out how to become a lumberjackman and finish the basement himself so he can live in it. Eefness, thank you for the 10. So apparently, there's news of a massive house tax fraud going on across the U.S. by local governments. Basically, the government is cooking the books and artificially raising home evaluations to raise property tax. Somehow that wouldn't surprise me, unfortunately. Kirsche costs 1 himbo, true. True and real. All right, I was gonna talk about, is Nim not a lumberjack? He's gotta get them lumberjack arms, all right? The government would never do that. You live in Michigan, can confirm. Whitmer sucks. Detroit area is a consolidation of suck. You're in mid-lower peninsula, and here and above is generally good. And I've heard people talk well about the upper peninsula. Isn't Nim a femboy? Absolutely not. What the hell? What the hell? Insurance companies often use an average of 1 mil for the value of a human life. Oh, okay. If you buy a himbo and put him in your basement, will he do himbo things or slave things? Probably himbo things, first off. Michigan's like Colorado. The state has some amazingly beautiful parts of it, but the major cities are permanently blue, and fuck the rest of the state more and more every year. Yupoys are good, but a different kind of weird. True. Not a femboy, but he did sound himself. He's the reason sounding is even a thing mentioned here. If not femboy, then how mod? Look, not all gays are femboys, chat. You thought his name was Nux Taku and was very confused. How did you get Nux Taku from Nerdy Texan Accountant? Jannies are not femboys, they're eunuchs, true. They don't wear a cuck cage, they just get it cut off. There's at least one himbo that you can typically find in a basement that you've seen. The ratio's starting to change. Oh no. Not like this. But, I was gonna talk about a little bit of schizophrenia today. A little bit of schizophrenia. I would just like to say, I don't know exactly how long ago I talked about how Jake Weddle sounds like a disingenuous fuck. I know the clip on Ozzy channel is like 3 weeks old. So somewhere around 3 to 4 weeks is when I talked about it. You love schizophrenia. Keem here put out a, why did Jake Weddle and Dogpack make up these fairy tale conspiracies where I'm the Mr. Beast hitman? My company and I have been covering every negative story about Mr. Beast, and we can and will cover stories about you too. You're not gonna get special treatment. Grow up. And apparently Jake was just schizoing. As you can see by this bar up here, each one of these is a different slide from his Instagram. And so this one says, sorry guys, wouldn't have spilled all that tea if I wasn't being harassed. Jimmy needs to make a public statement calling off everyone, harassing whistleblowers and survivors, calling off Keem. Send me a cease and desist. Take me to court. I dare you. Let's get the solitary footage public. Let's get it on the record. Let's get the police involved. Let's audit the Mr. Beast company and the shell companies. Viking took his video down, I assume, because he named the shell company Rubber Duck by name. I bet he got a call, take that down, and he did, like a good boy. All right, I'm done. Don't fucking poke the bear again. I will fucking burn it all down, and it will be easy. And this motherfucker over here, like, send the army, send the Coast Guard, send the gay men pretending to be Coast Guards in the bathroom. Look out, we got a badass over here. Is this the boy that had to sleep with the lights on? That is one and the same. Yes, he is the one who said it's a war crime to have to sleep with the lights on. Motherfucking using the word survivors. Hello, you've made it to your PC. Good morning, Nimothy. Everyone throw cold face cloths at Nim. He's very sick right now. It's that schizo. Can this dude perceive breakfast? Yes, he's not dumb. He's just manipulative. Nim. A little over here, careful to backtrace everyone. He said, disappearing for a bit. It has been an incredibly difficult few days. As more stuff comes out, the more I'm subjected to people picking apart my testimony, discrediting me, lying about me, using my trauma for clout, comments, emails, DMs, a leaked phone number. My family has been harassed, and for what? Because I told you guys what happens to me? Because I told you guys Jimmy hires and protects pedophiles? Actually, we knew that he had hired and protected pedophiles before Jake Weddle came into any of this. That's what we should have been focusing on, not Mr. I can't sleep with the lights on. My mental health is at an all-time low, and it's because of you, idiot! Hateful! And I can't stress this enough! Dumber than dirt. Trolls. Well, I mean, I'm sure your mental health is feeling pretty all right after taking that money from Jimmy. I'm just gonna say, you know, you tried being like, look, he offered me this amount and I only took less than that because I only wanted to cover a little bit. Fuck. I don't care. What happened to me is real. You don't get PTSD over nothing. You weren't there. I was, which makes me more informed. Period. I am the only one who has any authority over this story, and you are either a child or a sweaty edgelord dipshit. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Not unhinged at all. Completely normal. Completely chill. Believe all women. Wait a minute. I mean, I guess Jake Weddle could be a woman. I'm playing a tiny violin. I was just like, sure, dude, you were there. We weren't there, but all we have is a literal just trust me, bro testimony that sounds disingenuous because you keep getting things a little bit different each time you tell it. And then you try to bring in your mom as like a who would this woman lie? She's an angel. When apparently you've coached her on things before to say for you. But Kirsche, he was a prisoner of war, the Geneva Conventions! Kirsche about to start a spiritual successor to Limp Bizkit with the Go Fuck Yourself chorus. Oh my god. Go up to a rape victim and tell them it's their fault next. Oh wait, that's exactly what Jimmy's fans do to the numerous allegations coming up from employees, contestants, you name it. Excuse me, sir. Did you just compare to a rape victim you having to sleep with the lights on? Because nobody is saying that the pedophilia shit didn't happen. No one is supporting Chris Tyson. No one is supporting that other fucking guy I don't remember the name of, who Jimmy knew was a pedophile when he hired him. Nobody is trying to defend those guys. I just... concentrated schizo juice. The lights raped him! Oh, it comes full circle with the whole orange juice raped my father! There were people who supported Tyson. Look, Twitter freaks who want to circle the wagons and be like, they're trans, they can't do anything wrong. Don't count, all right? Those aren't people. The ice cream machine haunts his dreams. Get more Caucasian DNA so you can handle the dairy. I don't know what to tell you. The backdrop on the idiot's post is raping your eyes. Sebastian Anon, thank you for the 5 for the NIM Cold Medicine Fund. Get well soon, bud. This man tied me down to a bed and didn't turn off the lights in the basement. It was torture. Oh my god. Regular uploads, ugly duck workshops, podcast streaming, all picking back up next week. Taking some time to get my mental health back up despite Mr. Beast fans doing their best to... This guy can't even schizo post without promoting himself at the end. This is...
If you
oh my god.
buy a fox and you put the fox in your house, it's gonna do fox things.
Jake Weddle make one fucking statement without giving them a like, follow, and subscribe. You know, fucking, you gotta give me the support here, guys. Like, please, just post one thing without saying that. It might give you a little bit of credit. He's getting his mental up. But before I go, let me spell it out for you real slow so you can have it spoon-fed to you. I also think it's funny that people who are saying that Jake Weddle is not a very believable individual, everyone wants to screech about them defending Mr. Beast, and it's like, look, man, I could think Mr. Beast is a piece of shit, and I could think he's very suspicious for hiring a sex offender, and also not doing as much as he should about Chris Tyson, right? But I could also say, in the middle of that, oh yeah, this Jake Weddle guy doesn't seem to have it all together here. It's good to see the old model. Please tell me that you did not see the article about the urologist sounding hundreds of men against their... What? Mass sounding ninjutsu? I need to read that. You can dislike both. True. And speaking of schizo posting, oh yes, here's a 3-minute, 20-second video of all of his schizo posts since he deleted them. Thanks to whoever Jessica Pizzle is for archiving them. I'm gonna mute this for now because it's probably music that'll get me demonetized. So okay, we're gonna pause this and read each schizo slide as it comes in. We got allegations, faking videos, illegal lotteries, illegal giveaways, sexual assault from multiple employees, covering up all of the sexual assault. If this happened, it's bad. I would not want any sexual assault to be covered up. Hush money, promoting gambling to kids, hiring pedophiles, hiding pedophiles. Jimmy was in the Discord and lied about it. He loved that one poster, did he? Did he love that one poster? Unsafe working conditions, unethical business practices, taking money from deep conservative pockets like Peter Thiel, Feastables, Team C's? Also, what does he mean by deep conservative pockets? I know some of the shit that he said was a little weird, right? Some of the shit that he said was a little weird, but is he actually like some weird fucking super progressive commie guy? Like, this super rich YouTuber needs to give me money? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, this is triggering my brain cells. Oh, the quartering. I can't remember exactly which dog pack video this is from. But the Quartering put out a video that had the beginning of, like, the Content Comp parody Oh god, this must have been from like weeks ago. Whistleblower, Amazon, Tim Pool investigate. That's only a day ago and I've already scrolled. Holy shit, this man pumps out videos. Woke game cancelled. Full Tranifesto leaked. Tim Pool suing Kamala Harris. Sean Strickland. Google Chrome. Mr. Beast trial begins. Mr. Beast freak out going to trial? Is it this one? It might be this one. It might be this one. Yeah. I think it's this one. Let's blow this bitch up.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
I'm hungry. I'll write jokes for food. I wish a philanthropist YouTuber would just give me 10K and not film it.
Why would a YouTube philanthropist give you 10K and not film it? Why would anyone, why would you even say that?
Hey, what the hell happened to you? Mr. Beast, that's what happened to me.
What we do here is go back.
I was gonna be somebody. I was gonna be the Carl should lay down. Carl should lay down. And the worst of the dumpster diving did it made me do. Oh, no.
I feel like back in the Content Cop days, iDubbbz had far more integrity than this man. But I don't know, reading that just triggered my memory bells of that little shwoo-wop. What's over?
Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song.
Thank you, slaves. Do 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 do.
Thank you, slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you, slaves.
Do 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 do.
Slaves, this is your
Nice timing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wild Red 1905. Thank you.
Thank you for the 100 slaves. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. That's just how we roll. Thank you, Wild Red. A Giga Chad, my dude. Thank you. This entry is making you miss the days when iDubbbz wasn't a total loser. True. The mass sounding articles and stream suggestions. Thank you. Need to edit out the false statement about the pyramids. I got some news for you about all the statements in that song. I was taking a sip of my coffee and my lip got stuck in the straw. Slaves are so useful. We should just go back into it. Can't get anything but built cheap these days. No, slaves are bad. She shocked herself. I did. No, it's weird. Oh no. All right, back to this one. That just triggered my brain cells. Philanthropy channel is shady. Where's that money coming from? The guy that runs in. Why is there no info on him? I guess maybe that means the guy that runs it. James Warren is a list of allegations on his own. Didn't Dogpack have to retract that? Didn't he try to like come out and say that like James Warren was like arrested for domestic violence or some shit? And then he had to walk that back like immediately after? Which like sometimes people get things wrong, but if you're gonna be lobbing allegations at people, should maybe look into that before you publish it. This wasn't like a developing story. This was like him digging for information, right? He just left a comment. Video still up. Who just left a comment where? What video still up? Are you saying they didn't do good work? A philanthropy channel may be shady, but is it really shady, baby? Probably not. He published it before his Freedom of Information request came through. Yeah, see, that just seems like negligent, right? It's not like he's fighting other content creators to push this information out, right? It's not like he's trying to get ahead of the curve on people. He could have just waited. You haven't heard about any walkback? I saw it on the Twitters, but I only briefly read it. Gotta get ahead. Jimmy being sexist, racist, playing favorites, creating a boys club, toxic work environment, giving random crazy bonus to everyone who kisses ass, the main cast, Tyler, higher ups, and people I used to call friends. All right, let's just remove the sexist and racist thing here, right? Because like everyone is called sexist and racist in current year, so like I just don't believe you. But second of all, playing favorites and creating a boys club, it's his fucking company, man. It's his fucking company. If he wants to play favorites, he's gonna have a small circle jerk with nobody else really wanting to be a part of it unless they can use him for clout. And creating a boys club, I don't give a fuck how many women Mr. Beast wants to hire, to be fair. Insane Linguist, thank you for the 50 CZK. Little fun fact, the large active open-air slave market currently operates in Libya. Didn't we bomb them? Paying people who go above and beyond more. The horror! Yeah, I know. Giving crazy bonuses to everyone who kisses ass. I don't know what he means by kissing ass here, but yeah. If I have people that enjoy being around me and want to create content with me, and then I have one jackass thinking he's got main character syndrome, I'm probably gonna give the bonuses to the people who aren't a jackass. That's just like how the world works. Apologies to everyone who got molested by ads during the first hour. You didn't run the ads. Oh shit. I didn't even, when did you run the ads even? I would have stopped talking. You know they have nothing of value to say. Who haven't we bombed? That's a good question. His philanthropy is shit. That's an opinion. Makes no impact. Verifiably not true. And is basically money laundering. It could be possible. You know, I could believe that. Don't believe me? Let's investigate. Let's get the police involved, please. Pretty please. Why don't you get the police involved? Don't you know all of this shit? If you have a reason to get the police involved, why don't you start it? Why don't you get the ball rolling? You're the one with the fucking information. What did you mean by this? Don't come out to the public and be like, pretty please, someone else call the police. And like, no, you do it, man. What do you mean by this? Yeah, please do these things for me. I know I'm coming out here and I'm trying to get clout off of talking about how I'm a PTSD modern warfare survivor from the Geneva Convention violations. But I'm not gonna contact the police. I was gonna say we haven't bombed the US, but there's a glass desert in Nevada that proves me wrong. Jimmy is manipulating you. James Warren is a con artist. YouTube is complicit. Everyone is taking the money at the expense of an entire generation of impressionable children. I mean, I'd believe it, yeah. I'd believe that one. Been molested by pre-roll ads. You did not interrupt the stream? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was busy chasing my cat because he had a poop string, so I did not run ads myself. Late to stream, have I talked about the Georgia shooter being an LGBTQ radical activist? Apparently that's fake news. Apparently the Georgia shooter being LGBT is fake news. It was a fake screenshot of a fake Twitter profile that was going around, and people believed it. Why are we reading another schizo journal? We love schizophrenics here. Schizophrenics are yum 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 yum. What else do we got here? Let's say half of that's true. That's enough! Jail! Want to know my opinion? It's all true. And it gets worse. Why don't you call the police? But again, what do I know? I was just there and let go for not going along with it. Yeah, but you did go along with it when you thought you could use him for clout. And you're just coming out now. You went back and you did videos with him multiple times after being let go from your job there. So you were perfectly fine with what was going on when you thought it could help you push along your comedy career. But now that the opposite is what gets you clout, now, you know, schizo babble is best babble. And you don't know anything but the lies you ate up like it was chocolate made by child slaves. He forgot the L in slaves. Made by child saves. Why, yes, child saves organization. I would love to buy some of the chocolate to support your children. Little did I know that those children weren't actually being fed meals and being clothed. They were being sent to the chocolate mines to mine cocoa for my chocolate that I was buying. And that money, it was all going to the owners. And those owners, Russian assets, who are paying content creators to dispense Russian misinformation about US elections. It comes full circle. I can schizo babble with the best of them. The children yearn for the chocolate mines. God, the chocolate blocks in fucking Minecraft, those are satisfying, I will say. Soylent Beast bars is saved children. The real schizophrenic theory is Mr. Beast is paying him to discredit all the allegations. He's already shown that he will go back for money with Mr. Beast. Now that's a true conspiracy theory. And he did admit to taking money from Mr. Beast. Who knows? What are my allegations? Clout chasing? The low IQ, moron, brain dead, fucking stupidity. Jimmy was right. You guys are fucking stupid. Believe survivors. Investigate Beast. Investigate James Warren. And at YouTube, do something now before the mistake of putting him front and center destroys your entire platform. Look, even if in some hypothetical bizarro world, Mr. Beast was passed the torch from Epstein Island and he started an underground child trafficking sex ring and he was peddling children in every country that he went to do philanthropic efforts in, that still would not tank YouTube as a platform. All right? He would probably just get arrested and thrown in jail and then the cameras would suddenly go off and he would just kill himself, right? Like, that's what would happen. Stranger things have happened. This reads like a meth addict psychosis rant. Yeah, it's, you know, I'm not clout chasing. How could you? You're dumb. So Mr. Beast is a super Epstein. That was a hypothetical used in a comedic fashion as a joke. I know Jake Weddle doesn't know what those are, but you know, I'm schizo babbling along with him. YouTube would go, wow, that's crazy, man. And a new super channel would be live by 2 p.m. Yeah, exactly like the fucking Huck Tua girl. They'll just manufacture someone else. Why does it happen every time? Is this the same F-slur clout chaser from before? It is, Azahara. I actually even referenced the clip you made of it. Because I fucking called this, your clip was 3 weeks old. It was like August 18th or some shit. Apparently my IQ isn't high enough to perceive a victim complex. True. True and real.
To be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
Oh, that's crazy, man. Anyway. And if anyone threatens my family, it'll be an awkward reunion between me and my dad, I guess. Oh, that's right. I forgot he said he had daddy issues in one of his videos. Dude just wants anybody else to do the investigation, which is weird, right? Because it's like, if he has all this information, if he's coming out being like, I was a survivor of the Geneva Convention violations, they made me sleep with the lights on, go to the police with your info, dude. If you have good info, go to the fucking police with it. There you go. Get some straw suck action. What an anticlimactic threat. Daddy issues, it all makes sense. Got it? Have I made myself clear? Fuck off and get my name out of your mouth. Did he just morph into fucking Will Smith? What is happening? And listen to what I'm saying before it's your kid that gets taken advantage of next. I feel like I have a higher chance of, like, the public school system trying to trans a child that I hypothetically have than Mr. Beast instilling anything in them. Because I can just make sure they don't watch Mr. Beast. I can't control if I send my child to public school like an irresponsible adult. I can't control what they're pumping into its little soft head. Get my cook's name out of your fucking mouth. It'll be an awkward reunion with my dad. Has the, if you don't stop, I'm gonna tell my big brother energy. True. Why is it being communicated in TikTok short video style though? I don't know. It's on Instagram for some reason, which makes it even weirder that he tagged at YouTube. My dad could beat up your dad. Videos picking back up next week. Ugly Duck Workshop's picking up next. Does that mean that in his schizo rant, he literally shilled his channels twice? Are you, what? Streaming soon, podcast dropping. Just had to put this out there. See you guys next week. Man, My fucking flavor twit longer needs to be referenced every single time one of these clout chasers pops up, dude. It's crazy. Jake Weddle, more like Jake Schildel. I was molested, by the way. Check out my SoundCloud. If I missed an allegation, drop it here. Your favorite allegation. Type something. Is all of his content gonna be Mr. Beast related? What is this? Don't forget the ties to Russian oligarchs too. Oh yes. Silly me. What the fuck? What? Throwing around drugs in the office. Right, thanks, unnamed former employee number 694. You're telling me that I could have gotten free cocaine to do off of hookers' asses and all I had to do was work for Mr. Beast for 3 weeks? What the hell? And clip is 3 weeks old, but it took like a week for you to get off your lazy ass and make it, so you called us about a month ago. I'm fucking cracked, dude. Your favorite allegation? Definitely the Delaware one. Jimmy was mad geeked. Yeah, how about you don't hire people off the sex offender registry? Honestly. True. True and real.
My favorite allegation was the one about the Mr. Beast war crime.
Look, it's cheap labor. What is it? Not being funny, the worst crime. Jimmy will never beat those allegations. Take it on the guy who tried his best and still couldn't make him funny. Mr. Jake Weddle, you also are not funny. What do you mean? I'm a woman, so I'm barely funny, and I can still do better. What the heck? You'd have to ignore a lot of Florida then, and that's just mean. This dude thinks he's funny. He's a comedian, chat. And when we get rid of the illegals, we can just hire the sex offenders to pick fruit and do landscaping. And if they don't pick fruit fast enough, then they can become Elmer's wife. Comedian. It's not an allegation, actually. I just want you to take care of yourself. Wishing the best for you and your family. Mr. Jake says, thank you, I'm trying. And it's hard to not do beast stuff on my channel when the stupidest people on Earth are harassing me 24/7. Don't harass Mr. Jake Weddle. It's not really worth it, man. It's not, like, just don't give him more attention. If you think he is a clout-chasing slut, just don't give him attention. Harassing him is silly. Harassing him is dumb. Don't do that. Break out the whips and chains. Your favorite allegation, it ties to the Mormon church, which also covers up sexual assault. I've heard this going around. Me personally, I haven't seen this, but some people are saying opinions. Why would you even include this in your schizo rambling, man? Russian Mormons. Chocolate being made by child slaves. He doesn't have enough money to pay adults. Ethics. No one would have cared if he didn't advertise slave free and then take the sticker off. Like, the slave labor makes the chocolate taste sweeter, dear Jakey. And also, I mean, how many companies still use slave labor? It's unethical. It's unethical, and you probably shouldn't do it, but a lot of companies do. Heard Mr. Beast is tied with the Majestic 12. It is really fucking weird that he had a slave-free sticker on his chocolate, I will say. Even weirder if he took the slave-free sticker off. It's a bit of a weird look, Mr. Jimmy. That's a bit of a stretch. Did you decide that you didn't want to have slave-free chocolate anymore? Or you're just like, I just can't compete in the Feastables market if I don't use the little child fingers to pick the cocoa beans like everyone else does. That would make you think slaves were an ingredient. True. Now, Mr. Jimmy Beast, when you say slave-free, do you mean that it's labor, or do you mean that there is actual slaves baked into your chocolate recipe? Because, I mean, I've been to a few kebab shops in the UK, and I'm just saying, I'm not against it being an ingredient. Slaves make the Feastables! My slave chocolate. Your favorite allegation, Jimmy fucked a dog. Chat, where are we right now? I'm gonna go out on a limb here. This one is a joke, but anything's possible at this point. Why Why would you do that? I mean, I guess most people already think you're disingenuous enough, so like, who cares at this point, right? Harassing his girlfriend, Maddie. Oh yeah, hey Jimmy, call off Keem! The dog in your last story, oh wait, so does Jimmy fuck dogs, or does he fuck people that you think are dogs? Like, are you saying that Jimmy Beast and Keemstar are in some sort of homosexual relationship? Or like, he's going behind his girlfriend's back, and Keem is going behind his wife's back, and they're just going at it inside the Beast studio? Maybe eating the not slave-free chocolate beforehand? Fish Tank Jimmy is the dog fucker. Oh my god, dude. Call off your child slave subscriber army from people speaking out against you. Mr. Jakey Wakey. You wanted eyes on you from coming out in this story. You wanted to kickstart your comedy career that you could not have before. I got some news for you. Not everyone's gonna like you. And even if they're not defending Mr. Beast, you're gonna have a metric fuck ton of people being assholes to you. If that's something you can't handle, maybe you really aren't built for this kind of thing. I question if I'm built for this kind of thing all the fucking time. What the fuck? I love schizo time. This man needs a padded room. Truly real. Not as bad as others, but just making content creators give his shit products good reviews. Equally serious. I don't know what that comment is, but yeah, if you get paid to give a product a good review, you're kind of a shit. You're kind of a shit. Don't do that. Don't deceive your audience. You're 100% built for this. Secret love child between— oh my god, they did say it! No fucking way. Dear Jimmy Jr., I'm sorry that those men are your fathers. I can't believe my schizo rambling actually showed up like 5 seconds later in this schizo rambling. Oh god, I thought I could schizo battle with the best of them, but apparently I'm just speaking their truth. Oh my god, what the fuck? Can't forget him selling forged versions of his own signature. Yeah, that's a pretty fucking shitty thing to do. I promise this is true. I'll go under oath. I left October 2020. This was happening right before I left. I can attest. They faked the signatures. They got paid extra to fake them. People like Tyler Conklin were making $50K plus for faking signatures. So I thought, if they got money to throw around for crime, maybe I can get a slight raise in my salary. You can't even spell salary! Why would you get a raise when you can't even spell it? For the writing work, nope. Severance, oops, was that T? They faked them. I'm a witness. They got paid extra to fake them. Yeah, faking signatures is wrong. Also, if he had the time, or rather, if he had the money to pay people $50,000 to fake signatures, why didn't he just write them himself? Like, I have signed books by Stephanie Meyer. Do you know what Stephanie Meyer's fucking signature looks like? Hold on a second. Hold on a fucking second. Stephanie Meyer signature. Here we go. Images. Images, dude. Open image in new tab. Oh, that is small as fuck. I'm gonna blow this bitch up. This is what Stephanie Meyer's signature looks like. Are you telling me Mr. Beast couldn't just scribble some dumb shit on the book like a couple hundred times? There ain't no way. Could get that shit done in like an hour, all right? About as good as her writing, yeah. What is that? Yeah, that's her signature. You're so sick of Mr. Beast controversy, you never thought you would yearn for the sounding stories. Oh, don't worry, it gets better. It gets— just buy an auto pen. I don't know, man. Oh, Jesus. I'm pretty sure your 2-year-old nephew can do that. Yeah, exactly. Like, someone's getting paid $50,000 to fake those signatures. That's— Jimmy, please, what is wrong with you? Sorry, guys. Wouldn't have— okay, we read this one. This was on Keemstar's video. This was on Keem— or not video, but Keemstar's Twitter post. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting real schizo, chat. Hold on.
Last thing. This is for fun.
For fun.
One of the nukes. I'm just gonna go ahead and drop it. James Warren. Sex work is work. This should be, legalized and regulated so that, people in those industries don't get hurt, right?
No, because they're going to get hurt. People are going to take advantage of them. I don't think this guy, you just have to look at Hollywood to understand that if you regulated sex work, it literally wouldn't be any different from the pimps on the street.
That's my opinion on that. I have friends in those industries. People I used to go to high school with, and, I stayed in touch with, and they can't text me fast enough. When they say, hey, do you know this guy, James Warren? I was like, yeah, why? Oh, yeah, I've worked with him a few times. He loves to pay us to be around, and then he likes to show us his bank account and show us.
So, how does he just happen to go to high school? Not now, but how did he happen to go to high school with people who now do sex work, who have also happened to hang around a guy that worked with Mr. Beast? This is a very interesting story.
How much money he has. People he paid to be around, for that kind of stuff. Which, again, that's fine, but it's weird and cringe to pay those people to be around and then take out your phone and show them how much money you... Do we have screenshots?
If you're the kind of guy who's buying a sex worker, that's exactly what I expect you to do, actually. I would imagine you just start bragging about how much money you make, and you're like, baby, you're gonna be the most cared for prostitute I've ever fucked on a Saturday night.
Got to prove that? Of course I do. Do I want to endanger the people who sent me those things? No, I do not.
Hold on. Well, we're talking about endangering people. Is that fucking Pickle Rick pillowcase? Is this man laying on a Pickle Rick pillowcase?
Because that's what's difficult about this, is people don't come forward because of you fucking trolls. Everyone is terrified to come forward. Oh, everyone's anonymous. That's because you people are fucking insane.
I think it's just people talking about mostly Jake Weddle being disingenuous. A little bit of Dogpack now. People are going after Dogpack. I don't know how disingenuous Dogpack is. I know some people were like, well, I believe Dogpack until he had Jake Weddle on, because Jake Weddle is the least believable person on the planet. But anyone coming out with, sexual assault allegations, and they can prove, that they were there at the time, I'd be like, oh, I'll take some stock in that. He hired pedophiles after all, right? Right? I'm just not in the believe all women group, because you don't just believe, right? You don't just take someone's word for it. You want, where's the proofs? Where's the receipts? Where's the evidence?
People are anonymous, and that's why he's gotten away with this for so long. It's because of you people who harass people on the internet. That's why
asking for proof is not harassing. If people are actually harassing, they're also bad people. Easy, simple.
This happens, and that's why it continues to happen. So if you don't know what you're fucking talking about, shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'm done. I'll be back when I'm back. This came out 8 months ago. YouTube is shadow banning small creators talking about this. No, they're not. No, they're fucking not. YouTube would rather keep all the money than protect users of the platform. Protect children. Mr. Beast is not just a YouTuber by Nicole Slasky. I don't know who that is. Misogyny, philanthropy, crypto scams, Russian oligarchs, South Africa, U.S. military, Peter Thiel. I don't give a fuck if people who are conservative give money to Mr. Beast. Why would anyone care? It doesn't stop people from talking shit, dude. Jake Weddle said, something just submitted your form contact. In order, N-word, Asian slur, N-word, N-word, and then cock. Message details, first name blurred out, last name blurred out, email, kill yourself, N-word at mailmatch.com. Message, kill yourself, N-word, die, suffer, and get eternally felted. I hope someone kidnaps you and tortures you to death, you weaselly lying little grifter. Suck Jimmy's cock harder. He might give you another 50K. Yeah, there's no reason to send shit like this. There's no... I receive shit like this, pretty... I I wouldn't say regularly, but like maybe once a week or so, you know? maybe once a week. Don't send this shit to people. It makes you look unhinged, and it gives them more, I don't want to say victim status, but it gives them more of a reason to be like, look, people are being assholes to me. Fake. At this point, you wouldn't be surprised if he sent it to himself. I mean, yeah, there's always the chance that he faked it, like some Alyssa Mercante kind of thing. But like, when people provide this kind of receipt, I at least want to give them the benefit of the doubt, because most of the time people don't even provide this. They just say, I'm getting death threats, and then provide nothing, right? You fully believe that this man has multiple personalities, and one of them sent him this. Is he gonna show another one? Mad Lib answers. What? First name, last name, verb, noun, verb, 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 noun, verb, person, noun, something you'd give a friend. Let's go. I think you guys almost got the joke. Yes, this was a real submission. Message details, first name John, last name Smurf. This is the same guy as before, actually. Kill yourself, Smurf, Smurf, suffer and get eternally smurfed. I hope someone kidnaps. Okay. So this is one guy who sent him 2 messages so far. One unhinged internet denizen who should be in a padded room. I don't know what this is.
Holy shit. Oh, did I just get myself demonetized? Oh no, I can't stand for that. We're good.
What? What? Who is this and what are they talking about? I don't know what this is. Guy, what the fuck? Oh, it's a 2000 songs. I was like, why are there fucking wet lips? I don't know what that last part was. That last part was weird. You get the feeling he doesn't either. I don't know what the fuck. It's Nick DeOrio, but you don't know what's going on. I've seen that guy on Twitter, but I have not watched his streams. This guy's a fucking idiot. His editing sucks. He isn't funny. That's just your take. If we go to Jake Weddle's channel. If we go to Jake Weddle's channel, we watched his I Caught Jimmy in a Secret Recording video. We already watched that. Which Shane Gillis special is better? What happened to Dave Oh, is this man about to insult Dave Chappelle? Hold on.
Welcome back to Stand Up Week. I'm going to be quiet in this one as well, because the only time I can film these is late in the evening, and my neighbors through the wall get up early because they have regular people jobs. What's that like? You know how stupid my LinkedIn is? This right here, yapping, is my only marketable skill. That's why rich people don't like me. I'm what they call the opposite of productive. I'm a personality hire. A bad one. But if you liked, loved, or hated my last video, you might like, love, or hate this next one. We're talking about Dave Chappelle. Now look, when we talked about Shane, I gave him his flowers, but I pointed out his controversies.
I had to do it, chat.
Mr.
I had to do it.
Consequences exist. I usually give people a pass if they're trying to be funny. In fact, that's the rule in my stand-up writing workshops on my Patreon. Whoa! Organic plug. Yeah, this Sunday's gonna be the first official...
Whoa! Organic plug? Whoa! We made it 53 seconds before he plugged something. Amazing, honestly. It's not a marketable skill with plosives that bad. Get a pop filter before I reach through the screen and strangle you! Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that he gives leeway for comedic effect. That means I'm not one of the dumb assholes he was talking about, right?
Jake-led workshop, but the chat is always open, and people have been putting joke ideas in there, which makes my heart happy. I make sure that chat and my Not a Gross Discord chat, no one should just...
This man sources joke ideas? Can you imagine if I tried to source joke ideas from you guys? It'd be 5 straight hours of fucking sounding.
A piece of shit. No one should be a bigot. But if someone's trying to make a joke, I'm gonna give a little bit of grace. That's where I come from. Anyway, back to Dave. Dave isn't just like one of the greatest comedians of a generation. He is one of the greatest comics of all time. And that's what makes this so difficult. When I used to think of the greatest comedians of all time, obviously you have your historical, significant, like we have to give these people flowers because without them, comedy today wouldn't exist. And those people are George Carlin and Lenny Bruce. People who used to go to jail for their jokes. Remember when people used to go to jail for those jokes? Comedians are fucking pussies these days. People got mad at me for saying this thing, and now I lost a couple $100,000, even though I still have like $1 gajillion and an expensive mansion. God, I'm so
I feel like it's really ironic to hear him saying that after the video we just watched. I'm just gonna be real.
You can't do comedy anymore. Lenny Bruce was going to jail because he was making fun of religion, because he was saying cuss words, because he was doing jokes about drugs. He was doing what we consider today tame. The police would arrest him for disturbing the peace. So, if you think you're a comic who's getting canceled, go fuck yourself. Dave Chappelle up until his return, and even a few years post-return, was and is one of the greatest comedians of all time. He received the Mark Twain Award, very well deserved. I have Chappelle Show on DVD, swear on my life. You know, Dave Chappelle in the late 80s was just a kid doing stand-up, super, super young, and so by the time he was like 24, 25, 26, I mean, that's when he was like doing Chappelle Show. I might be wrong on the exact ages, but he was like a young guy who had a movie, he did Half-Baked, that wasn't good. Oh, I love Neil Brennan at the Mark Twain Award. Oh, talking about Half-Baked. Oh, Neil Brennan is another comedy legend, and we should talk about Neil Brennan sometime soon too. Chappelle Show had sketches that were insightful about like race relations, you know, I remember I was watching Talking Funny with 3 comics who have been canceled. 2 comics who I just don't think are as good as they used to be. And Chris Rock, he's great. I love Chris Rock. But Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, pertinent about race relations, like the black guy who went to KKK meetings, you know, like that. You would rather watch DSP complain about taxes for an hour than this unfunny dingus. I just want to know what he's gonna say about Dave Chappelle. Because Dave Chappelle is one of the greatest comedians of our time. And I just know that this guy is going to somehow, even though he's been like, Dave Chappelle was and is until his return, best comedian. I was like, all right, what are your issues here with Mr. Chappelle?
I mean, very interesting to Chris Rock. Yep, Jerry, white, middle class to upper middle class upbringing, I'm not sure, I can assume. But he said to Chris Rock about one of his jokes about the difference between black porn and white porn. Stay with me. You know, black porn, you know, the woman always looks caught off guard. You know, maybe she's got like a band-aid, you know? And he's making a joke about, you know, discrepancies between, you know, race and class, you know? But Jerry said, that's the first time I had ever thought about our worlds being different. And that was an earnest comment. Not judging him for ignorance, but that's a brave thing to say if you thought that. And I think Dave used to do that so well. Dave used to have insightful, funny jokes about race and class and the mechanism, you know, how...
I just want to interrupt him here for a second, talking about the difference between white and black porn, saying that the black women look like they're caught off guard. A lot of, like, pain compilations, and, like, when you search for, like, women crying, it's almost always white women. About 80% of the time, it'll be Eastern European Slavic women. The other 20% of the time, it's Asian women. So, if you really want highly questionable, I can't tell if this is really good acting, or if I should call the police, it's going to be Slavic women or Asian women.
Hollywood, the industry. Oh god, I used to be able to, I memorized a bunch of his jokes and I used to just recite them because they're that good. My favorite joke he did, which exemplifies, this is a joke about, okay, this is one of my favorite Dave Chappelle bits, forgive me for doing it from memory. It's a joke about race, it's a joke about class, it's a joke about stereotypes, expectations, and it's so funny. He goes, now I can never call the police to my house. No, my house is too nice. The cops will show up like, he's still here. Open and shut case, Johnson. I've seen this before. Psycho broke in and hung up pictures of his whole family. Disgusting. All right, let's sprinkle some crack on him and get out of here. You know, when did that special come out? Like 2004, you know? That's still funny. Because things don't change. Things don't change, but Dave Chappelle
somehow wasn't funny when he said it, though. You agree with Chappelle that seeing a plantation slave driver getting shot is funny without any further additions? True. True and real. And then after that plantation slave driver gets shot in the face, I can squat in his house. And then it's just mine. He killed that poor joke. Yeah, back then we had all the historically understood black people were what? I can't even parse your sentence. I'm gonna kill myself. Eddie Spaghetti, thank you for the 410. His yapping is painful, unlike tangent-prone VTubers. I'm sure my tangents are sometimes painful. All right, okay. Like when I start talking about my takes on video games. Oh, I have an Alan fucking Wake tab today. Oh, I'd rather listen to Jake Weddle than fucking Alan Wake.
When Dave Chappelle had the biggest blow up out of any comedian, Chappelle Show sold the most DVDs of any TV show, or at least for Comedy Central. Case in point, I have a fucking DVD. His specials were hilarious. He was in Mel Brooks movies at like 19, and even though his acting wasn't that great and Half-Baked wasn't good, his comedy, like his stuff with no filter and it's just his vision, outstanding. The writing's impeccable and the stage presence, you know, at the time was a little more subtle, a little more genuine, and had a little more humility than the Dave we see today. Dave Chappelle was at the height of his career, and because rich white executives wanted him to lean into the race stuff, oh my god, make fun of black people more, people love it. Dave went, whoa, that's not what I was doing. Oh, do people not get it? Oh no. Oh, and so they offered him $65 million for like another season, or at least a couple seasons.
Well, what? Has Chappelle ever said that white executives wanted to pay him to do more racial stuff? I feel like that's not what happened. Then he deported himself. What the heck? You feel like Chappelle was always kind of overrated? I found Chappelle funny. You sure this guy's the reason why his girlfriend says she's a lesbian? JK, what the heck? Half the video and he hasn't gotten to the point. Yeah, he's been saying how much he loves Chappelle before he goes in. He mentioned Talking Funny, which is an HBO special to Seinfeld, Chris Rock, Louis C.K., and Ricky Gervais just talking to each other. That black porn is shot like the woman don't consent. Is Louis C.K. quoting a Chris Rock bit. Interesting. How long does he batch for it? Amaze, how long? I don't know if they were white. This guy's hair really shows off his forehead. Look, I like that hairstyle. I'm not gonna knock his hairstyle. I will say he should probably shave his mustache though. That's a very unfortunate mustache, and I feel like he would look much better without it. You gave up 5 minutes of ranting. Listen to Chappelle around the salt analogy. He lays out why he left. The closest you've heard of that was the one time he made a joke about a producer telling him he can't say the F slur. That was his HR manager. It wasn't even a producer. He went to his HR manager and he was like, now why can I say the N word with impunity, but I can't say the F word? And the HR lady was like, well, David, you're not one of them. I was like, that lives rent-free in my head. HR makes it funnier, yeah. Why do liberal dudes always look like that? What do you mean?
And he gets halfway through filming it, and he goes, nah, fuck this, not my vibe, bad. And he leaves. He goes home. When I say go home, I mean his house. He did also go to Africa. I wasn't trying to do weird shit. And what did the media say? Oh my god, he's crazy. He's on crack for turning down all this money because it didn't fit with his moral outlook. I don't know, man. I tried to learn from the goats.
No, if you turn down money for morals, that means you live as principled as you can. I remember him talking about turning down a fuck ton of money. I just don't remember why he did it. I don't remember why. Still don't get the idea that your skin color lets you say a word or not? Because we live in clown world, unfortunately. Kind of a reverse Austrian painter stash. What the heck? Dave said to that, well, name, I'm not an N-word either. That was the yeah, no, that was the joke, because she was just like, you could say that because you're one of them. And he's just like, what do you mean by this? Clown world hate. The irony that this guy looks up to turning down money for morals. You know, that is kind of funny. Me on my way to HR because my joke was so great they want to hear it too. Dave explains it in his Oprah interview. I mean, I knew before why he turned down the money, but it's been so many years. My brain does not hold on to that information. Dave Chappelle and Conan O'Brien are the few comedians you know who aren't eventually a massive sellout, true and real. Andrew B, thank you for the 14-month member. Chappelle said something similar. He was shocked how people were laughing at the demo and not with them. You're probably not being as eloquent. I don't know what you mean by that. It was a raw deal, that's why he turned it down, even though it was a lot of money. He didn't like feeding the people stealing from him. I don't know what that means.
You know, money doesn't mean good. Popularity doesn't even mean good either. You know, it's just common denominator. You know, it's approachable. Dave thread that line between funny, insightful. There's a reason people talk about Dave Chappelle like he's a myth. And then he disappeared. That's what myths do. But you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Unfortunately,
I feel like that doesn't apply to Chappelle, actually.
Post 2016, 2017 Dave, that's what we have. Let's talk about modern Dave. I think Jim Gaffigan said it best when referring to Dave just doing trans bits, special after special after special. He said, hey man, people call me the Hot Pocket guy. That was one joke on one special. If I did 5 specials in a row, where at least 10 to 15 minutes were dedicated to Hot Pockets every time, I'm not thinking, man, this guy really doesn't like Hot Pockets. As a comic, I'm thinking, do you have other things to say? Just write more. What are you beating this dead horse for, you know?
But if you have an hour to an hour and a half long special and you make 10 minutes of that special about one topic, I'm sure you have other topics that are about 10 minutes long as well. This seems like a very weird thing. Seems like a very weird thing to criticize for. Hot Pocket, hope it's not an Alabama one. And even in one of those specials, Dave brought up his transgender friend who said, I'm just experiencing a human moment. If you have a bunch of videos about Mr. Beast, it's okay. That's true. That's true. You can't make 10 to 15 minute long segments of an hour to an hour and a half long comedy special about trans jokes, but you can make almost every single one of your videos about Mr. Beast. For you, the TLDR of the Oprah interview was that he was told, shut up and put on the dress, black man, and so Chappelle quit. Oh, isn't that what fucking John Cena did? Didn't he put on the dress? Isn't that some like weird Hollywood humiliation ritual? Gaffigan is Screwball and he sold out long ago. I don't remember anything about Gaffigan. This dude is just verbal diarrhea.
I feel like whatever points Dave was trying to make on whatever special where he really went in on trans people are the same points he made constantly, just packaged differently. I didn't think they were good then. I don't think they're good now. I don't think they're worse because now they're trite. I think there's one joke that everybody collectively agrees is the only good joke made about trans people, and only because it wasn't like demonizing their right to existence and calling them.
Isn't this just opinion, right? Like if you don't like the jokes, you don't like the jokes. That doesn't mean they weren't funny to other people. This is just like your opinion, man. Cat Williams talked about the dress stuff. Oh my god, he was on so many Comedy Central roasts Not like as the roastee, but on the panel.
Did he get the question? He said some of these doctors are getting so good you don't even realize, that it's beyond pussy. That's fine, I think Eminem's in some hot water right now for doing a bunch of trans jokes in one of his songs, which at this point, it's just like, it's clickbait.
I like how the only joke that he liked that Dave Chappelle told about trans people is the one that said, trans pussy so good it's beyond pussy. That's the only one you liked.
It's hate bait, Like, oh, I'm gonna get a lot of clicks for going on trans people because they're like the safest group I can make fun of and not get canceled, clearly.
Excuse me? They're the safest group? After they had to have like armed security for Chappelle? After he got attacked on stage? People on YouTube who make trans jokes, God forbid they get a strike and not just completely banned. What world are you fucking living in? Where was he for the past decade, dude?
We almost canceled Dave and he bitched and moaned the whole fucking time. I'm Dave Chappelle. You guys don't know. I'm a genius and y'all are just behind the... No, dude, now you're a boomer. Oh, you hate to see it. But same thing I was talking about in Shane Gillis' special. You get some money, you get some success, you get an ego. Look, Dave is the GOAT and he's self-aware. He knows he's the GOAT. When people give pushback on the GOAT.
You get some success, you get a bit of an ego. You don't say, Mr. Weddle. You don't say.
If he was just a little more self-aware, he'd take those criticisms to heart instead of doubling down. Because when you double down, it makes you look more like an angry boomer. He's also trying to kick low-income housing.
Also very ironic after we just read his schizo rant.
Of his neighborhood because we'll bring down the property value of his house. That's a dick move. Dave actually didn't grow up poor. Had to guess, I'd say upper middle class, but his parents are like professors. Like, they're smart people. Like, Dave comes from a family that read and wrote, so he's a smart guy. But sometimes it doesn't matter how smart you are if you let your ego...
Dave came from a family that read and wrote. I feel like if I said that about a black person, that clip would be all over fucking Twitter calling me a racist far-right piece of shit.
Spicy cat raid.
What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Kirsche can fix this man. I cannot fuck this man back into rationality, chat. that only works on women. Black people in the 1970s didn't know how to read and write. Quoted from Jake. Holy shit, I cannot believe that came out of his mouth, man. Why do all these bread tubers look the same? Helen Razor, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Nut raid on the last Friday. You can stream in America for 6 weeks. Wait, fuck this man. Helen, I hope you have a good fucking time in Japan, my dude. I hope you enjoyed Japan. I wonder what clips of Dave have more views than this dude. Probably all of them.
He'll get in the way, brother. Why do you have to die on this hill? It's tarnished your legacy, and you were so insightful on race and class. So why are you missing the mark so hard on LGBTQ stuff? And again,
because if he's getting attacked every time he tells those kinds of jokes, that makes it even more important for him to keep telling them. If people want to silence him, to censor him, to threaten him and his family with violence if he doesn't stop telling transgender jokes, it's even more important to do so. To go against the censors, to go against cancel culture, to tell you, I'm not going to abide by what you think is a moral sensibility. I am going to make fun of everyone and everything. And when your turn comes up to get made fun of, you're not going to get special treatment. That's not what you wanted, right? You wanted to be treated just like everyone else. And if Chappelle makes fun of everyone, he will eventually get to you. But when people are used to preferential privilege treatment, equality can seem like oppression.
Jokes were funny, I wouldn't give a shit, but he goes into his, let me tell you something, young blood. Like that, like, I'm a genius and let me talk to you guys like I'm giving you wisdom, but the wisdom is bullshit I'd see on Facebook from my grandma. Like, fucking Dave, come on. Maybe I'll make a separate video.
That's how he's delivered his jokes for ages. It doesn't come off as pretentious, it's just the way he talks. What does he mean?
About this, but this is the point I want to make. When comedians get rich, famous, and successful, it's a lot harder for them to be funny. Because comedy comes from struggle. Comedy comes from making observations that everyday people see, because you're an everyday person. Every day.
But you're not allowed to make everyday observations that everyday observational people see in current year. In fact, you have to usually close your eyes and pretend you don't see those things. And that's why comedy is suffocating in current year.
And conservative comedy is often not funny. I think the funniest comic that I like, who is a declared conservative, even though I don't know if he's that into politics, I love Ron White. Ron White's great.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think the same reason why there's not a lot of conservative comics who are funny. There's plenty of conservative comics, but I just don't think they're funny. Is because I think they fall into some of the same pitfalls that super left-wing woke comics fall into, and that's pandering because they're so desperate to prove a point. And at least when left-wing comics do it, God, I think their heart's in a better place. They're just saying, hey, trans people exist. A hot take. But then the Republican counterpart to that is like, no, they fucking don't. And it's like, I find neither of you funny. Can both of you write better jokes, please? Like, a joke should have a point.
What?
At least a good joke should. But the second that point becomes more important than the joke, you lost the plot. It feels like the point Dave was trying to make in his comeback is a dumb point. Like, it's just a dumb point, and he's special after special hammering it home. And I think his wealth and his legacy, his ego, that isn't
his wealth that he actually worked hard for his entire life, that he had to put effort into to amass to take care of his family. You are wanting to become a comedian. And I'm imagining if you want to become a comedian, you're looking at Dave Chappelle as someone like, I aspire to be like that. Right? Maybe not aspire to tell the same kind of jokes. Now, obviously, he's calling him out because he believes that Dave Chappelle has sold out and is telling bad jokes now. But he did look at Chappelle as one of the greatest comedians. So, in theory, if you want to make your career as a comedian, you want to amass wealth like Dave Chappelle did. Are you going to have a problem with your own wealth if you get to Dave Chappelle's size? If you get to his success?
Founded. I'd be really full of myself too if everybody and the mother's uncle told me I was a genius all the time. Nope, you haters keep me grounded, appreciate you. Too grounded, almost. So goddamn grounded. 6 feet grounded, gotta tell you. Dave could have stayed gone, and there would have always been a hole left where one of the greatest comics of all time used to be. But instead he came back, and he filled that hole. And filled that hole with a different comic. 12 years separated from the time he turned down $65 million because he was uncomfortable about the direction his race material was going, pushed by the producers that were funding him, and instead took even more money to shit on a different group. And if you ask me, yes, it tarnishes his legacy. What's more important to me is it really did a number on his comedy. No, what's more important is the effect he's having on trans people, but I'm a comic. You can keep liking Dave Chappelle. I watch his old clips all the time. I reference his old clips all the time. I still think he's one of the greatest comedians of all time. But nuance is dead on the internet, and I'm trying to bring it back. So if you like this video and want to see more videos like it, then please hit like and subscribe. If you want to see me talk about other comics, your favorite special.
Okay, well, I don't need to hear his like minute and a half of shilling. Did I hear about the Matt Walsh DEI comedy tour thing? You saw a poster about it in Philly last weekend? He's on a comedy tour? I know he was coming out with the Am I Racist movie, which I think should be, like, if it didn't already come out, it should be this week, right? Should be this week, right? That one? Yeah. I wanna see that one because I thought that What Is a Woman was a very nice documentary. I thought Lady Ballers was okay, but I will say that I feel like they fell into very, very similar pitfalls. Like in the middle of Lady Ballers, they had an opportunity for a joke, and instead they just rattled off like statistics, and I was like, okay, all right, yeah, you're doing the same preachy thing. All right, okay, I don't need the statistics rattled off at me. Just make me laugh, funny man. What Is a Woman was fun to watch. It was. So I'm hoping that Am I Racist is also fun to watch. Help. Jake at the start of the vid said this is his only productive skill. No wonder he was dumped for being a useless human. Help. No help. How has his legacy been tarnished? You don't get it? I don't get it either. This is basically just, I don't like that Dave Chappelle makes fun of trans people, so I think he fell off, is pretty much what this video was. Hustle Happa, thank you for the 5. He could have saved us all a lot of time by just saying Dave Chappelle is funny when I agree with him and not funny when I do not agree with him. Pretty much. So I was wondering what his like more recent videos were. But it looks like after that Dave Chappelle one, he made a skit about Mr. Beast's accountant. So I guess he's gonna keep going on the Mr. Beast train. And to be fair, Dave Chappelle jokes can get old. I mean, yeah, if you've heard every single one of his specials, I'm sure they're gonna repeat themselves. Bulkur, thank you for the member. What Is a Woman Saved Your Little Sister from Transing Herself? Will always appreciate it. That's actually very nice. I'm glad your sister was saved, dude. Dave Chappelle made fun of the sacred Ubermensch. How awful. Carlin would have caught shit from all the Twitter freaks nowadays. For his old comedy, yeah, I've heard that Carlin eventually cucked out at one point. Save the tomboys. Comedian is funny until he makes fun of my group or my friends. That just reminds me of like back when I was actually dating someone many years ago. I took him to a comedy club because, you know, sometimes I pay for the dates. I took him to a comedy club and I was like, are you all right with me getting front row seats? To explain to you, when you get front row seats at a comedy show, the comic will sometimes pick you and make jokes about you because you're in the front row. And he was like, yeah, that's fine. That sounds fun. And I was like, all right, I'm glad I got your consent to do this. I'm getting us front row seats. So I did that and we went there. lo and behold, the comic, you know, pointed at us, and they were just like, "Oh, you two a cute couple. How did you meet? What do you guys do together?" We talked about video games. And he started making fun of the guy. He was like, "Oh, I see you're kind of muscular, so she probably beats you in the video games, right? She's probably the better gamer, as it were." And so he started making fun of him for, like, you know, just being too bulky to be a good gamer. And then after we got out of the comedy club, he was just like, "I didn't like that. I didn't appreciate that, and I'm upset with you because you got us front row seats, and that's what caused it." And I was like, "But I asked you if it would be okay. What do you mean?" So he was a little bit pissy for the rest of the evening. Gigantic fucking pussy, man! I know! When will bulky men discrimination stop? I don't know, Bagman. Who's the better crime bobs? He was a little bitch. Was that the gay one? Contrary to popular memes, not every man I dated was gay. I wasn't 15 at that time. Lord Foxy, what is your deal with the dudes you pick? I don't know. Maybe they got like Napoleon complexes because I date short kings. I don't know. Why is every dude you date either gay or a pussy? Potato King, thank you for the 5 pounds. I want to be a comedian. Proceeds to not be funny. At least when I'm not funny, you can laugh at me being retarded. Are you straight? Because it sounds like you should be, or you were dating a giant pussy? Jesus. You have a sound alert that literally argues. I know! It's comedic! Is this the same dude that kept listening to his friends? No, it's a different dude. That's a different dude. This was a fucking gym bro. She dates short men. I do. I do. You're not claiming to be a comedian? I mean, on occasion, I might say I'm one. I don't know how much of one I am. Sometimes I make you laugh, I guess. And Kirsche's a lesbian. She dates pussies. Jesus Christ. You'd be laughing with the comedian if he said that to you. What a pussy, right? It's just like, if you don't want to have that risk, just don't get front row seats. But I asked if it was okay. It just said it was okay. So I bought him. Internet comedian. I'm a clown on the internet. I prefer that one. I prefer an internet clown. I guess, what do I get over here? Oh yeah, fucking shitty ass piece of shit. Alan Wake shit, fuck. So there's this little twooter from Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2010 will receive an update on September 10th at 11 a.m. UTC. The update will be to all PC versions, Steam, Epic Game Store, and GOG. This update removes the song Space Oddity from the game due to changes in licensing and replaces it with a new original song by Pastry Alonco, Strange Moons. Alan Wake Remastered 2021 will not be affected by the update. And I think this is another reason why physical media is so important. Because if they can just retroactively, years later, just change and remove parts of a game, even if it's something as small as a song, I take issue with that. I feel like that is not a very good thing to do. And I don't understand how they can cite licensing issues, especially if the remaster is not going to be affected. And obviously people's physical copies are not going to be affected. I feel like this is just really silly. This is really silly. This is why they pulled TV shows from Sony's movie thing. Build those NAS, fellas. How do they keep changing things when you've already bought it? It's a good question. It's a good question. It's the same with like Death Stranding. How like the licensing with Monster ran out, so they changed the monster in the always online versions of the game or whatever, or the ones on PC. It's just like, man, David Bowie didn't want his song associated with this woke shit from beyond the grave. Well, Alan Wake 1 I don't think was woke. I think Alan Wake 1 was a really fucking fun game, even if I was bad at the flashlight mechanic. Matias, thank you for the member. Thank you. How do they change it if you bought it? Updates? Ever notice how often there are patches in games? It's just, I don't think games like this should get things retroactively changed. If you paid for something to be in the game at the time of release, it should just be in the game. GOG Bros, remember to make a backup of your totally legit Alan Wake installer if you want to play the game with the original music in the future. It feels almost hostile. Yeah, it's weird. That's why you always go physical? Huh. Bad with flashing with your mother? What the fuck? The last time you were at a comedy show, you did have front row seats. You're a rotund fella, so of course the comedian picked you. Dude asked you if you got a lot of dates, and you replied, have you ever seen a fat dude eat? I ain't no sloppy joppy. I lick the plate clean, lady. Oh my god. I was just like, yeah, I know how to eat. You can tell. I'm your host, Louis Rossman, and this is another episode of How You're Getting Effed. Pretty much. The only thing worse is Amazon retroactively deleting books sold. Speaking of Amazon retroactively deleting books sold, since this Alan Wake news was very short. The Internet Archive, look at that flashbang, loses court appeal in fight over online lending library. The dispute started in the early days of the pandemic when the organization expanded access to a free online collection of books. I think this is also really silly. My eyes! When libraries across the country temporarily closed in the early days of the pandemic, the Internet Archive, an organization that digitizes and archives materials like web pages and music, had the idea to make its library of scanned books free to read in an online database. The question of that library's legality became a long-running saga that may have finally ended on Wednesday, when an appeals court affirmed that the Internet Archive violated copyright laws by redistributing those books without a licensing agreement. The decision by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit in Manhattan is a victory for the major book publishers that brought the lawsuit in 2020, and could set a precedent over the lawfulness of broader digital archives. Isn't there literally a Minecraft world of a library that has a fuck ton of books in it? Or did that get shut down too? Did that also get shut down? I can't remember. A reminder, left or right, hating Chuck Wendig brings everyone together. I don't even know who Chuck Wendig is. Yes, it was. No, it's still live. Okay, alright. I kind of want access to that Minecraft world. I think that would be really fun to go through, because that library looked fucking enormous. I don't know how to get access to the Minecraft library world, though. Steam should have a rollback feature. Hard agree. Hard agree. The most Redditor white man to ever suffer existence. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 5. Making education free and more accessible by removing access to free books. It's a little weird, honestly. Oh, Wendig kicked it off, but this was always going to happen. The defendant attempted to do what no one had done before, which was to call unauthorized distribution of entire books lending without permission. Said Maria A. Palante, president of the Association of American Publishers, which helped coordinate the industry response. Obviously, we are delighted with the decision, she said. A federal court ruled against the Internet Archive in March 2023, and the archive removed many works from its online library of books. It appealed the decision last September. A final appeal could potentially be taken to the Supreme Court. In a statement, the Internet Archive said it was reviewing the court's opinion and will continue to defend the rights of libraries to own, lend, and preserve books. In its appeal, the nonprofit argued that its free digital library was protected by so-called fair use laws, and that scanning the books was a transformative use of the material done in the public interest. The court firmly rejected that claim. I feel like that was a bad claim. I feel like just scanning the book and doing nothing else with it would not work under like fair use for transformative content. So that was an unfortunate way to try and defend themselves. Doge Insights are fucked. They took our porn. To construe the Internet Archive's use of the works as transformative would significantly narrow, if not entirely eviscerate, copyright owners' exclusive right to prepare derivative works, the decision said. We were to approve Internet Archive's use of the works.
Raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Pickleball! You guys are playing pickleball? Mari_EN! My favorite Finch princess! Welcome! Thank you for the raid! Thank you, welcome! Pickleball!
Are you turning into even more of a lesbian? I only know lesbians who play pickleball. That's not a real sport. My, we are very much overdue for our 17 business day collab, as it were. I gotta take you into the world of crime bobs! What do you mean even more? What do you mean? What do I mean? Mari, the biggest lesbian, exactly. Climb bobs! Ay. Lesbians play pickleball? You thought they didn't like pickles. They only like pickles that aren't attached to men. Oh, but you were in my stream earlier. Welcome back! It's come full circle. Mari said you should play pickleball together. I don't know. I've never kissed a girl before, but maybe I could try. A meat canyon comes to mind. Oh my god. Feminine pickles. They got little doilies on them, as it were. We're talking about the Internet Archive losing access to all their fucking books, unfortunately. It's pretty good. You should try it. I used to play badminton. Badminton's almost as gay as pickleball. That's kind of close. Play with my pickleball. They shouldn't all be one unit, ban the man. Maybe you need to see a doctor. Of course, the only phallic symbol they like is salty. Look, pickles are fucking great. Help. I put pickles in my salad. Literally 1984. The one with the feathery balls. Yeah, the shuttlecocks. Nothing is as bad as pickleball. If your balls are pickled, please shower more. How can you pickle? Well, actually, that's an interesting question. If you need to shower more and your dick gets cheesy, your balls get pickled, that's a disgusting thought. Because those are two very contrasting scents and flavors. You don't like this conversation? I'm sorry, Pickle. I'm sorry about your balls. Why say this out loud? You need vinegar to pickle? Has anyone ever just, like, tried to drown their balls?
Cum, 2 cums, 5 cums,
in vinegar?
10 cums, 15 cums, 20 cums, 25 cums, 30 cums.
Acheron, hey, thank you for giving the Fish Princess Raiders 30 cums. I'm sure they love it. I'm sure they love the 30 cums. Thank you! Thank you, Acheron Hate, for the 30 gift subby. Thank you! The fact that they're really called shuttlecocks will never stop making you slightly amused. You got cheese, you got pickles, all you need is the lettuce and the piss dressing. I guess the piss would be dressing, like the piss and the cum. You could have the vinaigrette and the creamy Italian. The lettuce would probably be like all the dry skin that flakes off because you haven't showered in so long. Why are you making pickle tongue twisters? Why not? Why not? Shut up! Silly woman. Alpha Creative, thank you for the 2 pickles mentioned. Blabs incoming any minute. Speaking of blabs, I did finally answer some of my DMs. And while he had me, Craig shook me hard. I said, give me dates, you strange woman! So I have some dates set up for side scrollers on September 26th and October 17th. They're listed in the Discord as events. Save the date. I'll be going back on side scrollers then. We're get the shaken baby syndrome. Yeah. I'm very hard to get a hold of, so when I respond to people, they're just like, are you available on these dates? Yes or no? Please respond. Please don't take a month to respond again. If Peter Piper really picked a pack of pickled peppers, otherwise the pack of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. I don't know. Maybe he hit him in his bunghole. She's gone rabid. Fox Wranglers engage. Reminds me of the Moonshine animation about me and Bagman collabing. Can't wait to see the Tangent Fox back on side scrollers. I'm excited to be back. It's a fucking fun ass time. And Peter hit them under his foreskin. I don't think you should put pickled pepper inside your foreskin. I feel like that would be a little painful. Need more side scroller appearances, preferably with Razor Fist. I don't know if anyone's gonna be on at the same time as me when I go on, so we'll see. We'll see who's there. Craig answered his emails. I like his new shtick of posting on Twitter, and he's like, I might receive an email soon. I, in fact, have received an email. Makes me giggle. He likes the way the capsaicin makes the tongue, or the long tingle. Oh my god. Pickled pepper in the what? Don't ask. Stuttering Craig had to shake you by the tail to respond. Pretty much everyone does. I am very bad at DMs. I apologize. I don't hate you. I just hate DMs. Smile guy, thank you for the 2. Spoonman collab when? He's been saying a lot of people have been bugging him about it too. Craig actually bought 2 copies of Concord. Oh my god. And now sounding with pickled peppers. Let me finish reading. To construe the Internet Archive's use of the works as transformative would significantly narrow, if not eviscerate, copyright owners' exclusive right to prepare derivative works.
All of the men I like dick!
That is a derivative work.
MJKB92! Thank you for the 5 gift subs! Thank you! Thank you, thank you! Thank you!
She doesn't hate you. She just hates the means of communicating with you. That has nothing to do with you. I just hate the mental capacity it takes to respond to messages. Talking to other humans is terrifying.
I just want to hide under my blankets and roll around like an idiot.
Love coming in with sounding with pickled peppers. Wouldn't be a Kirsche stream without it. Oh my god. We were to approve IA's use of the works. There would be little, or were we to approve, I can read English. There would be little reason for consumers or libraries to pay publishers for content they could access for free on IA's website. The library existed long before the pandemic, utilizing a system it called digital lending, which allowed users to read copies of scanned books one at a time. The Internet Archive threw out the viewing limits during the pandemic. In a petition to publishers to reverse the lower court's decision, the Internet Archive said it had removed over 500,000 books from its public archive. People are worried about book bannings and the defunding of libraries, but I don't know that there's really an awareness of what's going on in the movement towards license-only access to electronic material. I feel like there shouldn't be a movement towards license-only access to electronic material. If I pay for something online, I should be able to access it forever. And I know this isn't the same exact thing, but I'm thinking about like Amazon, where you pay for Amazon Prime and they're like, hey, you get to access Amazon Prime Video. But only some of the videos. These other videos you have to pay for if you want to rent them. And it's just like, I'm already paying for the Proom. What do you mean? What do you mean I have to pay again for this movie? That's what he's saying. People aren't aware of this shift. I hate it. I hate it. Copyright is way too fucking long. This is true. If buying it isn't owning it, then piracy isn't stealing. That's a good way to phrase it, actually. Prime Video is cool until they put ads on it. They keep jacking up the price of, like, ad-free fucking streaming services. It's kind of grotesque. A Grolgar, thank you for the 5. The main question is, are you going back on side-scrollers before or after Dustbin? I mean, I'll be playing it first, because my first reappearance on side-scrollers is the 26th. These are on Thursdays. Libraries are not just a Netflix reseller of books to their patrons, he added. Libraries have always been more than that. Oh, you're right, I did read that wrong. I thought he was saying that, like, I don't know what I thought he was saying, but he is saying that people need to pay more attention to the license-only movement. For some reason, I guess I thought it was, like, saying the opposite. I don't fucking know. My brain kicked in afterwards. You fucking love having to pay for 30 different packages to get access to everything you want to watch? It's really great. I love cable. Tech, thank you for the 5. D&D Dungeon Masters are sad because Kirsche hates them. Poor DMs will never know the love of the Foxu. Who is that? Is D&D Dungeon Masters another podcast? I have not heard of them. What does... Oh, I get your fucking joke. You bitch ass. Oh, God, I do hate the Dungeon Masters. You're correct. I missed your message, which is understandable, so you'll say it one more time. Not even fanfiction is safe. A now-dead author named Anne Rice would sue people if they made fanfiction of her work. How can she sue people if she's dead? Is that like voting when you're dead? Kirsche might break like Savvy did when she played Dustbin. I'm ready for it. I was born in the cringe, molded by it, alright? Oh, when she was alive? Oh, okay. She used to sue people when she was alive. That makes more sense, chat. Libraries are not just a Netflix reseller of books to their patrons, he added. Libraries have always been more than that. Unlike traditional libraries, which pay licensing fees to publishers to make their books available for lending, the Internet Archive acquires copies through donated or purchased books to scan and put online. The nonprofit is also known for the Wayback Machine, a popular database of past web pages. Not just popular, necessary. I wish more people would archive things more often. Miss Palante of the Publishers Association said she hoped the ruling would have implications for artificial intelligence companies that scrape data from book publishers and elsewhere for their products. Hell, potentially undercutting a publisher's so-called derivative rights of what is done with its works. It's not okay to just usurp those derivative rights. And I feel like I'm more on the side of the Internet Archive here. I don't want to lose access to books if a government decides you can't read those. I don't want to lose access to things if they happen to just fall off the face of the earth and nobody knows about them anymore, you know? Do not use Internet Archive to archive. Use other services. They have been known to remove things they do not like. I think that was happening around the Taylor Lorenz case as well. And personally, I use archive.is or Ghost Archive. I think those are both very good services. But I mean, if they aren't working for you, the Wayback Machine is like another option. You're not used to such engaging conversations. You're only used to brain rot. We have brain rot here too. But I'm I guess for the raiders that are still here, if you haven't watched me before, my name's Kirsche. I talk about retarded things. I also talk about current happenings and news. Welcome. I'm like, Kirsche, think of the publishers. They deserve your cash money. I just don't believe you. I just don't believe you. And then Internet Archive here set up a, we want to hear from you. How does yesterday's opinion from the appellate court affect your reading or research? What does it mean to you that 500,000 plus books are no longer available for lending? Please share your story. And this guy said, Orwell warned us about it, but you can't read him now. And the Internet Archive actually said, that's correct! Publishers removed 1984 from our library. That's kind of funny. I didn't even know this, but this other guy here shows a screenshot that says, 95 years after publication, Animal Farm is protected until 2040, and 1984 until 2044. Literally 1984. Kirsche, they are people, not things. Books are thing! The sounding she loves. I don't love sounding. It just, people keep doing it, so I keep having to talk about it. Once people stop erroneously shoving things in their penis, I'll stop talking about it, okay? Alright. No. I would like to move to this article. Hold on a second here. Because I think this is really funny. I thought this was fake at first, but it's not fake apparently. And it's quite funny. So there's this article talking about the US conservative influencers say they are victims of Russian disinformation campaign. Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson addressed allegations that a company they were associated with had been paid to publish videos with messages in favor of Russia. And you see there's a video here, not a video, a picture here of Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson. I've heard the name Benny Johnson, but I never knew that he was literally real life Superman. He's got that Superman build going on, hot damn. Talking, if there's a hole, there's a goal to new heights. And I think the funniest thing about this is if you look at the archive of the website, this is the image they used for Tim Pool. Is that even him? I don't think I've ever seen Tim with a mustache like that. Where did they get this picture? And who is this man? Who is this? Tim Pool if he was Chinese. Tim Pool is half Korean. He reminds us pretty frequently. Tim Pool and Dave Rubin aren't even conservative. Yeah, but they're always called far right by the mainstream media. Not even the same face. Yeah, he looks like more rotund. A little bit more round. Tim Pool if he was born in Seattle. They were just like, oh, this is a vaguely Asian man with a beanie. It's probably Tim Pool. Tim Pool, Afghan doppelganger. That's the Tim Pool we got at home. Yeah, I don't know who this person is, but I was like, wait a minute. This doesn't look accurate. If they can't even get an accurate picture of Tim Pool, I wonder how much of this article is also accurate. Tim wasn't down with the Russian propaganda, so they replaced him. Oh no, they're starting to replace YouTubers with the Hollywood doppelgangers now. You don't play ball, you just get taken out back. behind Area 51. It's hard to find Tim Pool images online. Well, that's just not true. Tim AI Pool, the Tamu Pool. Oh my god. A number of high-profile conservative influencers in the US have said they're victims of an alleged Russian disinformation campaign after the Biden administration accused Moscow of carrying out a sustained campaign to influence the outcome of November's presidential elections. Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson published statements on Wednesday addressing allegations that a U.S. content creation company they were associated with had been provided with nearly $10 million from Russian state media employees to publish videos with messages in favor of Moscow's interests and agenda, including over the war in Ukraine. The Justice Department indictment does not name the company, but describes it as a Tennessee-based content creation firm with 6 commentators and with a website identifying itself as a network of heterodox commentators that focus on Western political and cultural issues. Can someone explain to me what the fuck heterodox is? Because, like, I know what hetero means, and I know what dox means, but I have a feeling heterodox does not relate to either of those. Russiagate 2.0, better, faster, cheaper, pretty much. The opposite of orthodox, outside the mainstream. Wouldn't that be homodox if it was outside the mainstream? Am I crazy right now? Heterodox means contrary to the norm. Oh, never mind. I have brain damage. The dissident right. Yeah, okay, I understand. I understand now. You still don't understand? Hetero meaning different. So outside of the norm, I guess the docs, like someone in chat said, would be like orthodox. So I guess we now have heterodox and homodox. It really brings gay ops to another level, I guess. She ampersands. Homodox is when a journalist leaks your info. God damn, that's true. Oh my god. Gay docs are real. If Kirsche collated all her past dates, it'd be homodox. You're gay doxing right now? I've never seen this word before, so that was very fucking weird. I was like, what the fuck is this? Dox derives from the ancient Greek for way. Okay. I'm just too internet-brained, too terminally online. No. That description exactly matches Tenet Media, an online company that hosts videos made by well-known conservative influencers Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and others. They've been calling Tim Pool conservative for so fucking long, but he is, like, absolutely not. I guess, like, when you call someone conservative, it's just like a smear word now. Like, it has no actual meaning, it's just someone we don't like. Tim Pool's a hippie. He's less of a fence sitter than he used to be. I mean, I guess. Tim, it's complicated Pool, premier conservative, true. The Guardian has contacted Tenet for comment, and the company has not released a statement.
Your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
Not right now, no coming right now.
Or commented on the allegations, or responded to other media organizations' requests for comment, including the New York Times and CBS. Tenet Media's shows in recent months have featured high-profile conservative guests, including Donald Trump's daughter-in-law and RNC co-chair Laura Trump, former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, and Republican U.S. Senate candidate Kari Lake. The company never disclosed to the influencers or to their millions of followers its ties to the Russian state media company RT and the Russian government, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland said. His department described Wednesday's indictment as the most sweeping effort yet to push back against what it says are Russian attempts to spread disinformation ahead of the November presidential election. That's really interesting. That's really interesting that apparently none of the content creators knew about it. I don't know. I feel like if I was getting paid like $400,000 for a couple of videos, I might question why they're paying me that much money for the videos. I'd be like, maybe I should look into some of these things a bit more. That's like in my sponsorship tab right here, all right? If something's too good to be true, it most likely is. And I've talked about before how I don't accept a lot of sponsorships because I feel like if I can ask you guys to do something that takes a little bit of your time, I'd much rather do that than shill a product that I would never buy personally, or a game that would require you to spend money on it in order to meet any of the goals, right? So I have sponsorship offers that I just don't take, and right now I have one for like 47,000, I have 50,000, I have another 48,000, there's one for 22,000. I'm not accepting any of those, because the things that you guys, I would have to ask you to do in order to complete the goals for those are outside of what I would feel acceptable asking you to do. However, one of these sponsorships, and there's zero chance that if I took this, I would be able to get the full amount, because it would require me to ask for things from you guys that I would not feel comfortable doing as far as monetization goes. One of these, $246,000. That's a lot of fucking money. That's sellout money. What, you'd open your booty hole for that much? $246,000 is what I said. You're gonna need to see that cash up front. Oh my god. Jesus, Kier, they want you to harvest our souls? Probably crypto shit. It's not crypto shit, no. It's not crypto shit. 4 videos will pay for your student loans. Jesus Christ. So it's just like, I decline a lot of money every month from games that I would not feel comfortable shilling. Every time Daddy Raid knocks, I'm comfortable shilling for them, man. A Boogie only got 10k for shilling crypto shit. Is it Raid Shadow? No, I'm actually in a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship right now. You can use my special link to download Raid Shadow Legends, and if you get your new account as a new player to level 25, you help me reach my goals. You only have until tomorrow to do it though, so you have to grind like a Korean. 246k to sell out my morals? Yes, mistress, anything for you. It's always amusing when I am called a grifter, when I could be making so much more money than I currently am. Isn't Raid owned by Tencent? Yeah, but it doesn't require you guys to spend anything but time. Isn't Raid one of the bad sponsorships, or did they get their shit together? Raid has always been one of the best sponsorships I've taken. Gee, Foxy, your sponsor lets you have 2 souls. As someone who's followed for years and even been in his call-in show, you're really pissed this happened to Matt Christensen. He's a good guy getting dragged through the shit now. Yeah. I don't know anything about Matt Christensen, but like, if the indictment says that the content creators didn't know, I think it's specifically named Lauren Chen as actually knowing. Tencent owns Plarium, which in itself is an Israeli company. You're getting double spied on, you know? What even are they asking that's so crazy? Over 200k is insane. It must be asking a lot. Typically, when you get these kinds of sponsorships and the payouts are super high, you're gonna get like maybe 2 to 4 grand as like a base payment for just doing it, and then you get more depending on the goals that they ask you to have your audience do. I don't know how much I can say specifically, but a lot of the goals on the higher payout ones require the audience to spend money. So there'll be goals like new accounts who purchase the battle pass, or new accounts who limit break a certain amount of top tier units in the game, or trying to get to a level that is physically impossible within the time frame without spending money. Is it Mr. Beast wanting you to live with the ice cream machine? Plarium has nothing to do with Tencent, so that other person has no idea what they're talking about. I don't know who owns Tencent, or who owns Plarium. I have always been upfront about why I will take Daddy Raid sponsorships. The amount makes it a baited hook. The amount always makes it a baited hook, but it's still worth doing if you can complete the majority of the free goals. So usually if you can complete the majority of the free goals, it's worth doing. If you can't complete the majority of the free goals, it's like, eh. Which reminds me, hey, If you haven't gotten to level 25 in Raid Shadow Legends, we are not quite halfway to 500 level 25 accounts. Need to get some grind on. Need some new players in the Raid Shadow Legends. And Kirsche has more morals and ethics than the entirety of the game's urinalism industry combined. You hear that sound? Hear that nice sound of Raid Shadow Legends leveling up? Dustborn was a Fed-funded game as well, or Feds with an S. You were under the impression that Plarium was owned by a casino company, but you might be mixing them up. I don't know who owns Plarium. I don't really, I guess, care who owns Plarium. All sponsors expect to make some money from the audience, and they intend to pay the sponsored person. Yes, yes, true and real. TLDR, make your audience spend 200k, so we have 200k to pay you. I don't know if that's exactly how it works, and like I'm obviously not going to talk about the ins and outs of my specific raid sponsor, because that would probably be an NDA thing. But speaking on like the other ones that I was just talking about that I haven't accepted, yeah, they can. That's why I haven't accepted them. You already did raid, you can't do it again. I'm sorry, you were once a new player, but yet no more. A casino money bankrolled the development of it. Man, casinos make a lot of money. A Stormborn, they give the £5. Just apply for funding from the US government to make a propaganda game. A cat park, you got 275k. What the hell? What the hell? Konami is just getting back into the gaming a bit. It's more likely to be get us 400,000 and we'll give you back 200,000. I don't know, man. Money. Plarium is owned by an Australian gamba machine company called Aristocrat Leisure Limited. So what the heck was that other person talking about when they were just like 10 cent? Do we know the deal on Dr. D streaming? I am not there yet. I'm on the conservative quote unquote influencers being accused of being Russian assets here. Speaking of, back to the article. Pool, a popular podcaster with more than 2 million followers on X, said, should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims, which would be true, right? If they didn't know, and the Russian government was specifically paying them, they would be victims. But also, if they're not asked to promote or create any specific type of content, does it matter where the money comes from? I guess is a question I have, right? Like, if Tenet wasn't specifically saying, hey, do a video on this, does it matter where the money was coming from if they were just doing their regular content? I guess we'll find out if they were doing their regular content. You think they were asked? Yeah, if they were asked to create specific stuff, that makes it a little fucking weird. Never at any point did anyone other than I have full editorial control of the show, and the content of the show are often apolitical. Johnson, who has 2.7 million followers on X, said he was disturbed by the allegations in today's indictment, which make clear that myself and other influencers were victims in this alleged scheme. Rubin said on X that he knew absolutely nothing about any of the fraudulent activity, and that the allegations showed that I and other commentators were the victims of this scheme. The Justice Department accuses 2 employees of RT, a Russian state media company, of covertly funding the Tennessee-based content company to publish videos in favor of Russia. The Justice Department says the company did not disclose that it was funded by RT, and that neither it nor its founders registered, as required by law, as an agent of a foreign principal. RT ceased operating in the US after major television distributors dropped it following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. RT responded with ridicule to requests for comment from the Reuters news agency. 3 things are certain in life: death, taxes, and RT's interference in the US elections. Garland said, the Justice Department's message is clear. We will have no tolerance for attempts by authoritarian regimes to exploit our democratic systems of government. You know, reading through this, for some reason it just popped into my mind that Ducky tried saying back during the Hogwarts Legacy thing that J.K. Rowling was funding political bills in Texas. And I was like, wouldn't that be illegal if she was? Where's the proof for this? And the links that he put in there didn't have any proof. Putin endorsed Kamala? What the fuck? If Putin endorsed Kamala, and yet somehow the Russian government is paying quote-unquote conservative influencers, I feel like that's a little weird, right? That's a little conflict of interest here. All the CIA does is interfere with elections and send coke to the ghetto. We need to stop them from doing both of those things. No, the certain thing is Russia collusion hoaxes. We've seen this already. True. The nearly 2,000 videos posted by the company have received more than 16 million views on YouTube alone, prosecutors said. The company paid $8.7 million to the production companies of 3 of the online stars it recruited, according to the indictment. $8.7 million to only 3 of the people mentioned? 8.7 million divided by 3 is still several millions each. What the fuck? The commentators, who were not named in the indictment, did not know they were paid by RT, the Justice Department said. In one instance, the indictment said, one of the RT employees asked the company to produce a video that would blame Ukraine on the United States for a mass shooting at a Moscow music venue. The Justice Department said even though Islamic State had claimed responsibility, a company founder responded that one of the commentators is happy to cover it, according to the indictment. And see, this is where it becomes fucked up. If you are literally asking content creators to create propaganda, that's a problem. That's even more of a problem that apparently they're happy to do so. Remember looking at Bridge and how Bridge was saying that content creators are an important part of the ecosystem to draw into creating propaganda? That's interesting. As a part of the indictment, the Biden administration, little Freudian slip there, seized Kremlin-run websites and charged 2 Russian state media employees in its most sweeping effort yet to push back against what it says are Russian attempts to spread disinformation ahead of the November presidential election. The Treasury Department also sanctioned the RT's editor-in-chief, Margarita Simonian, and 9 other employees of the network over a campaign of disinformation around the elections. Simonian is a central figure in Russian government malign influence efforts. There we go. I don't know why that sentence is hard for me to say. Reuters and the Associated Press contribute to this report. Interesting thing to say. And, I have, Andy Nyo said over here, what happened with Tenet Media? Read my new report where I speak with sources with internal knowledge who reveal exclusive and shocking details. What are these exclusive and shocking details? Founders of Tenet Media, Lauren Chen and her husband, were raided by federal investigators as the DOJ announced that 2 Russian state actors were indicted for laundering $10 million to their media company. They've not been charged. Interesting. Yo, wobble baby buggy bumper. Yeah. Go ad free. I no longer trust anyone. Trust no one. Not even yourself. Alright? If elections can be interfered with again, that must mean Trump is pretty much guaranteed. They're pumping out the polls where they say that Trump is like polling at 60 or 70 something and Kamala's at like 30 something. And it's just like, please don't fall into the same trap that happened like back when they were promoting Hillary, right? It's just like, even if the polls show largely in Trump's favor, don't feel like it's okay to sit at home and not attempt to vote because he's winning in the polls. Don't become complacent. Don't think that the polls are accurate. No trust. Just vote anyways. And I get it, like nobody trusts voting either. But still, it's like, what else can you do? Even if shit's all rigged, even if shit's all fucked up, even if they're going to cheat and use armies of the dead to vote, at least you tried to do something, right? At least you tried. As an average person, there's not much else you can do besides vote. You don't care if the polls say you're going out and voting just like you did in 2020? No blackpilling, exactly. No blackpilling, just cast that fucking paper. Only after they were pumping out polls with Harris being like up 2 points, not that they were accurate. Yeah, never trust polls. If there is anything that the past fucking decade should have taught you, don't trust any polls at any time for anything. None of them are accurate. Vote so even if they do rig it, it'll be even more obvious. True, expose them. The dead love to vote in Florida. Shortly after this report was published, Tenet Media announced privately to its staff that it was ceasing operations effective immediately. Interesting. The founders of Tenet Media, the right-wing media startup accused by the US DOJ of illegally taking nearly $10 million from Russian state actors to launder Russian influence, were raided on Wednesday as the indictment was unsealed, according to sources who spoke exclusively with the Post-Millennial. So, hold on, wait a minute. When they say the indictment was unsealed, does that mean that this was indicted possibly quite a while ago? And they just kind of kept it under wraps until right before the election? Am I reading this correctly? They've been working on it for months, most likely. Interesting. A very, very interesting timing. It means it's an election year. The sources, who are not authorized to speak publicly on record, said the authorities confiscated the electronic devices belonging to Tenet Media owners Lauren Chen, also known as Lauren Yu Sum Tam, and her husband, Liam Donovan. I didn't know she changed her name. Around the time the Biden-Harris administration announced the indictment on Wednesday. I don't think the owners had any idea about the investigation, one source said. The raid just came out of nowhere. I also had no idea that Lauren Chen and her husband were, the owners of Tenet Media. I also had no idea about that. Also interesting timing that Tim Pool was suing Kamala's team. Yeah. It feels like a little bit of a retaliatory efforts, possibly. Didn't this drop after the Beanie Men decided to sue Harris? It did. It did. Beanie Men caused a bit too much of a wave, I guess. L Monster, thank you for the 2. Keep that 60%, stay 60% or more. Vote harder. Yeah, vote harder, vote faster.
Boy, fuck along.
You some Tom doesn't really roll off the tongue. Yeah, I guess not. Sources said the couple, who are Canadian nationals living in Tennessee, had recently returned from a trip abroad. Chen, a right-wing YouTuber and social media personality, see, they use like right-wing and conservative and stuff so often that I can never tell if someone actually is. Like, is Lauren Chen right-wing? I don't know anything about her. Bad Beanie Man, you're Russian now. And her husband have not commented publicly.
Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2
She
cars?
is conservative, yes. Okay, she's right of Mao. The company's social media accounts were still posting content just before the indictment was unsealed. Sources tell TPM that Tenet Media staff have been kept entirely in the dark since the indictment's announcement, with the founders not communicating at all with any employees or contractors. Update: on Thursday evening, Donovan wrote a message to staff announcing that Tenet Media was over. As most of you may know by now, there is a federal investigation surrounding Tenet at the moment. There have been no indictments against us or the company. Haven't we been talking about an indictment? Hold on, wait a minute. We have hired legal counsel and are working through the legal issues. We hope to provide more clarity soon. However, it is clear that given the nature of the investigation, we have no choice but to stop all work on Tenet. I do not foresee it coming back. Tenet Media has not issued any public comment except for one post on their X account, apparently unauthorized, that was deleted within a few seconds on Wednesday. The deleted post read, "Fired employee here accessed still. There is evidence we were actually funded by Russia and it's a disgrace. We are traitors to America." Interesting. Interesting. The indictment is specifically against the 2 agents. They were just named as being a part of it. The DOJ alleges that 2 at-large Russian nationals, Konstantin Kalashnikov and Elena Afanaseva, illegally laundered nearly $10 million to Tenet Media to push discord and division in the U.S. in favor of Russian state interests. They also accused of violating FARA, the federal law that requires agents of foreign countries to register their activities. Chen and Donovan were not charged in the indictment, nor was the 6 public-facing talents that created content under contract for Tenet Media. Those content creators include Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Lauren Southern, Matt Christensen, and Taylor Hansen. I only know the first 4 names, and out of those first 4 names, I've only ever watched anything from Tim Pool. 100% the guy who planted evidence is the guy who made the tweet. Fucking probably. Wouldn't it be funny if it was like one of the Russian assets who was laundering the money and then the US government was like, "Look, we know what you're doing, but you know what time it is. And if you roll over, we'll make sure to give you a sweetheart deal." you know, that I wouldn't put it past our fucking glowies to do that shit. Matt Christensen seems like a good dude. You've seen a few of his vids. A PIM tool is a Russian They're not Russian agents, chat. Russian money bad, IPAC money good. Except for Southern, who has not commented publicly, the content creators released statements saying they had full editorial control over their content. The indictment alleges some of them were misled by the 2 Russian defendants and the company's founders about the funding source. That's an interesting banner. Interesting banner. Rubin was allegedly paid $400,000 a month for a weekly That's $100,000 per video. $100,000 per video. That is insane. That is absolutely fucking nuts. Even if I had, like, what did they say? He had 2.7 million followers on X or something. Even if I had that many followers, if someone was like, okay, one video, $100,000, I'd be like, what do you mean? Where are you getting the money to pay me $100,000 per video? Can you explain this to me? How do people make this much money? Along with a $100,000 signing bonus. Oh my god. Oh my. Now I need to know. Right, now I need to know how much I could get paid for a contract, right? Like a streaming contract, right? Like that, I gotta know. Propaganda's a lucrative business, isn't it? I guess so. It's from Raid. I wish Raid Shadow Legends would pay me $100,000.
No red square, no F-u, no F-u.
Especially the kind of content that he was apparently making. It was just like reaction clips from what you've heard. Oh my god. I'll do Asmongold content for $100,000. Load me up with 40-minute videos, okay, alright? Papa Gundam would be jealous. Apparently he needs to hook himself up with some Russian money. There are several jobs out there that just lead people to ask, how do I get paid that much for that little work? Makes you think Beanie Man's a moron. Imagine needing to pay people $100,000 to spread your ideas that are too shitty to stand on their own merit. True! Richard Alpha, thank you for the vibe. Not a single one of their financials ever made any sense. True. Jim Farm, thank you for the $49.99. You're way behind. You read gabapentin warnings. It can have memory issues, if you remember correctly. Your dad, who has chronic pain, started using Relief Factor, which seems to help. Well, thankfully, I don't have that issue. Sorry to hear that, you said your dad started using Relief Factor, so if he was using gabapentin, that sucks. I'm sorry. Do the Asmon content, it'll get the roaches. Is that how I attract him and his fly swatter? Whoa, thank you for the 5. Ah! You're sorry you won't play Rady Shady, but you will buy Gamer Subs 10% off with code Kirsche and try so many new flavors with all the discounts. Whoa! Actually, the 10% off is not active right now. If you use code Kirsche, you get free shipping until September. I don't remember, but you get free shipping for like 6 days or something. The code is free shipping right now. I'm bad at remembering things that are number oriented or name oriented or anything at all, actually. Damn, you should get on the right-wing grift train. I feel like you'd make more money if you hopped on the left-wing grift train, right? Like, just imagine all the government funding you could get if you were making something like Dustborn, dude. Quest Forest, they give the 25 run. So what are the videos about? Do we know, or do we only get that it's misinformation? Well, it said that the channel had like 2,000 videos. I have no idea what any of them were like. It's true, you saved like 20 bucks with the free shipping just now. Hell yeah. You refuse to get Gamer Subs until Kirsche gets her own sub. It'll be before the end of the year, but I don't have a solid date for you yet. We're waiting on some artwork. I wanted a different artwork for some of the stuff we're doing, so it's you can blame me for the delay. I want to give my beautiful babies the best quality I can, which that's also why I don't have my own merch shop set up yet. I am very anal retentive. If I wouldn't buy it, I wouldn't want to sell it to you. You wonder how much money they get from grants and investors versus what they lose making shovelware. True. Usually blame Kirsche for stuff randomly. What do you mean? Give a teaser? I legally cannot give a teaser. When I'm allowed to, I will.
No.
Poole was allegedly also paid $400,000 per month for a weekly video. This is crazy, man. That's great. Maybe I just don't understand like the level of money that content creators at that size get. Because what, Tim Pool gets like 20,000 live viewers on average. I've seen that he's gotten like over 100,000 before, but like as an average, it's like what, 20 to 30, maybe more. Am I lowballing him? Maybe I just don't understand like the amount of money you get paid at that fucking size, right? Pulling Gura numbers. Tim gets a ton of money. Oh, I mean, I'm sure he gets a ton of money from all his different sources. I'm just thinking about specifically the videos. He gets a lot of troll viewers. Tim totally thinks he's worth 100,000 per show. Well, you think about like how much didn't fucking Dylan Mulvaney ask for a stupid fucking amount to be a speaker as well? Like I can't remember how much he got, but he was like asked to speak at some college thing and they gave him like tens of thousands. And his only claim to fame is pretending to be a woman for likes on TikTok. You just watched Lauren Chen's interview with Callum, formerly of Lotus Eaters. You can't find it anymore? Wait, what? You can't find it anymore? You really doubt that Tim Pool gets that much? It was like 40K an appearance. Yeah, it was like absolutely ridiculous. I think Tim thinks his audience is worth a lot. Well, it's like, I'm coming from the perspective of, I know how much money I've gotten at like the different points in my streaming career, but obviously I'm not like swimming 20 to 40,000 CCV deep like Tim or Asmongold. And again, obviously these people at this size have way more avenues of income than just their stream. But when you partner with other companies and they want you to promote things on your platform, they're looking at like your hours watched and your CCV. And so it's possible that like, to me, this $400,000 a month sounds fucking ridiculous. $100,000 per video sounds fucking ridiculous. But like, maybe I just don't understand, like, when you're that size, like, this could be normal, right? I'm sure when Asmongold covers this, if he gets to this part, he would be able to drop, like, actual insight on what a creator that size actually makes. Tim was also spending that money to build things up as well. He was trying to get a skate park, so man was spending the money back into his area. Yeah, he was propping up his city. You'd struggle rejecting those kinds of offers, though. So I'm not saying they should have rejected them, right? These people had no idea. They had no idea it was, like, Russian government money. But it's just, like, if they saw nothing wrong with it and it was an offer, like, why not take it, right? No way in hell Asmund would admit how much he gets. I mean, he's not going to tell you, like, his entire fucking financial backstory. But when he reads this, he can... His response of being like, oh, yeah, that checks out, or, okay, something's fishy here, right, that would make sense. Because he's somebody who's been at that level of a content creator, so he would know exactly if this is actually fishy or not. To me, it seems fishy, but I could just not know, because I haven't been that size. Help! It's a bad look, though. I wouldn't even say it's a bad look, right? Because it's like, what were they supposed to have done? This isn't something like, help, Jesus Christ. This isn't something like established titles. Oh god, it keeps happening. Where the content creators should have done more looking into who they were partnering with. This was like a media company that they probably looked into who owned the media company and couldn't find anything really suspicious of it. Right? So it's just like nobody knew where the money was coming from. And sometimes these things are difficult to find. What is a bad look? Everyone gets paid. On the money, many people will sell out 100%. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there are some people who, even if they knew it was Russian government funding, would have taken the money. But if the official indictment says these content creators did not know about it, I will believe the official indictment unless any of them come out and say, yeah, I knew this was happening and I didn't care, which I don't think any of them would. Maybe they trusted the people in charge to look into things for them. You don't know for sure. I mean, yeah. It's not a bad look. It's guilt through association at most, like a senator getting donations from an interest group because the group agrees with them, not because the senator's selling out. The revelation about the raid runs counter to online speculation that the founders had been cooperating with federal investigators for months and were anticipating charges. Sources with knowledge said that, until recently, the founders pursued new content creators to grow the company's reach. Tyler Hansen, a field reporter for Tenet Media, has so far been the only content creator to publicly release a statement that does not lay immediate blame on his bosses. "I'm going to reserve judgment until I know the details," Hansen told TPN. He says the couple has been supportive of him and his colleagues in pursuing their work free from editorial interference. Isn't that what Tim said as well? Didn't Tim say he had full editorial control? The DOJ alleges that the two indicted Russian nationals work for RT, a Russian state propaganda media company, to gain access to a large American influence through the influencers that were contracted to provide content for distribution by Tenet Media. RT America ended its broadcasting in the US after television distributors dropped the network following the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. RT is also banned in the UK and EU. The Biden-Harris administration also announced on Wednesday that it had seized 32 internet domains that were alleged to be acting on behalf of Russia to foster division and influence the coming presidential election. Now, I'm willing to believe that RT is funded by the Russian government and that it is Russian government propaganda. Are NPR and CNN banned in other countries? That's a question I have, especially on NPR. From what you heard, not sure if it was the Quarteringer Luke Chen and her husband were telling people it was a rich family member that was back in their company. What? Thank you for the 100 biddies. A Fernando Zero. NPR should be banned in this country. True and real. Not an FBI. Thank you for the 5. Have I seen Asmongold cover the new Dr. Disrespect where he claims, taken out of context with jokes, no one underage was involved. Twitch looks worse now. I haven't watched it. I heard a little bit about it because my mods caught it. I was taking a nap after my doctor's appointment. Florin Chen and Co. were working for Russia to spread division. They did a very bad job of it. What with simply supporting Trump and conservatives, unless the feds are officially claiming that is divisive. I don't know. It's really suspicious timing, though. Let's be honest about that. RT America ended its broadcasting in the U.S. after television distributors dropped the network following the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. RT is also banned in the UK and the EU. Biden-Harris administration also announced on Wednesday that it had... Did I read this already? Is my brain actually just falling into a puddle of soup, chat? Chen was an official contributor to RT between 2021 and 22. The DOJ alleges that Chen and her husband invoiced a shell entity financed by Russia for over $760,000 to pay themselves. The other content creators were allegedly collectively paid over $9.3 million in a span of only 10 months. That is like crazy fucking numbers to me, dude. 9.3 million in 10 months. That is insane. $1 million a month, that's crazy. That's also crazy that she used to be a contributor to RT. That's also a little interesting. The indictment alleges that by June 2024, the two Russian handlers were given full authorization to post content directly on US Company One's platform, bypassing US Company One's employees altogether. On Thursday, Semaphore reported that Chen had been fired as a contributor to Blaze Media, where she had contributed videos for years. With over 1 million followers combined between YouTube and X, Chen was also an influencer and contributor to conservative activist group TP USA. I remember Turning Point USA. I don't remember anything about them, I just remember the name. On Thursday, TP USA removed Chen's contributor profile page from their website, but otherwise has not commented publicly. By Thursday evening, Chen and Tenet Media's YouTube accounts were deactivated. That's going a little far. Chen and Donovan were reached for comment. Do they mean we're not reached? Because it doesn't seem like they put anything here. So I can agree. I can agree with places like The Blaze and TP USA removing Chen for being a contributor, right? Because if she is written in an indictment for perpetuating Russian propaganda, it makes sense to...
I didn't even notice you penis!
It makes sense to remove her as a news contributor. What doesn't make sense is having her YouTube account deactivated.
Nim.
I don't think that one makes sense. Conservative equals Russian asset now. Very sus. I think, right, her YouTube account should have been kept no matter what. But it makes sense that news organizations, even off of just like an indictment without having any sort of conclusion, it makes sense that they're just like, look, you're being indicted for this. We don't know how true it is, but it would be harmful to keep someone being indicted for Russian propaganda on our news websites. Right? Like that makes sense to me. You're now wondering if YouTube did the nuking or if they shut it down preemptively? That's a good question. The suspicion is the Chinese spy in the New York governor's office was forwarding Chinese interest in New York. I swear this story is just made to squash that story. I haven't heard that one, so maybe. Chen might be as much of a victim as the rest. It's possible, right? Like, it's possible the indictment doesn't actually find that she did anything wrong. But as a news organization, if I want to keep any credibility, I cannot keep an employee that is being indicted for propaganda charges, right? Like that wouldn't make any sense. I should tell you that AJW put out that story a while. I don't know what you mean. You know, pushing someone for an accusation before anything has been proven never sits right with you. I don't like that either, right? But in this case, when you are a news person and you have been making propaganda, being paid by a country to push propaganda, it makes sense that other news sites would be like, we can't have you. You are a liability, right? You lose credibility if you fire based on an accusation. Normally, I would agree, right? I would agree. You feel like if there's no chance of this being true, the rest of the organizations would not have dropped them. I don't know. I feel like in 99% of cases, you absolutely should not fire based on an accusation. But in this specific case, where it's a news person who was pushing government-backed propaganda, it makes sense for other news organizations to say, we can't have you reporting for us based on what these allegations are, right? It's extrajudicial punishment that sets the precedent that the government can get rid of opposition simply by investigating. It could be, but I would not believe anything coming out of the Blaze or anything coming out of TPUSA if they kept Chen employed. And if they kept Chen employed, it would also fall back to, well, how much Russian government money are these companies taking if they're fine having a Russian propagandist working for them, right? Chen left the Blaze a long time ago, as far as you know. Well, obviously not, because they just fired her as a contributor, so... It's a difficult scenario, I agree. Why would YouTube want to be associated with an alleged Russian propagandist? Again, I think terminating the YouTube channel was wrong. I think regardless of what kind of propaganda you are pushing, you should be able to have a YouTube account. It should be up to the people watching to be able to tell whether they're watching propaganda or not. And plus, if you're a propaganda channel, we've already had the COVID flags on everything, right? There could also always be a flag of like, oh, this person is being indicted for Russian propaganda. But that is also a slippery slope, right? Because we've seen people trying to be indicted for Russian propaganda before, and it was a load of fucking bullshit, right? Aren't Middle East terrorist organizations still on YouTube? Yes. Yes, they are. M-Bone, thank you for the 5. Well, we know YouTube, just like Facebook, enforces their TOS unevenly. It sounds like more of the same. Unfortunately, yeah, it does. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 2. Hit Control F and see how many allegedly were used. Control F, allegedly. 3? Only 3 times. That's actually not a lot. Libmods call everything Russian propaganda. A tag would be a bad idea. Yeah, I could see that being a bad idea. I could see that being a bad idea. But regardless, I still don't think that her YouTube account should have been deactivated. I think that is definitely a step too far. You want to hear the propaganda, you just want to know where it comes from. True. How much Western/American propaganda has been pushed and promoted by all the companies. Also very true. Also very true. Protein overdue. I eated the egg because I had a doctor's appointment today, so I eated it before stream. Now hit Control F and see how many times they said conservative. I think it was only once. Yeah, only once. They only said it once. Only said conservative once. 3 too many. YouTube is full of Chinese propaganda and they do nothing about it. Chinese propaganda is buying all your real estate as well. No. I also have, Sargon over here said, this is a crazy amount of money for such a small amount of work. If someone gives you an offer like this, you should definitely assume there's something underhanded going on, in my opinion. And he brings up the allegedly paid $400,000 a month for weekly video. Poole was also paid $400,000 a month. DOJ alleges that Chen and her husband invoiced a shell entity for the $760,000, and then $9.3 million in a span of only 10 months for the other content creators. And Sargon is someone who is also a massive content creator. I don't know if he ever got to, like, Tim Pool levels of, like, concurrent viewer count, right? But it does seem a little suspicious. If I looked into that company and I couldn't find any, like, weird ties to ownership, yeah, I'd probably fucking take it too, right? Like, if I can't find anything weird about where the money's coming from, how am I supposed to know? And again, in the indictment, all of the content creators are basically, exonerated. They're just like, none of the content creators knew about this. You'd never accept a big donation. It reeks of drug money. I don't know, just give me the drugs, right? He never got to 1 million subs because they throttled him. Don't know about CCV. At this point, you wish YouTube and so on would just host everything as long as it's not extremely illegal. Yeah, same. I think that, especially since they host, like, ISIS stuff on YouTube, pretty much anything should be okay. Pretty much anything. I actually have to make a tweet later, because one of my clip videos that that Stray Wolf worked on, that's going to be coming out, got demonetized for inappropriate sexual content, and boy was it not inappropriate, and boy was it also not sexual content. And I think it's really funny. I think it's really funny. So all of these channels, right? Like Amaranth's channel has been taken down. All of these ASMR channels have been taken down. They are cracking down incredibly hard. And again, YouTube hosts some pretty crazy shit, like naked yoga, like ISIS propaganda. YouTube is like a wild, wild west place. And as much as I say, I don't think Twitch is the place for cam whores, they've kind of always been on YouTube, right? I don't think these ASMR channels should get taken down. I don't think Amaranth's channel should get taken down. I don't like the content they make. I don't watch their content. But they have every right to do so on YouTube. And the fact that they're all getting taken down is crazy. And the fact that when I tweet this out later, when I remember to tweet this out later, when you see what I got demonetized for, YouTube is cracking down on things far more than just sexual content. They're claiming things that aren't actually sexual are, just so they can keep restricting people. They didn't just take down her channel, they also banned her non-streaming personal account. What the fuck? Especially for old stuff that used to be okay. You should never be applying rules retroactively like that. Absolutely ever. YouTube hate. Facebook allowed censoring factually correct information just to please Biden's DOJ. Yeah, we went over that. I don't remember which stream, but we went over that on a stream previously. Whole thing is stupid, and the only thing that makes this a crime is that they didn't go through the bureaucratic step of registration as a foreign agent. I don't like the idea of foreign countries paying content creators, even if the content creators didn't know, in order to push, like, propaganda from the different country. I can't blame the content creators, because, like, they didn't know, right? It's not their fault. But I can certainly be like, I don't think that should happen, right? Also, chat, I wasn't going to get protein, and I'm still not going to get protein, but my bladder just started screaming, and since it is the time for the ritual sacrifice, I cannot hold my pee as long. So I'm going to need to go pee! I'm going to need to go pee, I'm sorry! I have to pee! I have to pee. It's pee time! So you guys should stretch your legs, get some more drinks, also go pee. I'm going to put on my intermission screen. Oh god, I don't think Nim is here, and I don't remember. Hold on, I gotta pull up my, I gotta pull up my my slideshow, because my PC shut off at some point, and then, like, it wasn't working correctly, and then I had to, like, restart it a couple of times. Just give me a second. I'll take care of you babies, don't worry about it. It should be in here.
No mods in the chat, if we're lucky.
This one. This is what I want, and I want to slideshow this bitch. Open.
open this one. This one. This one. Oogie! Oogie! Let me make sure it's working before I leave you. Let me make sure it works. Oh, is it working? Oh my god, it works! Alright, I'm gonna pee. I'm not gonna pee on myself. But I'll BRB a few minutes. It's gonna take me a hot minute to pee, because again, ritual sacrifice, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a woman! I'll BRB in a couple of minutes, chat. Please enjoy slideshow. Please, please. BRB. Thank you for sitting through ads. If you are not subbed to me, I only play ads when I'm AFK. Apologies, it allows us to disable pre-rolls for non-subbies coming into the chat on Twitch. So thank you for sitting through them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, chat. Thank you for holding on to your seats. I am back. Thank you for not abandoning me, cause I need to pee. I must do the body things. What's going on with my bongo hold music? It's warbling as though distorted. Was it? Was it being all distorted? The painted Kirsche and red ribbon was crazy. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Twitch stream died and resurrected. Oh shit, we hard F'd when you went AFK, by the way. Oh no. Oh no, that explains why half of the people left me. Oh no. Did YouTube stream die? No ads played? They played on my end. It said my pre-rolls are disabled. YouTube survived? Hell yeah. I'm sorry, Twitch ladies. Sorry it died. The BGM is sounding off too. This one is sounding off too? Check your YouTube stream. It might be dead. I don't know. It seems like the chat's fine. Mod said it wasn't dead. Ads killed the stream. Excuse me? What was that? Yowie during intermission? What Yowie? What? YouTube's fine. Only Twitch was affected? That's so weird. BGM been that way for a while? You thought it was on purpose? Is it? Is it fucked up? Is my BGM fucked up? Speaking of sounding off, the sounding article. YouTube stream fine. You're on YouTube. Here, no audio issues. Okay, all right. Good on YouTube. I'm glad you guys are good on YouTube. Oh, hop on predecessor. Yeah, I mean that's how you hop on a MOBA, right? You just gotta be gay. Can't believe Kirsche fucking exploded. YouTube's good. BGM and video is fine. Okay, all right. Pretty sure the warbly BGM is the Twitch latency thing that makes it wonky. Fuck you, Twitch! You bitches! Maybe resetting the BGM will help people on Twitch. Maybe that'll help. A foxy lady, please wear a hat. I don't have a hat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't have a hat. I just have halo. I wasn't done specifically talking about Russian disinformation stuff. I'm not exactly sure what this is, because I was linked this at the last minute. The pineapple halo. There's no pineapple on it, but I do love pineapple. You have Carmen Miranda hat. A what? Reminder that the recommended experience is watching with YouTube's player, but chatting in Twitch. True! Halos are angel hats. Aw, that's cute. That's cute. Red square, go away. Do not come again another day. Did the doctor visit go well? It went. I'm alive. What about the booty hunter hat? That's a different model. That's a different model. But I have a Glenn Greenwald video. You're talking about a minuscule amount of money in the context of what is spent on our elections, let alone what the US spends to influence the internal politics of other countries, including Russia. The DOJ's indictment alleging Russian interference in the election claims Russian state media deployed about $10 million to secretly fund a US-based content creation company. If the allegations are true, it is worth asking, how does $10 million compare to the billions of dollars spent within the US on presidential campaigns? I mean, I guess that's a good question, but also, I don't like when our politicians lie and use propaganda to influence our own elections, but I feel like it's slightly worse when other countries do it, right? You know? Are you, though? I think I'm alive. I need a Carmen Sandiego hat. This was auto-playing in the background. Let's turn off my BGM. Let's Red square, go away, you dumb bitch. Anthony, thank you for the member. Thank you. You don't trust a single word from the DOJ until there's a full audit of all the shady stuff they've tried doing to Trump and conservatives. True and real. BLX Smith, thank you for the 2-month member. Thank you. Glenn Greenwald is just doing a classic whataboutism. I'll hear what he has to say.
Here you see on the screen the indictment from, actually this is the press release from the Justice Department. Now just remember, we're talking here about the Biden Justice Department indicting the Russians 2 months before an election based on the obvious narrative that the Russians are interfering in our sacred democracy in order once again to elect Donald Trump. It is a complete politicization and abuse of the justice system in the most flagrant ways possible. The headline reads, quote, 2 RT employees are indicted for covertly funding and directing U.S. companies that publish thousands of videos in furtherance of Russian interests. Quote, an indictment charging Russian nationals Konstantin Kalashnikov, 31, also known as Kostya, and Elena Avansevia, 27, also known as Lena, with conspiracy to violate the Foreign Agents Restrictions Act and conspiracy to commit money laundering was unsealed today in a New York court. They're both at large.
I like this. This could also just be, right? Like maybe, again, the DOJ, right, has claimed that Russian interference shit before. It could just be a way to interfere in our own election. I mean, like, the Russians are trying to support the conservative narrative, even though apparently you guys said Putin endorsed Kamala for some reason. It could just be that they're making shit up, and then, you know, 5 years later, they'll be like, oops. We made an oopsie. Kind of like with the Hunter Biden laptop story. Yeah, the laptop story again.
Justice Department has charged the 2 employees of RT, a Russian state-controlled media, in a $10 million scheme to create and distribute content to U.S. audiences with hidden Russian government messaging, said Attorney General Merrick Garland. Quote, the Justice Department will not tolerate attempts by an authoritarian regime to exploit our country's free exchange of ideas in order to covertly fund its own propaganda efforts, and our investigation today into this matter remains ongoing. Now,
both Tim Pool and Dave Rubin said that they had full control over the videos they posted, which means in their cases, right, they were just getting paid a crazy amount to do their regular content without any sort of input. Glenn Greenwald is still gay and a leftist. What?
Just to give you a little bit of context, again, let's assume everything in the indictment is true, even though it's just a series of government unproven assertions.
Correct.
That a
That's
grand
how I was
jury
treating
accepted, because as the old saying goes, a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich because there's no defendant there to contest anything. They only hear the prosecutor's version of events.
True.
So let's assume that everything is true, that basically the crux of the allegation that the media predictably is trumpeting all over the place is that RT spent roughly $10 million in order to pay for the placement of videos that do things like question the war in Ukraine, that criticize U.S. Foreign policy. And the argument is that it was done with disguise. In other words,
Hold on, I can get paid by Russia to criticize the U.S. foreign policy? Where's my Russia money? I do that all the time.
They pretended that it was an American company that was actually offering this money, entering into a contract, when in fact it was the Russians behind it, and that was concealed. $10 million, put that into context, $10 million. In August alone, the Kamala Harris campaign, in 1 month, raised $230 million. The Trump campaign, just this month, raised $180 million.
Holy.
Presidential campaigns of the major parties now spend close to $1 billion in total. $1 billion just on paid advertising. Then you add all the free media propaganda that comes from CNN and MSNBC,
Hey,
Fox
we mentioned
News,
those.
the New York Times, from the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and then add on to that the entire independent media. You're talking about billions and billions of dollars of messaging about the presidential candidates, the presidential campaign, over this course of many, many months, usually about a year and a half. That was one of the things that always made Russiagate such a joke to me from the start, was that even if it were true, aside from the fact that the U.S. does all of this and much, much more, but even if it were true, the idea that a few fake Russian accounts on Facebook with a couple of hundred followers and dozens of Russian bots with no followers on Twitter somehow was sufficient to sway the election in favor of Donald Trump, given the massive amounts of establishment money that are poured into this race to determine the outcome
A little
of this
bit
election.
of a crazy theory.
It's just, it is laughable on its face. This is all designed to create that same narrative. Now here,
This fucking piece of shit! Not Glenn Greenwald, but Cheemsball. When I got up to go to the bathroom, a whole bunch of stuff had been knocked off of my bathroom counter, which means Cheem's ball got up there. And this bitch Gravy, she was asleep in the top of the cat tower, but she was entwined in a pair of my clean underwear. And then I looked at the couch and I noticed a bunch of my clean underwear had been knocked and unfolded onto the floor. Why would she do this? Why would she pick up my clean undies and bring them to the top of the cat tower and then entwine herself in them to sleep in them? Why would she do this? Why are they both like this? Wanted to give you the Niana experience. Gravy about to become Gravy. I mean, I took my panties back from her. 'Cause they're mine. I don't care how comfortable she is. Don't sleep in those. A pussy knows where to go. Oh my god. Cats like clean things. I have to make sure that when I dump out my clean laundry on my couch before I fold it, that I take away the dryer sheets. Because if I leave the dryer sheets there, all 3 of my cats will dig through the pile of laundry to get to the dryer sheet. And then just rub all over it. I don't know why cats love dryer sheet, but I assume it's not good for them. Your cat used to sleep on your dirty socks? Oh my god. I'm sure if I have socks on today, maybe I can take off the socks before bed and see if the cats will play with them. You still use dryer sheets and not the dryer ball? Look, I like dryer sheets, okay? I'm a bit of a boomer. Fresh cats, that's why. Your cat likes empty laundry baskets and you call it gay baby jail. It does look like gay baby jail. Who the fuck uses dryers? I do, bitch! I like dryer sheets! Get married and have babies. Don't become a crazy cat lady. I'm trying, kind of. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. Your favorite Russian propagandist. I can't read that, so I just made retard noises. DRT is king, thank you for the 5. The Russians just want to throw a monkey wrench because chaos is the desired result. Russians are getting what they paid for. I mean, maybe. Dryer sheets get warmer than other things in the dryer, but I like dryer sheet. I like dryer sheet. Dryer? I barely know her, this fucking guy. Bailey, you use dryer sheets? Thank you. At least there's other boomers in chat for me to be with, you know? Your mom's cat liked to stick his head in your shoes when you lived with her? Oh my god. If my pair of sneakers that I've had since sophomore year in high school, all of the cats like to stick their heads in and then just like roll around with it. So like they'll put their head in the shoe and then they'll wrap their paws around the shoe and then they will roll with the shoe. What the fuck kind of argument is that? You only put like 1 or 2 in the dryer. What does it matter if they get warmer than the other things? Put articles about the Chinese spy and stream suggestions. I got linked a video about the Chinese spy as well. If I stop tangenting, maybe we'll get to it.
Here's one of the specific allegations. Quote, according to the court documents, RT, formerly known as Russia Today, is a state-controlled media outlet funded and directed by the government of Russia. Over the last year, RT and its employees, including the 2 indicted Russians, deployed nearly $10 million. $10 million. In an election where billions of dollars determine the outcome, to covertly finance and direct a Tennessee-based online content creation company. In turn, U.S. Company One published English-language videos on multiple social media channels, including TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Now, they're talking there about that company I mentioned that pretended to want to pay for their content to be on a company that publishes people like Benny Johnson and Tim Pool and Dave Rubin. But even the indictment itself says they were deceived. They had no idea that this had anything to do with Russia. They thought that it was just a U.S. Company. But again, you're talking about a minuscule amount of money in the context of what is spent on our elections, let alone what the U.S. spends to influence the internal politics of other countries, including Russia.
Well, I mean, I get the point he's making, but that still doesn't mean I want foreign countries to spend money to try and influence elections here, right? I don't like that my country spends money to influence other countries' elections, and I don't want it done here either. Corpos put stuff in fabric softener to make it mildly addictive. That goes for both dryer sheets and liquid fabric softener. Oh. And yeah, somebody was mentioning that cats like the warm things, and since the dryer sheets get warmer than other things, that's why the cats like them. Even if my laundry is fucking stark-ass cold, those cats will dig for those dryer sheets. Don't forget, during the 90s, the U.S. supported revolutions in the ex-Soviet states, and the only country to oppose it was Russia. Interesting. And then, another Glenn Greenwald post here says, A major part of the prosecution of Hunter Biden were materials found on his notorious laptop. The same laptop most corporate media and the CIA falsely declared Russian disinformation weeks before the 2020 election. Not one media outlet which spread this lie has retracted it. And he did just take a plea deal, if I'm not mistaken, on the laptop stuff, did he not? All countries should do it. Each country has its own interest. It's up to other countries' people to smarten up, better fight with information than guns. I don't know how I feel about that, considering my American values have been beaten into the dirt by communist propaganda since before I was born. And we are very much losing that propaganda war. We've lost it in the 40s and the 50s, and the 60s ramped it up farther. We hardcore lost it in the 70s and 80s. The 90s was a bit of a ghost push, and then in the 2000s and current year, it's been very bad. It's been very bad. Plea deal was for the tax evasion stuff, wasn't it? Okay, the tax evasions. I got it mixed up. He won't do any time. I mean, obviously he's not going to do any time, but it's still nice to be like, you aren't crazy. The media was lying to you, you know? You don't think we lost it? If they had lost, you would have been banned by now? We haven't lost the war, but we have been ceding ground because most people haven't been actively trying to change the communists into having American values once again. And again, they are targeting the younger generation. If we allow it to go unchecked, which thankfully people aren't, right? The fight's ongoing. We have seen monetary wins, and hopefully we can do more than that, right? We aren't going to be able to do it if communists still keep their positions in the places they're subverting. Doesn't Soros fund like 70% of the democratic institutions? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where that money comes from. Colleges are basically commie conversion centers. True and real. True and real. The end of the Civil War was a setback, but they recovered. Putin's Russia is far less commie than current USA. Never mind Canada. You cannot change my mind. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Wish some of the younger folks could have been able to experience what America was like before 9/11. Holy fuck yes. Holy fuck yes. That would have been a really nice thing to have people understand. I have another little article here. This is from June. Like, This is from June, and I guess it's related to what we were just reading. Spies who lie were CIA contractors when they falsely implied Hunter Biden laptop was Russian fake. Some of the 51 spies who lie were active CIA contractors when they claimed files from first son Hunter Biden's laptop had the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation ahead of the 2020 election, a fact that was uneasily noted inside the agency, records acquired by the Post show. Ex-CIA Inspector General David Buckley was a contractor at the time of the letter, according to an interim report from 2 House committees investigating the matter. And records suggest that at least 2 other letter signers may have also had active contacts at the time. Or contracts at the time, rather. The terms of the contracts and compensation were not immediately clear. There's a little image here. The intelligent experts who falsely discredited Hunter Biden's laptop and still won't say sorry. Oh, well, that's very interesting. That's very... Top right looks like Germa. What the hell? The New York Compost. That video of the hunter smoking crack with the hooker was AI, imagine. Lying is literally 90% of your job as a spy. The CIA also informed Congress in an April document that former CIA acting director Michael Morrell, who previously told Congress that he organized the October 19th, 2020 statement to give former Vice President Joe Biden a talking point for the debate against then-President Donald Trump, was under contract with the CIA at the time, but claimed nearly a month after publication of this article that he was not. Well. There's so many lies in here. Morrell flatly denied he was a contractor when contacted by the Post, writing in an email, "If you write that, you would be wrong." Morrill doubled down in a second email, writing, "I can't speculate on why he was listed as such by the agency he once led, and insisting it's wrong." Robert Dugas, CIA Deputy General Counsel for Litigation and Investigations,
Toxic sluts.
shared the information in an April 25th letter to the House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan and Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner. "I write to provide an unclassified document related to your letters seeking information," Dugas wrote, along with a 5-name chart that listed Morrill and Buckley, who could not be reached for comment, as contractors on the date of the laptop letter. "The evidence in our report speaks for itself, and it seems that the spy who lied is continuing to do so," Russell Dye, a spokesperson for the Judiciary Committee, fired back Tuesday evening. The 5-name table identifying Morrill as a contractor specified that former CIA Director John Brennan and fellow letter signers Nick Rasmussen and Mark Polymeropoulos, what? I can't pronounce that name, man. Had no such arrangement. The letters suggesting the laptop files linking Joe Biden to his relatives' foreign dealing were Russian disinformation, notably only described signers as former intelligence operatives. The document was controversial within the CIA, internal records indicate. "This frustrates me. I don't think it's helpful to the agency in the long run," a CIA official whose identity was redacted wrote on October 20th, 2020, the day after the letter was distributed to Politico with a link to the outlet's story. "I also love that at least a few of the random signatures belong to individuals currently working here on contracts," responded another official whose name was also redacted. The Hatch Act bars most CIA employees from engaging in partisan political activity, but the status of contractors is murkier. In a 2015 Intelligence Community Directive on Contract Personnel, for example, doesn't mention the issue. A second table provided by the CIA to Congress shows laptop letter signers who had contracts and green badge access with the agency, indicating other signatories had formal relationships with the company. The table indicates that Morrill's contract lapsed at some point after October 19th, 2020, and that he entered into a new contract on May 1st, 2021 as an independent contractor with a no-fee senior advisory services role. That's a cute little loophole there, is it not? U.S. government's been infiltrated by commies since the 1940s. Soviets stole all the nuclear research from the U.S. FDR thought that the communists were his friends. It was a joke in the Kremlin that Stalin knew more about the Manhattan Project than FDR. That's disappointing if true. What the hell? The Clintons come to mind. Why is he covering his nipples like they're breasts? I don't know, man. Why does a crackhead do anything, right? This is John Brennan, Michael Morrill, Mark Polymeropoulos, Dave Buckley, Nick Rasmussen. Contract with CIA directly or through a company on October 19th, 2020. John Brennan has a no, Mark has a no, and Rasmussen has a no. But Michael Morrill and David Buckley have a little yes here. That's interesting. Some UK fuck stole the secrets and gave them out to everything. Imagine playing Civ in real life. Morrill's colleague at Beacon Global Strategies, letter signer Jeremy Bash, is identified in the second table as an independent contractor as well, serving as a contractor/green badge holder from April 2nd, 2019 through April 1st, 2022, with a brief gap before receiving a new deal beginning in August 2022. Yet another letter signer, former National Security Agency Deputy Director Richard Leggett, was also listed as having the same status at the time of the letter. The disclosures are contained within an interim report by the House Intelligence Committee and the Judiciary Committee's Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, which also reveals that then CIA Director Gina Haspel likely knew about the letter when it was submitted for review. So this is interesting. Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. If we have a government that is more interested in pushing propaganda to solidify the power that they currently hold, I feel like this isn't a government that is useful, and it's certainly not a government that's for the people. It is mostly for themselves. You would ask this fella something in Russian, but you're too lazy to start an argument now? I can't read that, man. Can't even protect our own borders. I feel like it's not that we can't protect our own borders, but that both Democrats and Republicans are in agreement that they don't want to actually protect the borders.
The Democrats are just very open with how much they don't want to protect the borders, and Republicans will say nice things, but also just capitulate to not protecting the border. Because if we really wanted to protect the borders, literally any president could have done so. All they need to do is stop giving free shit to illegal immigrants and say, if you come here illegally, we will deport you. The public optics do not matter because the majority of people still want that to happen. So if any of them actually wanted to crack down on immigration, they would just do it. Genuinely wonder where we go from here. Half the country just believes whatever slop they give. It's really unfortunate, man. The laws are already on the books. They just have to be enforced. Which is why, like, you know, Trump's build a border wall is nice and all, but, like, the border wall isn't actually going to fix anything. You need to start saying, if you come here illegally, we will deport you. If you come here with your children, we will deport you and your children. If you send your children here by themselves, we will deport them. We are not taking in people who are eschewing the way you come in the correct way. Then they wouldn't have cheap maids and gardeners and future voters. Jesus Christ. What happens when emotional people vote? Oy. Oh, my hand just cracked hard. Don't come, Kamala Harris. The new information included in this report, based on new testimony and classified documents, show the potential dangers of a politicized intelligence community, says the interim report, which the CIA reviewed prior to distribution. And, like, I don't get how you could read an article like this and then be against Trump dismantling the feds, right? I feel like that is a very good thing for him to do if he actually does it. Some of the signatories of the statement were on the CIA payroll at the time as contractors, and others had special access to CIA facilities. Even Michael Morrell, before the committees learned of his contract with the CIA, acknowledged it's inappropriate for a currently serving staff officer or contractor to be involved in the political process. TDS, that's how. It's still crazy to me just how insane Trump derangement syndrome is. It lives in my head rent-free. That when I was talking to my uncle when I was visiting my family, how I said, you know, I'm going to be voting for Trump, and he brought up how Trump wanted to, you know, dismantle the feds and drain the swamp, and I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. What do you mean? And for agreeing with that, he called me a communist, and I was like, what the fuck? How does that even make sense? We have way too much government that does nothing but think about how to get more money for everyone. For everyone except American citizens, because, like, fuck those guys. Let's be real. Why would the American government care about American citizens? That's just silly. That's just insane. You're already voting for him. You don't have to sell me. The congressional report adds, due to purported operational concerns, the CIA declined to declassify the entire universe of signatories who are on active contract. I feel like they should probably do that. I mean, maybe it doesn't matter, right? If Trump actually gets rid of them, it won't fucking matter. Come, comrade, let's vote for the orange man. Then candidate Biden used the intelligence alumni letter to falsely claim at his second and final 2020 presidential debate with Trump that the Post's reporting on his role in his family's international business dealings was a Russian plant and garbage. I remember we all laughed at that. I haven't put up a waiting room yet, but Tuesday has another debate. So my Tuesday stream will not happen at 3 p.m. Much like the other debate, it will happen at 8:30 p.m. So we can watch the debate together. There are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant, Biden said of Trump. 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his good friend Rudy Giuliani. The FBI, which took possession of the laptop in 2019 before a copy of the hard drives was provided to the Post in 2020, told Twitter on the day of the initial bombshell reporting that the laptop was authentic. But the Bureau's stance was not widely known until well after the election. Morrell testified to Congress last year that he was inspired to organize the letter after receiving a call from future Secretary of State Antony Blinken, a longtime Biden advisor. He was inspired to organize the letter after being contacted by a longtime Biden advisor who is now apparently Secretary of State. How can you take the people working in our federal government seriously? Honestly, dude. Honestly. Like this, what the fuck? Your boss also inspires me during work hours. This is literally just collusion to make up shit about a political opponent. This is propaganda in action. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Zach Kruger, thank you for the 20. Why does nobody talk about the fact that Kamala Harris was in Ukraine, welcoming Ukraine to NATO like a week before the invasion? Or are you just high? When did that speech happen? I don't know. That's a good question. Did she have a speech? I do not remember this. $2 million of inspiration. The Post's first laptop bombshell, published 5 days before the 51-person letter, revealed that Vadim Pozharsky, an executive at the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, emailed Hunter in 2015 to thank him for the opportunity to meet your father, directly contradicting Biden's 2019 claim that he'd never spoken with his son about his overseas business dealings. I feel like we actually knew this, right? Like we've known this for ages, but everybody just beat you over the head with that's fake news, that's Russian disinformation. Well, like we've just known this for ages. The Biden campaign initially denied that the meeting happened, noting it was not on official schedules, but further reporting established that Joe Biden did, in fact, attend a 2015 dinner in D.C. with Pozharsky and Biden family patrons from Russia and Kazakhstan 1 day before the Burisma executive's thank you note. Hunter Biden himself confirmed his dad's attendance during House impeachment inquiry testimonies this February, saying, "I do believe that Vadim was at one of those dinners, yes." Hunter looks like he's only after coming down from a bender and they had to groom him up for a photo shoot with the corpse. Yeah, he kind of always looks like he's coming off of a bender. But it's just like, if you are participating in collusion and doing like pay for play tactics and shit, why would you write a fucking thank you note? Like, how dumb do you have to be to do this shady backroom deal shit and then leave a paper trail? How fucking dumb. He bragged about using his influence to help his son. It's so fucking crazy, man. He's got a fresh dose of Narcan for the photo shoot. Hasn't the DNC basically called Trump Hitler, but basically everything he does, hasn't the DNC basically called Trump Hitler, but basically does everything that the fascists do? Yes. They are very advanced in using projection tactics. No fucking noticing. It's not like anyone's gonna stop them. I mean, yeah, we had to deal with fucking almost 10 years of people being like, not 10 years. I guess, when did this come out? Because they didn't say like, that was the 2019 claim. The laptop was in 2015. I don't know when the first fucking reporting on this was, but it's been so many fucking years. So many fucking years. More like Darvo tactic party. True and real. Honestly, 5 years? It feels like it's been longer than that. Jesus Christ. Hunter Biden himself confirmed, I already read that one, the then second son earned up to $1 million per year to serve on Burisma's board from 2014 to 2019, despite no relevant industry experience, beginning shortly after his father assumed control of the Obama administration's Ukraine policy. I thought that vice presidents had no power to do anything. What do they mean? Help by this. Like, in current year, when you ask somebody who wants to vote for Kamala, why would you believe Kamala says she's going to do these things when she becomes president, if she is vice president now, and even though, if she doesn't have any sort of powers to bring anything into law, she can still attempt to bring bills to the floor, she can still have her party's influence behind her, right? So what do they mean by, well, Kamala has no power to do anything, so that's why she hasn't done any of these things she's promising when she gets into office? But then we're reading here that Joe Biden assumed control of the Obama administration's Ukraine policy back when he was a vice president. So what did they mean by this? Napalm Bonafart, thank you for the 7-month member. Biden recently admitted the economic relief bill had nothing to do with economic relief, but instead is a several $billion-dollar environmental bill. God, I fucking hate politicians, man.
They meant deflection. Stop asking good questions! A second October 2020 bombshell from the Post, published 4 days before the spy's statement, described communications about Hunter Biden and his uncle James Biden's venture with Chinese state-linked CEFC China Energy. That story's accuracy has also been affirmed by additional reporting. A May 13, 2017 email from the laptop said the big guy, Joe Biden, was penciled in for a 10% stake in a proposed joint entity involving CEFC. The Post reported in its scoop. The Biden family's relationship with CEFC began around 2015 while Biden was still vice president, according to additional reporting indicates. Joe Biden met with the company's chairman, Yi Jianming, in early 2017 before an initial $1 million flowed to Hunter and James Biden. Former Biden family associate Rob Walker testified to Congress this year. Yi has since gone missing in China amid corruption allegations. Oh, he is fucked. He is fucked. The Chinese government has spirited away this man and he will never be seen again. Oh my, you never want to hear as like a Chinese person that someone has disappeared because you know what happened. That man is dead. That man is gone. Oh yeah, he's cooked. Hunter Biden in July 2017 wrote that he was sitting here with my father in a threatening message to a China-based CEFC associate, demanding to know why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. IRS whistleblower Joseph Ziegler revealed to Congress last year. Within 10 days of that message, another $5.1 million flowed from the CEFC to accounts linked to Hunter and James Biden. James Biden confirmed to the House impeachment inquiry in February that he gave $40,000 of his CEFC income to the future president as part of an alleged loan repayment. Man, what? Joe Biden made his son repay a $40,000 loan? Didn't Trump say he got a small loan of $1 million from his dad? Did he have to pay that $1 million back? Hold on, wait a minute. Generously donated all of his organs. Wait, did the stream die? It died earlier when I went AFK, so if you are in the chat, you might have to do a little refreshy. Well, that's how loans work. I feel like if your father gives you money, right, that shouldn't be a loan, right? That should just be like, here, start your life, child. Trump says he had to pay the loan back. Okay, well, I guess if they both had to pay it back, maybe that's how that worked. Because I was just like, what the fuck? If I had a child, I wouldn't, like, ask them to pay me back for a quote-unquote loan. It's a loan for tax purposes. Okay, I guess that might make sense if they're using it as, like, tax loophole. Repay them with a nice old folks home. You don't believe either of them had to pay it back? Not legitimately, but Charon makes a good point that a loan for tax purposes, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. A poor guy fell off a roof while tied to a chair. No. The CIA issued a statement Tuesday night that did not elaborate on the agency contracts with the former office holders who signed the letter. The agency focused primarily on defending the pre-publication review process that inspected the statement for classified information and found that there was none allowing for its public release. CIA officers, as a condition of their employment, are required to sign a secrecy agreement that includes a lifelong obligation to submit any and all intelligence-related materials to CIA's Pre-Publication Review Board, PCRB, before they are published. This process was followed in this case, a CIA spokeswoman said. The PCRB reviews material to determine if they contain any classified information, and the PCRB's confirmation that information is unclassified is never an endorsement of the reviewed content or its veracity. These former officers were not speaking for the CIA. Okay, well that seems a little weird, right? Like, if you have a review board just to make sure that there is no classified information in the documents that you're reviewing, shouldn't you also be like, hold on, wait a minute, we're about to publish something that's not true? Shouldn't you also, like, hesitate for a moment there because it's going to really chip away at your agency's credibility? I don't know, man. I don't know. That just seems weird to me. Bruce Sobelvaro, thank you for the 5. Bro got turned into celestial medicine for the local millionaire. The former officers are relying on their reputation as former CIA, which taints the current CIA. Yeah, what credibility, man. Stories like an entire black pill factory. It's just like...
I really do hope that Trump makes good on his word this time and gets rid of all of these people. Gets rid of all of these people, dude. I know some of these don't even work in the CIA anymore, but it's just like, fucking get rid of everyone in here. Rebuild it, man, because it is not working. If he can get in again, true and fair. Where is the Chinese agent thing that chat was talking about? Deputy Chief of Staff Kathy Hochul, who was a DEI officer for Cuomo, got outed as a DEI agent. Or sorry, Chinese agent. I don't know why I said DEI. I got DEI on the brain, man. So let's see. New York is controlled by Chinese spy. Somehow this doesn't surprise me, because, like, once again, California, a few months ago, we read about California putting a Chinese national who doesn't even have U.S. citizenship appointed to a role where they will be managing immigration status. It's like, what could possibly go wrong, honestly?
Greetings and salutations, loyal viewers of this channel. My name is Sean, and today we're going to talk about the story out of the state of New York, because you have somebody who was indicted, who worked in the
I see he stole Gundam's producer.
highest levels of New York State government, who for nearly a decade is being accused of being a spy for the People's Republic of China and for the CCP in particular. And not only was she crafting policy that negatively impacted residents of the state of New York, because of her level of access to New York State government, because of her level of influence, and because of the timeline in which this campaign was running, she actually impacted policy in every single state in the union. This particular spy made your life worse if you're a resident of the United States of America, and I'm going to go beyond the headlines and explain to you exactly why that is the case. But before we get into that, I want to thank everyone.
Isn't that her job, right? Like, as a Chinese spy, isn't it her job to make life worse for all of us? And shouldn't it theoretically be the job of our politicians to, I don't know, prevent them from doing that? Again, it's just wild how much U.S. politicians hate U.S. citizens. Too late, I saw you mistype. Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah, motherfucking, Yugen Muso Gen Mego Suge Boom Boko Onano Jokyu Mano Chosuke! Thank you for the 6-month member, thank you! This behavior never ends with these people. I'm so tired as I am after reading your long-ass name! It's fun every time, though. Thank you. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Instant horror! True.
You having a stroke?
The amount of people that actually believe the government has their best interest at heart, it's like, how do you move through life with these thoughts? What is it like to think that the government actually gives a shit about you?
Everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money.
Young Turk jump scare.
Think, you know, when people say diversity and inclusion, I think everybody agrees, or most people generally agree, that it's a good thing, right? But I think right now we also need to bring in the word equity, right? Diversity is when you say that there's, you know, many different types of
people. So I was right when I misspoke and said DEI earlier, eh? Hey?
With different backgrounds, and they're all, you know, invited to the table. Inclusion is when, you know, we include all of their ideas, but equity is when we make sure that all of the people who are at the table have equal access to making sure that their ideas and their thoughts are heard. And unfortunately, I think some of the statistics that you quoted is that we don't have that much leadership. Or
shouldn't it set off red flags in like any functioning adult's brain? Like, even if you've been propagandized to believe, like, a DEI good, yes, I love DEI, num 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 num, feed me more, I hate myself, right? Like, even if you've been conditioned for that, when you see a Chinese spy who has the interests of a communist government and not you as an American, shouldn't that set off some red flags in your brain and be like, why is this Chinese spy operative saying that thing I think is good is also good? Like, shouldn't that make you a little bit questiony, in my opinion? Because, like, the communists in China would probably just skin alive the communists in the United States. I'm gonna be real.
Like, I don't think our communists could hope to hold a candle to the brutality that the communists in China would enact. I feel like you're listening to the Mexican president. People don't know how to question or think for themselves anymore. Oh, I mean, yeah, that's by design. All right, like, you're not allowed to teach critical thinking anymore.
So the woman at the center of this is called Linda Sun. Now, if you search Linda Sun on YouTube.com or on Google, you will get a YouTuber with 1.2 million subscribers.
Jesus.
This is not the person that we're talking about, so please kindly add Hochul or add New York to your search results so you can get some of this absolutely crucial information. And a lot of the local news media...
I'm kind of glad he said that, because I'm sure a lot of people would have gone after that other random woman and been like, "You're the spy!"
is on the more salacious, scandalous portions of this story. Let me give you a little bit of a bite from my local CBS affiliate, which honestly, comparatively, has more detailed information as compared to other local news reporting.
And a former aide to Governor Hochul and former Governor Cuomo charged tonight with acting as an illegal agent to the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party.
The indictment, more than 60 pages long,
Holy
alleging she
shit.
and her husband gained millions of dollars in financial benefits to buy luxury properties and fancy cars.
So common themes from the reporting that you will hear about is the $4.1 million house in Manhasset, is the fact...
What the fuck? Literally giving spies houses now. No wonder New York is fucked.
That they owned a bunch of different various luxury cars.
64-page only VTuber Google Docs are longer, this fucking guy.
And of course the Hawaii property, as well as other methods of compensation. And in fact, one of the most hilarious methods of compensation that this woman received was a particular style of salted duck that was prepared for her by a chef well known in the Chinese Communist Party and shipped to her parents.
Really, one of the most interesting details in this indictment is that the kickbacks also included a delicacy, a dish called Nanjing salted duck. This is a regional specialty in China, and apparently prosecutors say that she was given 16 meals of salted duck. These were delivered, and they were prepared by a Chinese...
Can you imagine having the money to, like, call up a Chinese chef and be like, yes, can I have some of those salted ducks? I'll send my private jet to pick them up. It's okay. I know it'll be about an hour delivery. Don't worry about it. I got the money. Like, what? I'm over here complaining about the, like, extra $24 DoorDash makes me pay. As these fucking guys live in a different reality. Holy shit.
Government's personal chef. So this was all done, you know, we were used to hearing about gold bars or money, but apparently this was kind of a delicious side benefit, a kickback of salted duck involved.
Now look, it is just objectively funny that a Chinese spy was being paid in part in duck. But one of the things that you miss when you focus on the salacious is crucial details that are left out in these local news segments. For instance, we were told that this woman's husband, who by the way is one of the people that money was being funneled to on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party for this particular spy, owns a liquor store in Flushing, Queens.
Linda Sun in federal court charged in a 65-page indictment with using various positions in New York State government to further the goals of the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party in exchange for funds to live a lavish lifestyle, including a multi-million-dollar Manhasset mansion and a fleet of fancy cars, including a Ferrari. Husband Chris Hughes, the owner of a Flushing, Queens liquor store, was also hit with a host of charges, including money laundering and bank fraud.
Now, this is in fact true, but is not the extent of it, and it actually
I love fucking courtroom paintings. Everyone always looks so goofy. Man, ducks are tasty. I've actually never eaten duck before. She looks horrifying in the courtroom sketch. Well, she is a commie, so it only makes sense to draw her with no soul.
Not the primary mechanism in which money was funneled to this particular family. The actual mechanism was a seafood exporting corporation that was supposedly shipping lobsters to the Chinese mainland. But in fact, this was utilized as a method to funnel millions upon millions of dollars into the coffers of this particular family.
The couple's $4.1 million home on the North Shore of Long Island was raided by the FBI 6 weeks ago, agents carrying out boxes of records. The indictment included several pictures of Linda Sun with Chinese officials, like this one from September 2019 in Beijing.
Okay, wait a minute, hold on. How come the Chinese officials' faces are blurred out? It's not like they're children. Why are they blurred?
As just to, like, keep them from getting executed by their own government? Like, I don't why are they blurred? They're fast. I'm gonna guess they'll receive a slap on the wrist. I mean, probably. We know none of this shit ever gets punished, actually, unfortunately. What the fuck is inside the house? The purgatory? What do you mean? The whole thing is a psyop?
Celebrating the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China.
So while I do have criticisms for a lot of the coverage of this particular story, this CBS segment is better than others. Right there you found out what a lot of people are reporting, which is that she was denying meetings to different various Taiwanese officials, but on top of that, is alleged to have forged Governor Kathy Hochul's signature on official letterhead inviting Chinese Communist Party officials to New York, which ultimately ended up getting them visas, which ultimately ended up bringing more and more spies to our country.
Holy shit! I wonder, I mean, she's obviously going to claim she didn't know, but I want to know if Kathy Hochul knew about that. Right, like, did she know about the forged signatures? That's crazy. That is like actual movie tier espionage, but in real life, probably, of course she did. I mean, she's obviously going to claim that she didn't, but like, I want to know, man. I want to know. How wouldn't she know? I don't know. Right, she's the victim. We all know she's going to claim she's a victim. She's going to be like, oh, the Chinese spy, she fooled me too. I had no idea.
Were operating as agents of this foreign hostile power.
She was also charged with forging Hochul's signature on a letter inviting Chinese officials to come to New York, which they used to get visas, changing the messaging of state officials regarding issues of importance to the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party, obtaining official state proclamations for Chinese officials without proper authorization, and violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which requires individuals to register with...
Do we have, like... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if they're spies, right? Because they're not real names. How many spies do you think she's ushered into the country? Again, that Chinese citizen that's been placed into a position of overseeing immigration in California, that's probably a spy too. And California's actually dumb enough to just be like, why would you need to be an American citizen to oversee immigration? That would be silly. That would be silly. We'll never know. Bang Yang, thank you for the 2. Hi, Kirsche. You get a question that Pippa couldn't answer. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What? I don't know if I want to know your question.
The Department of Justice if they are involved in political or advocacy work for foreign governments.
However, it is important to get into the details because a lot of the Hochul stuff is very interesting and compelling, and it shows lack of security and all that. But what's more crucial is what happened during the Cuomo years, because she did hold a bunch of different positions. Let me highlight a few of them. Prior to her roles in the Hochul administration, Sun served a number of roles in the Cuomo administration, including a high-ranking post in the state's economic development branch, involved in organizing international trade missions, according to her LinkedIn account. Sun's alleged influence operation campaign lasted from 2015 to 2023, and the indictment says she regularly communicated with Chinese government officials about her efforts to promote China's reputation in the Empire State.
She is charged with blocking representatives of the Taiwanese government from having access to high-level New York State officials. No meeting, please, she wrote to an assemblyman who wanted the governor to meet with Taiwanese officials. Kindly decline. Do not want her to wade into this China-Taiwan sensitivity.
Now,
Isn't that her choice, though? Right? Like, just because China denies that Taiwan is real doesn't mean the U.S. should be denying that Taiwan is real? Come on. Come on, lady. Some bullshit. She even writes in an accent. Oh, my God.
Stated in the local news segment, her work often involved ensuring neither Cuomo nor Hochul's offices recognized Taiwan as an official country. For decades, the People's Republic of China has not recognized the government of Taiwan and has refused to maintain diplomatic relations with countries that do. Now, like I said...
This is actually silly. This is so silly, man. HAW, nice, thank you. Thank you, TDX NYC, for the 100 biddies.
Said she was limiting contact between high-ranking state officials and Taiwanese representatives while relaying that information to Chinese officials. When the Taiwanese government donated 200,000 masks to New York during the COVID-19 pandemic in April of 2020, Sun allegedly ensured Cuomo's office didn't publicly acknowledge the donation and kept a Chinese official apprised.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Is that when Cuomo was asking for more masks or like saying they didn't have any, and then we found like pallets upon pallets of masks in a basement somewhere? Is that what they're referring to? Am I crazy? Do you guys remember that? And then Cuomo was just like, I didn't know these were here, and everyone was like, yeah, sure you didn't. Fuck off, you lying cunt. Maybe he actually didn't. If this woman was purposefully hiding them because they came from fucking Taiwan. What the fuck? I thought that was the respiratory machines. I know that there were like multiple instances of Cuomo being like, we don't have enough of these. Then people being like, but what about all of these ones? It's too long ago for my brain to remember exactly. They could have been the respiratory machines. Maybe they weren't masks. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but it's like, I remember something about that, dude. Taiwan mask no good. No meat, please. China #1. They were sending the mask back to China. Oh my god. It was both.
At another point, she acknowledged almost having a heart attack when a Cuomo press release referred to Taiwan as a country, which she immediately removed. Quote, I certainly...
Holy, like, they're just blatantly doing it. How did it take so long to catch them? I don't understand, man.
Have managed to stop all relationships between the Taiwanese Economic and Cultural Office and the state, Sun wrote to a Chinese official in 2019, according to the indictment. I have denied all requests from their office. Quote, I know and do appreciate your help, the official responded. With us now in the political section, you are the most important hub for connecting us with Cuomo and his team. Now look, while a lot of this stuff is definitely bad.
I wonder how much he would have just been willing to go along with this shit if she had just informed him like, hey, I'm a spy and I've been using you, but like, would you like in on this? I feel like Cuomo would have been like, yeah, fuck it, I hate America. And Cuomo was such an ass and Hochul's just as bad, pretty much. You think he didn't know? I mean, he probably knew, right? He probably knew. But they're posing it as like, we're just finding this out now.
Okay, I do want to hear how slavery porn is S tier. Let's hear it.
Okay, well, let's hear it from the Chinese lady.
The fact that she worked in hiring positions specifically related to economic development and thus was orienting New York policy and the New York economy to be more dependent on the Chinese, definitely a huge problem. And of course, what she was doing to the Taiwanese Culture Office, also a disaster. But one of the things that you may have glossed over is the fact that Governor Andrew Cuomo did not give credit to the Taiwanese government for donating 200,000 masks, PPE, which was crucially needed during the course of the pandemic. And this is what really needs to get focused. All of the different various ways that this particular woman influenced New York state policy during the pandemic. In fact, there is more in this article and in the indictment that I think is absolutely crucial for you to understand. So in March of 2020,
I think during the pandemic was like the perfect time for Chinese spies to try and integrate themselves, because everybody was focused on, you can't blame China. You shouldn't blame China, even though it was released from a lab in China. You gotta hug a Chinese person. Don't be racist, you bigot. Like, it was so fucking weird. So it makes sense that so many Chinese spies could have come over and just integrated incredibly well, and like nobody would have fucking said anything about it. Bang Yang, thank you for the 5. Do women experience the pee shakes or shivers as they finish peeing, or is that just a guy thing? So far, Pippa and Urika don't know what that is. I mean, I wouldn't say I get pee shakes, right? But like, if I've been holding my pee in for like a crazy amount of time, when I finally get to pee, it's just like, oh god, relief! My bladder is a balloon and it deflates! So, you know. Nancy Pelosi said that in particular, which is funny since she ignored all the COVID restrictions personally. True and real. You've never gotten the pee shakes as a man. Oh god, another piss retentioner. New sound alerts unlocked!
Sun arranged for a Chinese government official to surreptitiously listen to a conference call of New York State government leaders who are discussing how to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and a rise in hate crimes against Asians, according to the indictment. Now, the reason—
But who was doing the hate crimes? Who
who was doing the Asian hate crimes? And also, goddamn, she's letting fucking Chinese officials listen in on officials in America? Hey, yo! How is this happening in current year?
That this and other COVID-19 related stuff from the indictment really stuck out to me is because I happen to have a very detailed memory of the pandemic of the year 2020.
God, I wish I was just like him. Oh my god, please. You have a detailed memory? My memory doesn't exist. Together we could be unstoppable.
And who was, in fact, the most important person in the Democratic Party, the most important governor in the nation, and that, of course, was Andrew Cuomo. And in 2020, this woman is having the CCP listen in on the strategy calls where they're trying to shift the focus away from China's responsibility in unleashing this virus onto the world to a campaign against anti-Asian crimes. And you guys will all remember that this is the direction that the Democratic Party went to because this was the best way in their minds to attack the Orange Man.
He's getting married? I'm not talking about a relationship. I'm talking to like a news tag team. Pang Yang, thank you for the 2. No, it's a literal shiver as you're finishing up. No, and I've never heard of that either from any man. I think you might be alone in this. Have you participated in sounding before? Maybe just things moving through your urethra now turns you on, and that's why you shiver as you finish peeing. Maybe we figured out your issue, my guy. We figured it out. Congratulations.
More crucially, the reason the Democratic Party went in this direction is because during this period of time, Andrew Cuomo was the de facto leader of the Democratic Party. You guys remember he was on TV almost every night with Chris Cuomo, getting praised by all these different Democrats, and other Democrats across the country, in order to get that praise, would copy his policies. Now, this had absolutely devastating and cascading impacts on our nation, because you guys will remember that social media companies would actually ban people from talking about the virus originating from Wuhan as misinformation and disinformation, because that came from the evil orange man, President Trump.
And remember when you would get fucking silenced and shadow banned and shit for even suggesting that it was from a laboratory? They were like, no, it was from a wet market. Someone ate a bat. It was from the market. And then, a little while later, they were just like, it actually came from a lab. No, we will not apologize to anyone we silenced or suppressed or who got in trouble for suggesting that it came from a laboratory back then when we were trying to promote that it wasn't. We dabble in a little bit of a misinformation campaign.
And they were all about elevating reliable, authoritative sources. And since those sources took their messaging directly from the Democratic Party, and Andrew Cuomo was the leader, at least symbolically, of the Democratic Party at that point in time, this woman was crafting censorship policy in the United States of America on behalf of the CCP during the most crucial time in our recent history with the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, the proof in the pudding is in the taste, and this indictment shows us over and over and over again that this woman was constantly changing language, constantly altering information as a method to promote the CCP, to suppress Taiwan, and to, of course, suppress subversive American candidates in favor of the Chinese government.
And he brings up a really good point when he earlier said that it affects you even if you don't live in New York. Because like he just said, if Democrats were circling the wagons, if they were suppressing people who were saying what actually happened, or even theorizing what was more probable than someone eating a bat at a wet market, and this woman from the CCP was trying to control the narrative from New York, where Cuomo was making a lot of speeches about COVID, and they were saying only believe trusted sources, and he was cited many, many times. You basically just got a little tiny taste of what CCP propaganda's like. We were all Chinese out of our minds for a while there. I remember saying, well, at least they're not welding us into our apartments yet, like in China. I'm sure we'll get there one day.
included several pictures of Linda's son with Chinese officials, like this one from September 2019 in Beijing, celebrating the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China.
And this thing was so obvious from the jump. This woman is in photo after photo with Chinese Communist Party officials. She would go over there.
It shows how stupid humans can be. It shows how stupid the average American citizen is, just like eating up this slop. Again, like someone mentioned earlier, Cuomo probably knew who this woman was. It's like, I don't know how much I could believe that Cuomo was also, like, just completely fooled and didn't have any idea that she was a CCP asset.
Multiple times. Again, the visa fraud, bringing in more and more spies, forging Governor Hochul's signature, the overall influence campaign, the fact that we have all these different various communications where she shows that she's working double time to boot Taiwan out. All of this is clear, and she also got Governor Kathy Hochul to send propaganda messages over for China to use.
Oh god, the ones eating up the slop are the midwits who believe that they're informed, which is the sad thing. Don't question anything, just believe government. They're here to help. Why would you ask questions? Why would you ask questions? Just believe popular narrative. That's what makes you a true revolutionary fighting the man.
For their various different methods, just as proof of the fact that they were completely in their pocket. And we have that video for you, so let me play it for you. Hey guys, editing Sean here. So I was going to show you the clip that I promised that I was going to show you, but it turns out after I uploaded the first copy of this video that clip contains copyrighted music. Because of that, I'm not going to actually insert the clip in here. It's linked in the description. It is both in the Gothamist article under where it says sources.
God, I hate it when they do that.
And I have the original video from Facebook also linked so you can use that. So whatever floats your boat, check it out. It's kind of goofy and it looks like the image that I'm showing you, but the music is just overwhelming and I can't do anything about it. And I've tried multiple times to give you multiple cuts of this clip. Now look, it is an absolute disaster for our country and for our nation. The fact that this woman had this much influence in New York State government, especially during the pandemic time, is devastating for everybody out
and
there
real
in the audience who had to
and
live.
if she was there in New York during the pandemic, how many other spies do you think have wormed their way into positions in the government? How many more out there do you think there probably are? And how many more out there are about to become people in positions of government, like that lady in California, because of the ones that got here and were able to bring in more on forged visas? Help.
Under policies that were basically copied from Andrew Cuomo that were heavily influenced by the CCP. For all these different various news outlets that were actually trying to get at the truth and get at the origin of the virus. For all these people who wanted to talk about the suppression and censorship, understand that this woman was influencing the man that was the most important authoritative source according to all these social media accounts at that absolutely crucial time. And one of the ways that of course she got away with it, one of the big things that of course
how did he even become the authoritative source of the Democratic Party? Like, who the actual fuck is even he? Right? Like, how did he manage to become like some all-knowing wellspring that everybody should pay attention to? I don't know, that feels a little weird to me. He talked good. Why didn't they just roll out Obama again? Right? Like, money. I don't know, that's a little weird because Trump was president. Yeah, but who the fuck is Cuomo? He's just like some fucking guy in New York, right? Like, any other governor could have stepped up. Why pick him specifically? Especially when he had a Chinese asset who was helping him along. Obama seems sick of the Dems. New York was the first place it spread a lot? Oh, man. I mean, I guess I can see that as a reasoning, but that just because your state is overrun with the coof, I don't think that really makes you an expert, right? They wanted to position a new presidential candidate, so no Obama. He did a really bad job if they were trying to do that. Cuomo's dad was governor too, and super corrupt. Oh, Jesus. He had a brother. I also remember Chris Cuomo. Did you guys know that the Treasury Department offers subsidized mortgages specifically designed to help non-citizens buy houses? This is used by foreign criminals to stop drug operations. Yes. We discussed California's policy on that a few streams ago.
She was promoting was DEI.
But equity is when we make sure that all of the people who are at the table have equal access to making sure that their ideas and their thoughts are heard. And unfortunately, I think some of the statistics that you quoted is that we don't have that much leadership.
And why would a Chinese asset be promoting DEI? None of the Chinese operate on any DEI benefits, but they know that DEI weakens everything in the American system, and they know that the American system is going to fall completely apart if America falls to communism. This is beneficial for them and their interests if DEI keeps marching along, as DEI is also a global policy that other people want to have implemented. Really gets the noggin jogging.
Now look, a lot of people will point out that DEI and a bunch of these different ideologies are Marxist ideologies, so it makes perfect sense for the Chinese.
Oh my god, it feels so good when I hear other people talking about DEI being Marxist ideology. Oh my god, please. Please. So many times people are just like, how is it Marxist? You shouldn't use that language, Kirsche. It is literal classic Marxism with a little bit of sprinkling of Mao's cultural revolutionary policies in there. I was like, fuck, dude. It makes you feel less crazy when you have other people saying the same thing, you know? I was just like, fuck, dude.
Government to promote it, but the fact of the matter is, even though that is a perfectly sensible ideological motivation for promoting these kind of things, it goes beyond that, because this woman for nearly a decade was enriching herself. Her husband, who is believed to only own a liquor store by many of the people surrounding them, was driving super high-end luxury cars, owned a $4 million house, and her family was being enriched, and all these other people were being brought into this country and put on the payroll of this particular scheme, and that went without suspicion. And one of the reasons why is because a lot of people believed that it would be evil white racism to be suspicious of somebody who's constantly lobbying on behalf of China.
How dare you question someone if they're not a straight white male? You can't question this strong, stunning minority woman. That'd make you a bigot.
Chinese herself, and obviously should have raised a bunch of different red flags. And no, I'm not talking about the CCP red flags that she was raising over the New York State Capitol during the time that she was influencing our government. But in reality, much in the same way that during the pandemic, when we should have been focusing on where this virus came from and holding the Chinese government accountable, they were able to shift the focus away from her, away from the misdeeds of the Chinese, to evil white racism, to fighting against prejudice, because the most important thing for you guys out there in the world to understand is that it's better to be spied upon, it is better to have your system rigged against you than be accused of being an evil white racist.
And even aside of that being true as well, evil whitey has been the narrative for well over a decade now. And if people have been pumped full with white people bad, white man evil, right? Like all badness, sins of the father kind of nonsense. It's much easier to throw out a narrative and be like, well, this is the fault of white supremacy, than to question the Chinese lady who is spying on you, right? It's a much easier narrative to accept if you've been used to hearing that kind of rhetoric.
So yeah, this woman was able to wield this influence. Who knows how many people she was able to bring into the operation, how deep this goes. And by the way, you guys can very much expect to have similar influence operations in all 50 states, regardless of the party that is currently governing.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, how many more of these Chinese spies are in places that you just wouldn't think they are? And just because they're Chinese spies, I would not imagine all of them are actually even Chinese. Right, because that would be too obvious. That would be way too obvious if every single one of them was a Chinese person.
Of course, all the different diversity initiatives and all that align better with the Democratic Party. And in this particular case, because Cuomo was so heavily promoted, her level of influence was more devastating than any other operation that was influencing any other governor at the time. But it could be that this is going on right now in your state under your nose. This is just the person who ended up getting caught.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. Do you think I'm exaggerating the devastating impact that this woman had, not just on New York, but our country as a whole?
I do not think
Or
he's
do you
overstating
think there's
it.
a lot to it, and are you going to be tuning in to the trial? Again, all your thoughts down in the comments below. If you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me. The support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about a Chinese spy infiltrating New York State. Till next time.
That was a really interesting video. Let me link it in the chat. That was a really interesting video. That's what we just watched by Actual Justice Warrior. That was really good, really informative. I liked it. Sean does good work. Yeah, I don't think I've watched a video from him before. I mean, maybe I did on like the corrupt super mayor lady. I can't remember, but that was a good video. I was like, linky winkies. Watch at least one you can recall. That was it. I might have watched one on the super mayor. That was a very good video. That was very good. And he has a very good point with, like, you know, like I also said, they could be in your state's government now as well. How would you even root these people out? How would you even sniff out who is a Chinese spy? And even if you did, how would you get people to listen to you? Especially if the people who are American citizens in power want those Chinese spies to be there. How would you go about doing that? They're in the walls. Are they pushing DEI? Are they promoting things beneficial to foreign enemies? Yes. But just because someone is pushing DEI doesn't make them a Chinese spy. There's plenty of people in the US who just want that because they hate the country too. This is supposed to be why we have domestic intelligence agencies, but since 9/11, they've been too busy spying on innocent people and roping disaffected Americans into dumb plots. I feel like, again, that's by design, right? Because the people who have been in power and the people who are in power do not have American values at heart. They do not care about America as a country or America's citizens. They only care about how they can use the country to enrich themselves. It's actually super simple, and it's had to do with taking every visa that the country has on it and revoking them, putting them back on a slow boat back home. Don't have to root out the spies specifically, but if you root out the people who are ruining the country, you'll get most of them in the process. I feel like that is a very large undertaking that I am not smart enough to know how to do. They're trying to rope American citizens into dumb plots so they can replace them with Chinese or other country spies or individuals. Yeah, our government is already not for us, so it doesn't surprise me that politicians are trying to make it even more so. The globalists, we will be a global economy. One global nation, as it were. Salka Alpaca, thank you for the 684. If this doesn't give you trust issues, you don't know what will. True and real, unfortunately. No. Peng Yang, thank you for the 2. Always with the sounding. Look, man, you opened the floor for it, okay? All right. Mystic Matt, thank you for the 5. So these people will be executed for espionage and or treason, right? Do we still execute for that? When was the last time someone has been convicted of espionage and treason? Do we still actually do that? Not an FBI, thank you for the 5. Day by day, Kirsche foreseen what is to come. The Chinese putting people in places of power, so after Operation Kebab, they can take over easy. That's crazy. I hope that prediction stays a joke, though. I'm gonna be real. Snowden? They didn't actually execute Snowden, though, right? The Rosenbergs? Oh, God, I don't remember who the Rosenbergs are. I don't remember them. They wanted to with Snowden. I remember they wanted to do stuff with Snowden, but he's still alive, as far as I know. By jury, none that you can recall. By fiat, though. Join Kirsche's stream. Kirsche's talking about execution. Sounds about right. Look, man. Treason is defined in the Constitution itself. 0% chance she'll be sent back to China. Isn't he still in Russia? I'm not sure. He's still hiding in Russia like a coward. Snowden's a good point. Rosenbergs gave secrets to the Soviets during World War II about the atomic bombs. Well, I mean, yeah, back then, obviously, we still would have executed people. That's crazy if that's been the last execution, though, for treason. No. Arismador, thank you for the gift sub to Pointy Laser Tails. Thank you. Pixie Pugilist, thank you for the 4-month resub, my dude. 4 months of spicy cat, thank you. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. You agree with Chinese communism, but that also isn't real communism. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And I think what a lot of people get confused is that China is a capitalist economy ruled by a communist government. And China would be much, much more powerful if their capitalist economy was not hampered by their communist policies. They could be a far larger powerhouse than they are now without being communist. Real communism has been tried multiple times. It's failed every time. And China is just capitalistic. There is nothing about commies but the red flag. I would have you take a gander at what their government does to people. Real communism is like the modern audience. It's not real communism, yeah, because baking the success of your ideology in with its definition isn't a fallacy at all, true? They went fascist because communism didn't work from what you heard. I mean, communism and fascism are kind of two strokes of a different colored brush when you really think about it, right? Because the Nazi Party, again, they were socialists. Agreed, China could be thriving if it weren't actively hindering or ending their citizens' lives. Their siblings. That's a good way to put it. It's not communist because it's not what they want, but nothing is real communism because it doesn't work. The Legend, thank you for the member. Thank you. Sparky, thank you for the 89 cents. Thanks for summoning a fox demon to my room. Flawless incantation. You're welcome. I'm very good at summoning demons. Bacon Slayer, thank you for the 199. Bacon. Thank you. I love bacon. Ressa Takanashi, thank you for the 5. The infamous Agenda 25 stuff Heritage posted is what the DNC will do. Just like everything they said would happen with Evil Orange Man in 2020. That'd be a little crazy. That'd be a little crazy if they, like, put out their secret agenda using the fucking Heritage Foundation. I know the Dems love projection, but I feel like that would be a little crazy even for them. You'd believe it? I don't know, man. Ignoble Redder, thank you for the 100 biddies. ATF is just a fun Saturday night. What the hell? We haven't tried capitalism. Maybe that works. True. Everyone shall get their allotted government mold spores. Bruce Sobelvaro, thank you for the 5. Bro got turned into celestial medicine for the local millionaire. I wanted to read that one again. Ignoble Redder, thank you for the 100 biddies. You need a small loan? Yeah, fuck it, so do I, dude. Jesus. Mystic Matt, thank you for the 500 biddies. Each VP has as much power as the president allows them, but to think Sleepy Joe was able to keep such a tight hold on the reins that Kamala was unable to do anything is just asking people to be totally retarded, which is right out of the Dem playbook, of course. True and real. They wanted to believe that Steely Joe, he wasn't asleep, he was made of steel. He was an Iron Man, and that's why Kamala couldn't do anything without his authorization. Danny DeLito, thank you for the 199. It's not real communism, just like Nazis weren't socialists, actually. And then you look at every industry they nationalized. Biden's tight hole. What the fuck is wrong with you, Azehara? Master Goa, thank you for the 10. All you hear about Russia and China is propaganda to make you hate the enemies. The MSN lies about everything, yet we trust them about Russia and China. What evils have you actually seen Putin do? I mean, I said this before when they were running their Russian disinformation campaign for Trump's first run at the presidency. And it's just like, I don't believe that, like, Russia is some super villain in current year. Do they do bad things? Yes. Are there things I don't like that Russia does? Yes. Do I think there's some evil mastermind trying to puppeteer the entire world? Absolutely fucking not. The whole putting himself in as leader for life was pretty bad. Yeah. Like, Putin does very bad things. I do not like a lot of the things he does, but I do not think he's a supervillain pulling strings all around the world. They'd want to, oh yeah, I can imagine that they would want to be, but they fucking can't. Putin seems rather xenophobic for the most part. They just discredit themselves by broadly generalizing capitalism over and over. Hoopst. All countries do bad things. Yeah, like, I don't know, starting a war? That's kind of bad. Well, is he? No, but he would love to if he could. I'm sure most world leaders, if they could have control of every country, would probably be like, hell yeah, fucking give me that clay.
Standalone Complex 9, thank you for the 2. Foxy does Foxy things. Putin's a tyrant and a moron, but no supervillain. Yeah, I could agree with that. Putin being an ex-company man should tell you everything you need to know about him if you know Yuri Bezmenov. True. True and real. Mussolini was part of the Italian Communist Party. Go watch the Lotus Eater podcast from this Wednesday with Ed Dutton.
Smash that like button, leave a comment,
Latest
push me in the
Brokenomics
algorithm.
with him if you spare $7. He postulates communism and wokeism as essentially a genetic mechanism to remove a detrimental genetic load from the gene pool. That's a very interesting take. What the heck? Very interesting. Putin was an ex-KGB member? Yes, he was. Very true. Blaze1514, thank you for the 12 months, the full fucking year, thank you. If wondering what to do, spreading info is good. Joining grassroots local politics and clubs is all you could say. Maybe starting businesses and making patriotism a focus. Very true. Very good ideas. Weren't there rumors that Ukraine instigated the war, or was that fake news? Hard to follow this shit with the media. I'm not incredibly informed on what the geopolitical situation is over there. My opinion is just like, I don't want America fighting foreign wars, so I typically don't pay attention to too much information, so I'm not really apt to talk on exactly what's going over there. I don't like war, obviously. I feel like that's a very hot take, chat. War bad. I don't like when war happens, but when it does happen, I also don't want my country and my countrymen to die for foreign nations. Or to take our tax money and give it to foreign nations. Stunning and brave. Yeah, hot take. War bad. Marxist rhetoric should count as a info hazard with what happens to some people that encounter it. Very fucking true. Napalm Bonerfart, thank you for the 7-month member. Biden recently admitted the economic relief. I remember reading this. I need to... Oh god, help. Hiccups. I need to find where he says that so I can listen to it. I didn't get to Dr. Disrespect today either. We took a detour. We took a detour into Chinese spies instead. Chinese spies are infinitely more interesting than Dr. Disrespect, though, I must say. Ignoble Ritter, thank you for another 200 biddies. Thank you. Oh, wait, 300 biddies. Thank you. Zach Kruger. I still don't remember this. I'll read it again just in case anybody else remembers, but thank you for the 20. Why does nobody talk about the fact that Kamala Harris was in Ukraine, welcoming Ukraine to NATO a week before the invasion? Am I just high? When did that speech happen? I don't remember this speech, but also I have the worst memory known to fucking man. I might as well be a dementia patient. All right, okay. Ukraine instigated the war by finding oil fields in their territory that would compete with Russia's. That's what an instigation. You get distracted by a tangent. I just don't believe it. Almighty Rye Bread, thank you for the 3-month member. Thank you. Machado 302, thank you for the 6-month resub. Thank you. Dr. Faust MD, thank you for the 5. The Russians are getting to me. I'm starting to believe the most milquetoast center-right opinions and want to make peace with leftists. Save me, Kamala and the Brat Squad. Oh wait, the money was from Soros in China. It's all good. Kataka, the Saiyan Jedi, thank you for the 100 biddies. Sorry you're late to stream. You hope I'm doing good. No, you always arrive exactly when you mean to. Don't apologize. You're all right, dude. You're all right. Have I been low? Some people have been saying my microphone has been lower recently, but I haven't changed any of my settings. None of my settings changed, so I don't know what that could be. Mic sounds fine. I don't know, man. Can confirm ADHD does affect memory. Oh no. Sounds the same to you. Sounds fine. Sound the same I normally do. Okay, all right. I do sound quieter. Hold on. Wait a minute. DRT is king. Thank you for the 5. Russians just want to throw a monkey wrench because chaos is the desired result. I read that as well. Thank you again. Thank you again. No. Scarlock, thank you for the $10 doodles. Is it Russian collusion if you've had Russian dressing or asked for Russian style with a South Korean lady of the night? What does Russian style mean? Asking for a friend, please no Fed raid. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Blue Wolf Studio 9, thank you for the tier 2 4-month resub. Thank you. I am the Borga Queen. Thank you. Heiko Von W, thank you for the 14 months of Prune. Did you know Cherry is Cereza in Espanol? Yeah, Mindbreak says it every so often. For some reason, it makes me think head first. I don't know why. She invades your narrow, muddy path. Hold on, I will never do that. M-Bone, thank you for the 5. We know YouTube, just like Facebook, enforces their TOS unevenly. Sounds like more of the same. True. And real. No. Night of Nights, thank you for the 690. If you use code Kirsche to get 10% off a few days ago, are you still going to see the kickback? Or should you cancel your order and try to get the free shipping discount? If you want to get the free shipping, do that. That's entirely up to you. I mean, if you cancel your order, obviously, you know, I don't get anything from the canceled order, but like whatever's best for you, right? I don't care on my end. Whatever saves you the most money, do that. All right. Russia basically said Ukraine joining NATO is our line, do not cross it, and the U.S. did a coup in Ukraine to install Zelensky because he'd be more accepting of joining NATO, and they made him an offer and also did a bunch of military drills along Russia's border with Ukraine. So basically what you're saying is that we're kind of at fault for instigating the war in the first place. Why is our government kind of stupid, if true? Is the code reusable? You can use code Kirsche every time you order. It is infinitely reusable. The free shipping is only until... I don't remember. I don't remember when it's only until. Give me a second since we're at the end of stream here. Give me a second. Because I want to make sure you have the correct dates. Until the 13th. My code Kirsche on GamerSupps will be free shipping until September 13th. So you have free shipping until then, and then after the 13th, or on the 13th at some point, it will turn back into 10% off. 2 p.m. Eastern on the 13th. Thank you, Binary Mind. You're fucking coming in clutch, dude. Thank you. Thank you. That free shipping. Yeah, I think free shipping is amazing. Fucking take advantage of it, dude. Get at it. Get at it. The problem with that narrative is that Russia has been assassinating Ukrainian politicians and trying to install puppets forever. So it's just kind of like a who can install puppets faster game is what you're saying. Nightmare, thank you for the 2. AJ thinks feds might have set them up. Alex Jones thinks feds might have set the content creators up is what you're meaning, I'm assuming. Fernando Zero, thank you for the 100 biddies. From what you heard, not sure if it was the Quartering or Luke Chen. I remember reading this. I'm being confused. Not an FBI. I have not seen Asmongold cover the Dr. Disrespect stuff. Thank you for the 338. Let's see here. Whiskey Tango, thank you for the 5. Russians paying influences. Remember when Thomas Massey pointed out most political figures have iPad guys in their ears and then his wife dies? No, I don't remember that. What? That's very convenient, and also, what? Super sketchy. Jesus, how did I miss that? I don't know. I forget shit all the time, chat. I forget shit all the time. Mr. Eckley, thank you for the 6 months of Proom, my guy. Thank you. More Phaser, thank you for the 3-month resub. I know. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 338. You've sent news tips to RT before. They have actually read it and researched what you send. Your emails are tracked. I mean, you can tell that they read it, but how can you tell that they researched what you sent? I guess maybe if they made an article about it, but like, I don't know how you would tell if they actually researched it. Synapse, thank you for the 20-hour. It's about oil, always is. Same thing happened with Chechnya and Georgia. He wants a puppet or outright annexation. He targets those that can threaten or compete with Russian oil. Help. And he invades when oil prices help hike. That makes a lot of sense because the U.S. does the same thing. We see a country with oil and then we look at it like a very thirsty man in a brothel. Stormborn, thank you for the 656. Just apply for funding from the U.S. government. Yeah, I wish I could. I know. Anthony, thank you for the 5. Speaking of sponsors, you just use code Kirsche to order bigger cummies from GamerSupps. That's true. While you're placing your GamerSupps order for free shipping with code Kirsche, make sure to pick up a canister of the AFK. It helps you get big sleepies and make bigger cummies. Everybody wants that. We look at it like a beaver hearing running water. Absolutely fucking not. Can I unswell your tongue, please? Sorry, GamerSupps cannot do that. Night Herald Von Cobra, thank you for the 5. Stupid! I mean, Grady feed the military-industrial complex? I mean, fair, yeah, but I'd prefer to just call them dumb. I know it's on purpose, but as, like, you know,
It's blackpilling to think about. James ball! Stop licking my fingers now. I had my hand flopped on the other side of my chair. No. Kai, thank you for the 5. Kirsche, to prove you're not a Russian spy, please bring back the model with the bouncy orbs. It's not summertime. Danny D, thank you for the 4.99. They'll indict over Russia, but Project 2025 being backed by China is fine. Maybe there's enough Chinese spies in government positions that it is fine. Bears in Chess, thank you for the 17-month resub. You've only heard the term heterodox in very left-wing circles to describe people who are leftist but still able to think for themselves. Literally never even heard it used that way. That was my first time encountering that word. Glad to know Kirsche isn't a Russian asset. No, I wouldn't be very helpful as one with how bad my memory is. Sparky, thank you for the 89 cents. Tim Pool is the beanie. The person wearing it is merely the host. Any one of us could be Tim Pool. No, DRT is king. Thank you for the $10 doodles. You're eternally saddened by the Green Ronin Forum closure for their Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game, as it had a lot of good house rules, but Green Ronin lost the TTRPG license from GRRM. I have literally no idea what the fuck you just said to me. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 135. It's not Russian misinfo campaign, but a US one. Porque no los dos. Why not assume that people could be colluding? Not the people you might think, but maybe other people. Think he called me gay? That makes sense. Tech, thank you for the 5. I remember reading this and being very confused about the D&D Dungeon Masters when I was saying I was bad at DMs. Thank you. Grulgar, thank you for the 5. Main questions, are you going back on side-scrollers before or after Dustbin? After. No. I remember reading a bunch of these. Sergeant Frostbite, thank you for the 5. Steam does have a rollback feature. It's a beta function in the Properties tab, but it only rolls it back to day 1 version, if you remember correctly. Interesting. Insane Linguist, thank you for the 221. Books and academic journals that used to be free are now being put behind paywalls, and rather high ones, too. You see, that's very bad. You should never gatekeep, like, actual information like that, which is why when news articles try to paywall their articles, I'm like, hell no, dude. News should be for everyone, man. Everyone should know what's going on. Ryan, thank you for the 5-month member. Anything anyone says about Russia can be responded with, same with America. I mean, fair. Alfie89, thank you for the 500 biddies, my guy. Thank you. Airspul, thank you for the 11-month resub. I'm sorry, Kirsche, but I just can't do the raid thingy. Every atom in my body refuses to play it. I'm gonna just continue my subscription instead. How about that? Well, thank you.
AFK is the miracle drug if you're really into painting the Flash Cavern white.
What?
You can even pretend you're filling your girlfriend like a Twinkie, and I'm sure your baby maker will appreciate the baby batter in her baby bag.
Baby bag.
Use code Kirsche today.
Spider God, thank you for the $25 doodles and the fucking insane plug. Use code Kirsche for free shipping on your AFK to paint your flesh walls white. No. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 338, making education free and more accessible by removing access to free books. True. Do Matthias, thank you for the member. Thank you. Heretic of Reality, thank you for the member. Bocure, thank you for the member. Talking about what is a woman saved your little sister. I'm glad. Thank you again. I know. Calls are Dan. Thank you for the gift sub to Jortiga. Thank you. Nobody important. Thank you for the 100 biddies. The yappy poodle gets to be better than Chappelle by having a moral superiority complex. That's what all of the similar buffoonery is about. Jesus, that was a hard video to get through, to be fair. Sparky, thank you for the 89 cents. Recently, Joaquin Phoenix quit a gay movie right before the shooting started because actors are becoming more selective of the work they pick. I remember seeing that on Twitter and people being, like, angry that he decided to quit the role, which is kind of weird. Axel Jessen, thank you for the 5. So basically, Russia just found out that they can narratively control half our country by giving certain people money. Thanks, DOJ. We are fucked. I'm sure if the Chinese are doing it, the Russians have also been doing it, right? Again, like Bezmenov said in the 80s, the original campaigners to push Marxism into the skulls of Americans were people who came from Russia. He was just like, a lot of the espionage is not as glamorized as it is in movies. It's very boring. Very boring. You know, you promised on your word that I won't betray you, but since you didn't force me to force a paper, I can lie all I want. Team NATO. Oh my god. The Astrail, Asrail, that Asrail? Oh my god, your name, scary. Thank you for the 4-month resub. If you had Chappelle's talent or clout, you'd say you'd make trans jokes on One More Special and Never Again, and then release a 2-hour special with only trans jokes. I feel like 2 hours of that could get very repetitive and boring. Nerd Whispers, thank you for the 5. Can we agree with each other that if you can't grow a full mustache, that you just shouldn't try? That stash makes him look like he's not allowed within 300 yards of a school. Yeah, it's not a good mustache. It's not doing him any favors. He's got very nice hair. I like the hairstyle. Just shave that mustache off, man. Nambona. Nambona, thank you for the 9-month resub. Thank you. The most oppressed group on Earth can get your life ruined for criticizing or joking about them. True and real. Hellas, the 6th, thank you for the 100 biddies. It's Neva Lupus, thank you for the 16-month resub. Thank you. We were watching Jake Weddle at the time. Dan Zanagri, Mr. Catman, thank you for the 15-month Tier 3 resub. Thank you. Thank you for containing your glowing to emotes, you wonderful man, you. Nobody important, thank you for the 100 biddies. This guy's voice is damaging to your chromosomal integrity. What did he mean by this? Kothan, thank you for the 4 months of Prune. Trish Chan, thank you for the 8-month resub. Thank you. Dojinshi, thank you for the sub. What? That's spelled wrong, but I was like, how the fuck did you get that name? I was surprised. Took me off guard. Ban the Man, thank you for the gift sub to Xade VT. Thank you. Wild Red, thank you again for that beautiful fucking $100 doodles. You crack lad. Thank you. No. Eddie Spaghetti, thank you for the 600 biddies. No respect for the man that couldn't cover his head when he sleeps or constructs a makeshift blindfold. I still don't know how he couldn't solve his own problem. I just don't get it, man. Nobody important, thank you for the 100 biddies. You should use this as a vocal warm-up from now on. Turbob21, thank you for the 10. Oh no, did you miss the Tenant tab rants? You wanted to count how many times she said Beanie Man? Nope, Tenant tab rants were after the Jake Weddle. Howlin' Mad Pa, thank you for the 3-month resub. Thank you. Good evening, Comrade Howlin' Mad Pa. The Late Lord Hood, thank you for the 200 biddies. Foxwoman, which flavors of gamer subs did you recommend again? You can't recall? Oh my god, just like a quick spattering, because it takes me too long to think of flavors. Jujutsu Kaisen, Cursed Energy, that's my favorite. Sweet Six Pack, really good. Lean, really good. Pay Money Wubby's flavor, can't remember the name of it, also really good. Brand Risk, that's the name of it. I figured it out really quick. I also really like Dragon Fruit for mixing flavors together. Guilty Pleasure is really good. Kaho's other flavors also really good. Can't remember the name of it. Really good. Craig from Side Scrollers went on DSP's stream to talk about straightening out their differences, but it ended with DSP doing DSP stuff. Craig having a good laugh afterwards after he was kicked off the stream. Jesus Christ. Fness, thank you. Oh no. It scrolled. Oh no, it scrolled. Fness, thank you for the 10. Apparently there's news of a massive house tax fraud going on. I remember reading this. You were saying the government is cooking the books and artificially raising home evaluations to raise property tax. I hope you threw a link in stream suggestions, because I would very much like to read about that. That sounds insane. Hiffler, my beautiful pilot man, thank you for that gift sub to Cookie Rascal. Thank you. Thank you. No. Kay Bailey, thank you again for the $25 doodles. Your public service announcements keep us glowing in our Wagyu times. You are also super duper mega cute and wonderful, Bailey. Thank you. Clayton Smokin, thank you for the member. Thank you. Brent Wolfe, thank you again for those 20 fucking gift subs, dude. And Brent Wolfe, thank you for the fucking thick Chad Hundy as well. Big whalers in the chat, dude. You guys are nuts. Thank you. Sebastian Anon, thank you for the 10. So you're saying keeping your feet above your head is the optimal position when you're in bed. Otaku Sage, thank you for the $1. Hoping to get some well wishes because you're getting brain surgery to fix your disability in a couple of weeks. Jesus Christ. If you're actually getting brain surgery and this isn't some, like, double-speak language for joking about meds, good luck. That sounds scary. I hope it goes well, and I hope we will see you back here after the surgery, and you will be completely fine. Caramel the rabbit person, thank you for the 10. You're too poor for all that waifu. Also, I missed the shock stream.
The VoD exists, probably. It's on Fillian's channel. Smiling Raper, thank you for the 32 fucking months of Proom. Jesus Christ, thank you. Sparky, thank you for the 89 cents. How much of deceased people's attention span comes from too much internet dopamine, or how much of people's decreased attention span comes from too much internet dopamine hits instead of actual ADHD? Short form content does that to you. Does it? I guess I'm glad that I don't fucking scroll TikTok then, because Jesus. It exists, but VOD watching on Twitch is dog shit? Oh no. Howdly doodly champion, the diddly doodler, thank you for the 5. Makes sense for both types of diabetes, because a possible side effect of insulin is a suppression of feeling full when eating. That does make sense, you know? That does make sense. God Hates Taxes, thank you for the 5 gift members on the YouTube. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Von Cobra, Herald Knight, thank you for the 2-month member earlier, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Celebrities did the bulimia too. They don't know it's healthy, they just assume. I remember reading that. Thank you again. Thank you, thank you. A Curious Welder, thank you for the 19-month resub. That reminds you need to go to the doctor to re-up your asthma meds. Asthma Brothers! Man, the doctor listened to my lungs. He was just like, I just want to get a picture of, like, you know, where your lungs are at. And so I did the like deep breath they ask you to do when they have the stethoscope touched to your back. And he was like, wow, your lungs sound very clear. There's not a lot of crackling. You got very good lungs for an asthmatic. I'm impressed. And I was like, oh, thank you. My lungs are very good. I appreciate it. Damn, get better, Nim. Yeah, Nim is sick right now. Nim is sick. Let me see here. DRT is king, thank you for the 10. There's 2 types of diabetes. Type 1 is insulin dependent, and that the pancreas no longer has beta cells to produce insulin. Type 2 is insulin resistant. It can be due to age, weight, or other problems. Yeah, 1 is the one you're born with, 2 is the one you gain from bad habits, I guess you could say. Good job, Kirsch's lung. Way to keep Foxy from dying of crackling asthma. Fillian already has yesterday's Shot Caller stream on her VoD Archive channel on YouTube for all you Red Square purists. True. Thank you for informing us. Well, thank you for talking about her VoD channel. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Nashville Manifesto came up at dinner last night, and when a certain page came up, your dad went, of course she drank Bud Light. How the mighty have fallen. True and real. M-Bone, thank you for the 5. Completely unrelated, Kirsche and Chad are great. That's all. Oh, M-Bone. You're great. Thank you. Karu Vinde, thank you for the 6-month tier 2 resub. Thank you. Thank you. No. Spider God 99, thank you for the 25. Celebrities also take and push for glorified saltwater consumption as a weight loss drug. Sometimes the drugs end up being extremely good. Other times you might as well listen to the tinfoil Uncle Biden for your medical advice. True, unfortunately. But I feel like, you know, the celebrities are in an elite enough class that if they take something, typically it probably won't kill you. Some of the celebrities drank a little too much of the Kool-Aid. You know, they got the jab and they unfortunately had some unfortunate things cut short. Sorry to ask, but why did I switch back to my old model? My new one was good. It's not summer anymore. I can't wear a bathing suit in the fall. DJ Panda Milk, thank you for the 15-month tier 2 resub. Look, chat, Twitch knows how to count, do we? Do we know how to count? No. Von Cobra, Night Herald, thank you for the 10. ADHD meds work. It's just a lot of people without ADHD get diagnosed wrongly. Not 25% normal focus, less than 3. You are less than 1. Oh, I didn't remember reading that until I got through all the numbers, and then I was like, wait a minute. The numbers hurt my head before. God Hates Taxes, thank you for the 6-month member. Thank you. I'm not a Findom streamer. Azolrg, thank you for the 5 months of Proom. Next stream, Kirsche testing Drogue around the world. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is. Wear fall outfit? I don't have an artist for that. I'm sorry. Insane Language, thank you for the 883. When you had your wisdom teeth removed while fully conscious, how fucking terrible. They put some industrial strength painkillers in you, but after that you had to go with a combination of painkillers and alcohol because nothing else worked. Yeah, it was really rough to exist immediately after getting my wisdom teeth out. That was pretty rough. No. God damn it, I want a name! Thank you for the 5. Shower thoughts, am I right? Is this the parasocial thing I keep hearing about? Am I in too deep already? I guess this is related to your other super chat. Hold on. Thank you for another 5. God damn it, I want a name. Feels like you should find a guy first, then buy a house together. Get the impression you're setting yourself up for failure. And I'm not your enemy here. You're one of 2 people on the internet that get my money because I want you to succeed. I mean, I don't know, man. How many people realistically own houses in the dating pool? All right, I don't know. I know men aren't really looking for a woman who can afford her own house, right? But it was like, I want to live closer to my family. Yeah, I want to live closer to my family. He does have more $5 donuts. You're correct. I'm on Binary Mind. Old Saint Nick, thank you for the 5. Did I ask the doc about the memory issues? I did not, but I probably should have. God damn it, I want a name! Thank you for another 5. So what now? You have 2 houses with debts to pay. Who's going to give up on his work and money spend? Are you planning on being a sugar mommy and making a nest for one very lucky guy? I would kill myself before becoming a sugar mommy. I am a woman and I want a provider as a man. If I become a sugar mommy, I'm already dead. They're using my corpse. Please call the police. Call the IRS. Call someone, because I'm no longer alive. Frozen Shark, thank you for the $1. Recommending looking into Kratom. It's an opioid that's legal to buy and helps with carpal tunnel. I don't have carpal tunnel, first of all. Second of all, I've only ever heard bad things about Kratom, so I'm not going to take that advice. God damn it, I want a name. Thank you for another 5. Oh, that's 5, 10, 15, 20. Let me read these in succession. Thank you for the $20. We got I want to be pregnant so bad right now, aka having children. On one hand, you want a himbo, which you define as buff, kind, yet dumb person. On the other hand, you want a guy that's traditional and takes on the role of leader in your relationship. You're not stupid, Kirsche. I refuse to believe that. You don't want to be led by someone who is dumb. Just because a himbo is dumb in certain areas doesn't mean he is overall a fucking retard. You guys watch me, right? I'm sure you guys have opinions on things where you think that I am intelligent in what I'm talking about, and other things where you think, God damn it, this fucking retard, how has she not accidentally killed herself? Right? Dumb doesn't mean overall, like, negative fucking IQ, right? I want some, like, if I was a man, I would call myself a himbo. I can't call myself a bimbo, because a bimbo has, like, a very sexually promiscuous connotation to it. And I don't feel like I fit that bill. But if I was a man, I would be a himbo. Because I feel like I can be intelligent sometimes, but other times I'm just like, chat, what time will it be 24 hours from now? You know, like I just say dumb shit sometimes because my brain don't work so good. To be fair, you've wondered how Fillion has survived way more than you. Mac Daddy, thank you for the $5. All Kratom does is give you a hangover with none of the fun. You see, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. A himbo should be simple, not stupid. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You thought she really did mean a man that is retarded? My heart feels crushed right now. Every day we see Kirsche show up to stream alive is another day she chose to be smart and not over 40. Exactly. I chose to not be over 40. Standalone Complex, thank you for the 2. Big Brain Foxu. Ay-ya-ya. Ay-ya-ya. It's just like one of my favorite examples. I was like a guy who, you know how psych ward is spelled, right? Like P-S, I can't spell out loud. But you know how psych is spelled, right? He spelled psych, S-Y-K-E. And I was like, that's so cute. That's so cute and silly. Yeah, P-S-Y-C-H-E. Thank you. Jeebus, I can't spell out loud. I've never been a spelling bee person. I can spell when I type. I can't spell when I speak. You heard another term for the modern himbo you're talking about, which is the golden retriever boyfriend. That's a good example, yeah? That's a good example. So, oh yeah, no E, P-S-Y-C-H. See, chat can't even spell it when they type, all right? Doug, you're giving me a hard time. But he spelled it S-Y-K-E. And so I would make high five jokes every single time. And it took him a while to understand why I did that. That's cute and endearing. I like that. The chat does reflect the streamer. True and real. Did he turn out gay too? He's not gay. Just, you know, kind of an asshole.
Feels like you should pick a lane here. Also, are you planning on buying a house? A huge step, putting you in debt for what, the rest of your life?
Hey guys, smash that like button, leave a comment, push me in the algorithm.
I hope I'm going to live more than 30 more years, to be fair. So every potential partner of yours takes on your debt, which isn't exactly catnip to guys. So you talk about the 2000s like you actually experienced them. I'm going to deduce that you're somewhere around 28 to 32-ish, like all sensible women. You want a guy that is a bit older than you and has a shit together, someone who's accomplished and makes equal or more money than you, most likely. So men in that age bracket usually own their own houses if they haven't been divorced. I mean, you make a good point. They could own their own house. But it's just like, I don't want to date in Georgia. I've only had bad experiences with every man in Georgia either talking to them or going on a first date. It hasn't been great. I want to go back home where the gays are honest and don't pretend to be straight. Ah, yes, to be sensible. Houses are an asset, mortgages are a debt. Most of the time they offset each other and the house ends up gaining value. You don't know why chat has a hard time understanding this? It's like, again, it's the sort of dichotomy where men don't care about a woman's salary, right? Like, traditional men are not going to care about a woman's salary. They're not going to want a woman who has a career and has a house, because that's not why men are dating women. They're not dating women for their financial status, right? For their ability to provide. Men are the providers. So it's like, me having any kind of income doesn't really matter. Me having a house is not going to attract a man in the same way a man having a house would attract a woman. And doesn't every man you find even slightly interesting turn out to be gay? Look, I'm gonna break that habit eventually. That's how it used to be, yeah? I know. You want your cars fast and your gays flaming. True.
I can spell when I type, not with those nails.
Hey, yo, fuck you, buddy! The only time I misspell when I type is on my phone! Ty, thank you for the $25 doodles. Fucking roasting me over here. Sparky, thank you for the 2R. Kirsche looking for a buff, smart, but dense dude. Yeah! Yeah! Capsule, thank you for the 33-month 3 sub, my guy. Big first badger over here. Thank you. Your wife bought the house because she was a nurse during COVID. It's not that she has resources, it's that you overtly provide protection, and now more resources. But not monkey, chat. True. True and real. Good luck trying to find sensibility in either gender these days. Oh yeah, true. Whenever somebody goes in too hard on like how bad men or women are, it's just like, dude, everything's fucked today. Neither one is in any sort of worse position than the other. All shit here fucked. All shit here fucked, man. Hypergamy thing seems strong, but it's not fine-tuned correctly. Not a dig, just an observation. I don't know what you mean by that. Isn't hypergamy like trying to climb some sort of like male status ladder? I don't feel like I do that. I don't feel like I acquire a man and then I'm like, okay, he's all right, but let's find someone better. All right, like that. I don't think that's ever been my mindset. It's late now. You are EP. It is late. I wanted to do some thank yous because there were a lot today and I missed a lot. So I wanted to get through some thank yous, but let's see Homestead is online at the moment that I can go dump you.
I do want to hear how slavery porn is S tier. Let's hear it.
Board DevOps, thank you for the 5. Have you thought about the software devs as mates? Some are gym bros, they're smart with logic, kind of dumb with the real world stuff. Yeah, that would make sense, but then I'd have to find a software dev that's not transgender. That might be a little harder to do. Like, I already attract gay men. You can't just throw me in that field, okay? I'm gonna have a hard time. Cats 12, thank you for the 100 biddies. Gonna be at a wedding tomorrow and Sunday. You're gonna miss me. Well, I'll see you back for the debates on fucking Tuesday, dude. I hope you have a good time at the wedding. Hope you have a good time at the wedding, my guy. Thank you. Let me see here. Let me see. Homestead is online. Thank you for hanging out a little bit later tonight, chat. I wanted to make sure I licked a handful of you guys as much as I could. Mokina's around. Oh shit, is she streaming? She is streaming! She's usually not here at this time of night, so we'll go say hello to Mokina. She had her streamiversary recently.
Daddy,
I think it was her 3-year streamiversary, if I'm remembering correctly.
Ear date chances, gonna drink more copium.
Drink more copium, hell yeah. Keep on the grind, dude. I hope you get good pumps on at the gym. Avion Zero, thank you for the $25 doodles. Thank you.
Axel Jessen, thank you for the 2. The man would have to have a Victorian house too. You see, I feel like that would be too restrictive of a requirement. I can't just be like, look, man, if you don't come bundled with a Victorian house, I just can't date you. I can't limit my pool that much, chat. Arismador, thank you for the 5. I beg you check their ankles for programmer socks. I'm just saying, if I do your laundry and I find programmer socks, I'm gonna be a little upset. I'm gonna be a little angry. Every time the fox drops us in a raid, you feel like the beginning of a PUBG match. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Licking the laundry, kicking the car, decking the doilies, eating electronics. Wrecking the raid. That's a good one. I like that. Good job, guys. You're fucking nuts. You're fucking nuts. And speaking of fucking nuts, don't forget to download Raid Shadow Legends from my special little link you. Our Raid Shadow Legends campaign will end tomorrow. It's over tomorrow. You got just tonight to grind to level 25. Level 25 brand new players. I'd appreciate it, chat. I'd appreciate your service. Thank you. Like I said, we're gonna raid Mokina. Please go give her some big thick loves. Please go love on the other Foxu woman. She has a 2D model. I am jealous. I will be 2D one day. I will lose my D in my D surgery. She's playing something called The Casting of Frank Stone. I think I bought this game because I fucking love detective shit. So, go give her some love, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I really want to play a video game because the ritual sacrifice is kicking my ass this month. And I had a massage today. I didn't talk about yesterday. I had a massage yesterday. I didn't talk about it. Oh, tomorrow, because I gotta go. I gotta stop fucking yapping. I gotta leave. I gotta eat a salad. Fuck you, chat. You're great. Have a good rest of your night. Bye bye. Bye bye.